but it's not going to move votes. What'll move votes is actual things that really happen in the real world, right? Yes, the immigration problem moved the polls. Absolutely.
And what do you think this means? This is the immigration.
It does not mean anything.
Did you hear what I just laid out as far as what he was providing to fortify the argument about immigration?
It doesn't mean anything because there are Dems that agree that the border should have been closed.
Your comment and like what I just described clearly are like opposition with one another. Hold on, so like he walked down like this path of all the evidence of what his administration has done for this policy specifically. Immigration, zero illegal immigration over the border. This, that, using all the numbers, and then started to move into sanctuary cities and all the people that like killed this person, that person. Even talked about the lady on the train, the Ukraine.
It's all theater.
Just hold on, man. The theater is to perform an expression about a policy that you just pointed out.
If I'm an opposition party,
bro. You said
I also can't openly show that I supported your freaking successful policy. It's also political theater.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
all right.
It's also political.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the point.
Yeah, Finley.
But that statement specifically was a freaking political theater gotcha moment. That was
let me ask you this. Do you think if if like the election were held immediately after, let's just say that fucking thing yesterday, right? The State of the Union. Do you think it would have had an effect at that point?
No.
Okay. So when you say a poll is a snapshot in time, why do you make that claim if the time reference doesn't matter?
Because a poll is taking their opinion on what just happened.
Correct.
Take that same poll.
Yeah. 6
months from now, you're going to get an entirely different.
Well, no. You can't say 6 months from now because you just said the time gap doesn't matter.
No.
I asked you the question I asked you.
I didn't say time gap. I didn't say time gaps don't matter. I said
you said in 6 months it doesn't matter.
I'm saying. No. I didn't say it don't matter. I'm saying a poll is a snapshot in time.
Okay.
Right. And I'm telling you that the reason that poll doesn't matter is because it was taken right after the incident.
No, he's saying the election. He's saying the election happens today.
Let me finish. I want to clarify my poll point because I don't want to lose my train of thought. The poll is a snapshot in time. It just happened, so this is, of course, we're going to have a reaction, right? If it were meaningful, you get the same reaction 6 months from now.
All right, but the election's today.
But yeah, that's not what I answered.
I'm saying it's political theater.
Dude, listen. I don't know if you just did this on purpose or you just didn't hear me. I'm saying if the election were to happen immediately after the State of the Union.
Doesn't move the needle.
So that means the snapshot in time thing doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and the reason
I'm specifically saying that snapshot in time matters to certain things, right? But this thing I'm telling you is not material. It's
okay,
not.
So you're saying it wouldn't matter whether it was immediately after 6 months. Okay. Now let me ask you this then: why, when the CNN poll was taken before and after, there was a 10% increase in the support?
Because one, CNN wants to legitimize their polls. Pause. Number one. Number two,
telling the truth, right?
Right. It's the
there was an increase by one. Let's just say there was.
It's a part of the news reported.
Mr. Finley, there was an increase by 1%. I'm saying like that in itself is representing an effect that the speech had.
It had an effect for the people that were watching at that moment. It is not substantive. It's not substantive enough to move the needle in the poll in the polling place.
No, but like if that, do you think that 10% increase, they took it before and then after, do you think the 10% increase would have had any effect whatsoever if the poll happened, if the election happened that same day?
Nope, because that's not significant. That statement is not significant.
I don't think you're being consistent.
No one's going to remember who stood up or who didn't stand up. They're not going to care about that.
Yeah,
they're going to care about things that are significant.
No, dude, it's not a look. So obviously, it was significant enough for there to be an increase. Okay. Now, whether that leads to somebody checking the box off, I don't know. You already answered what you answered, right? The standing up part, right? It's not something that like you don't just look at the physical movement of standing up or not. It's like I said, it's what it represents. And the representation of standing or not standing does have an effect as to how you see people. Speaking up, things like that. Like speaking of Ilham Omar could have like provided red meat for her base, right? It can be a motivational source to even get out versus somebody that would not get out either way, right? So I don't know, dude. I think.
Well, I thought Finley's argument was like, yeah, there might be support today, but over time it's going to dissipate because of the headline change.
No.
This, that, and the third.
I'm saying.
That's why I asked him what I asked him.
I am saying.
Well,
I can't.
Wait, I'm saying,
Go ahead.
because like if it's hot on somebody's mind now and they're playing it on NBC, ABC, and NBC, CNN, or whatever it is, right? If that's all they're talking about, and all these Democrats are being questioned on it, that means that they believe that their viewers are interested in this one thing. So if the election was today, then the improvement of the poll is irrelevant. That's why during the elections we have polls all the time that are getting the actual energy on the ground real time. So that's why Sykes asking you if the election happened today and all the polls are saying that there was a 10% jump, we should see the reflection in the voting.
You made a different. Now you're changing the circumstances. You went from one poll to all the polls. That's an entirely different.
No.
That's an entirely different.
Let me ask you this, Finn. Let me ask you this. Do you think this would have impacted the election? Let's just say, remember that when he was like the trans. Did you watch it actually?
I watched up until the point where they were that long freaking standing ovation that they gave him.
Okay, let's just say
that got annoyed me. Then I was like, I can't do this because I don't normally watch the same thing.
That's fine. Okay, let's just say he made an immigration policy thing, and then the Republicans stood up, and let's just say half of the Democrats stood up. Do you think that would make them look good?
Now, I say now keep in mind, I say that political theater thing is different from an actual policy. I always make that distinction.
I'm saying, do you think for those people that stood up, hypothetically,
if he made a policy position on immigration, I think that would be helpful? An actual policy?
No. Yeah. Let's just say, for example, when he's like, and we got to keep all the illegals out, and then the right stands up, right? And then you look, and then you see half of the left standing up. Do you think that would hurt the left?
I don't think it would hurt the left, no.
Okay, then why don't they stand up?
What do you mean for that other statement? Because that other statement.
Like, well, look, I'm saying political theater is performing for who?
Your base.
Perfect. Now, do you think that they're going to do something that they think the base would enjoy or not?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean? There's an option. Do you think that they would do? Like, if you're performing for your base, are you performing to impress your base or to basically irritate your base?
You're performing to impress your base.
Perfect. Now, if you stood up at a time that you weren't supposed to, would that irritate your base?
Of course. If it were an issue that was counter,
that's what I'm saying. And do you think that that might have an effect on the polls?
Well, if you took a policy position to something that was incongruent with your base,
yes.
Of course it would affect the polls.
All right.
This wasn't a policy position, though. This was a political
No. Which means that these things can have an effect, which is why they do it. Okay. Now look.
But I'm making the distinction to this thing specifically, right?
I know you are, but didn't you say that some people on the left support the immigration policy?
Most people support.
So then the answer is yes. So then the answer is yes, right? Okay. Now, but they also didn't stand up, right?
Right, because there's.
So did that irritate? So that wouldn't irritate the base?
Here's why. Because saying the statement protection is not just speaking to policy, right? Because people believe on the left that when they're standing up for the humane treatment of immigrants and due process, that is protecting immigrants. That is not consistent with what the statement that he made last night. That's why I wouldn't have stood up if I were a elected official. I don't care if I was an independent. I wouldn't have stood up for that because I disagree.
Citizens over illegals.
I disagree.
In what world do you think that
Samoa? Let me say this. I want to be clear because I'm not been able to clarify a point. If I say that I am for, because this is where it's political. If I say that I am for giving them their due process, some people are going to say on the right are going to say, "Well, you're saying you're choosing them over American citizens." No, I'm choosing the freaking Constitution over all of them.
No, wait, hold on. The question is a good question because it basically says to protect one over the other. Citizens over illegals. That's the job, bro. It's not saying that illegals don't get some protections, but you're not going to prioritize the illegals over the citizens.
But the political
That's not what our Constitution tells you to do.
But the political part is that me saying, this is where the disagreement is. The political part is when I say you must treat them humanely, right? And give them their due process.
That's an obvious.
That's not an obvious because people are interpreting, when people are standing up for that, people are interpreting as saying you're choosing illegals over.
So you are reading into it. Wait, but I thought you said it was political theater and people just don't really care about it. But you're the one reading into it.
I'm telling you, listen. I'm telling you that's one reason why they didn't stand up and why it was a gotcha moment. Because there is all right. Because you started off by this not being a trap. There is no clarity about what that means. It's an ambiguous political theater moment. It wasn't a policy. Now, if he gave a policy and said, my new policy is that we keep this going.
Hold on. Where is the ambiguity? Finley, where's the ambiguity in that statement?
There's a lot of ambiguity in that statement. What does that
Find
even mean?
one.
I said that earlier. What does protection even mean? What does protection mean?
Yes. That means in all cases, the protections shall never be subverted by illegal immigrants' protections, ever. So in every case.
So if I say, right, and you're going to tell me that if I demand that they get due process, people aren't interpreting that as me choosing American citizens over them? Or rather choosing
I don't even know what that, can we just deal with what? No. Can we deal with this statement? You said there's No, forget about the interpretation. You said that there's ambiguity. What you're talking about is an interpretation of something that's explicitly stated. Find me the ambiguity in the statement that the federal government is obligated to protect citizens over illegals.
To be fair, you once argued that there's ambiguity in the freaking
motion detected at workout.
Brother, no, there's interpretation.
Hold on, you breaking this fight, son?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I don't want to get caught, breaking in there. But hold on. So, it's not ambiguity in the 14th Amendment. It's who is, excluded. So they already have the exceptions as far as, being a part of, something else, like a dignitary or some person that's here underneath some sort of, diplomat or whatever, right? So there's already exceptions that exist. All Trump is trying to do is add illegal immigrants into that category. So they're not making something up.
You got to change the law.
Hold on. But that's not ambiguity. Ambiguity is unclear language. I don't see the ambiguity in that the federal government is obligated to protect citizens over illegals. Where's the ambiguity in there, bro?
What the ambiguity is what protection means, because some people take upholding their constitutional rights as protection and choosing over American citizens.
Let me just say this, and then I will.
Add me to the queue.
You're next. There is no case where an illegal will be protected above a citizen by replacing one for the other. Nobody can disagree with this statement, bro. It's clear as day. The federal government protects citizens.
Americans absolutely take when people defend, because for example, the argument about the protesters that were shot and killed, right? People were arguing, no, they're there to protect American citizens, and all people are saying is, yeah, but you shouldn't be killing people. You're standing up for the illegals and not the real American citizens. That's where there's political ambiguity. That's why you don't stand up for something like that.
All right, so now we can't even agree what ambiguity means, bro? This is horrible. We're not talking about somebody's bad take on reading something, somebody's comprehension issue. We're talking about.
I'm telling you what the political comprehension is. I'm clarifying.
And I'm speaking to the dialectical comprehension of something. This is explicitly stated. Any other reading other than what is there?
There's nothing explicit in policy.
Bro, bro, this is crazy stuff, bro. Crazy stuff.
It is crazy. But that's politics.
You niggas did.
We here. What's up? Go ahead, Jacob.
So I've been on this little journey, right? And I realized the simple things first. The light, the photons hit the object.
You're wrong, bro.
Bro, I already beat you, bro. I already beat you.
Lost.
I already beat you. We already talked about it. We all talked about it.
Yeah, we certainly did.
And how you went and got lovely Jesse to lie for you.
I appreciate you saying that. No. All she was doing she was reading.
Wait, no. It was so devilish. Now, let me throw this at you, Mike, because this shit fucking in my head, right?
All right.
Now, you know how when light bounces off or whatever it is, hit your eyes, you see the shit cool. What if I propose to you that your thoughts is structured light by matter, and any thought you have that doesn't involve light involves old light. So your thoughts is basically light. You know your brain emits light, right?
No.
Yeah, your brain emits light. So basically what I'm telling you, bro, your thoughts is light.
Oh my God.
So look, the photons carry the information based upon the environment the shit is at. Cool, hit your fucking face.
Okay, man, when you say light, are you talking about things that like brighten up a dark space?
I'm talking more, look more closer to that. Look at the photons.
Are you talking about things that brighten up a dark space?
Yeah, like light.
Okay, perfect. So, like, now we know you're not talking about a different type of breathing or a different type of light. You're talking about, like, the idea is, right now as I'm talking, if somebody were to look inside my head, because thoughts are occurring, it's bright inside my skull.
Right, so basically, the light gives you a representation of the things around you, and that representation is what you call your thoughts. Because your thoughts is nothing but an expression of reality.
So
like I told you before.
when we see so when like a part of your brain lights up, like when you're getting like a MRI or a CT scan.
Yeah, some funny shit like that.
Do you think it's actual light?
No, that is light. Photons emitted from your fucking shit, that's light, right?
So you think it's actual light? You think it's actually like, you think inside of my skull right now is not dark?
No, you got matter, like the brain, the mushy shit, and you have dark matter, something you can't see but you know is there, is unexplainable.
No, I don't agree with that.
You believe in the soul?
Nope.
No? Cool. Right? Now, you understand that there is dark matter though, right? Just like we have matter.
Dark matter, yes, I've heard that term before, and I've heard it used as a way of unexplained matter, yes.
So like, say like me and you, we look into space and we see the regular matter, like the shit we could touch with our hands.
Yeah.
That. Now, based upon Newton and all them stupid motherfuckers, they was able to distinguish gravitational pulls and shit like that. You drop a ball, it goes to another ball. But when they noticed this with the dark matter and the matter, they like, yo, this shit is behaving like matter, but we don't see it. So let's call it dark matter. Now, I'm telling you, like, that same principle with your brain is how the shit function with the light, with the dark matter. So if the photons allow you to see the physical things around you, your thoughts is nothing but a mental representation of that what is in reality based upon that light.
Yeah, you kind of lost me.
See, I'm going to show you again. Look, your thoughts is a mental representation of reality. Cool. But the light enables that to happen. Without the light, you necessarily wouldn't have thoughts. And the thoughts you have based without new light is based on old light.
That's not true.
I'm telling you it's true.
No, it's not.
No, it's true. Just like bananas breathe.
No, look, yeah, you're wrong about that.
No. Bananas do breathe.
They don't breathe, bro.
They respire.
No, that's not the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing, but look, you have a respiratory system.
When you, look, are you aware of the lizards with no eyeballs that, like, live underground where there's no light?
I can look at them. I can look it up.
Are you aware of it?
I'm not aware of these lizards.
So because there's no light, right, they didn't develop eyeballs.
No. See, now you sound like this nigga Voltaire, where he says the glasses The eyes was made for the glasses. No, the eyes
I'm
are
not
not
saying, look, all I'm saying is this, is that there are places in the world where creatures exist where there's absolutely no light.
See, you're talking about life. I'm talking about thought.
I know, but you said a thought is a representation of your reality, right?
No, a mental representation of existence, reality, whatever.
Okay, it's a mental representation of your reality, right?
No, reality itself.
Well, I don't think that there's like the reality itself. I think there's your
Like,
reality.
you can't have a thought that of something that doesn't necessarily exist, really.
Okay, but you said if we didn't have light, then we wouldn't have thoughts. That's what you said.
No, I'm saying that if we don't have light now, any thought is based on old light.
Okay.
Light to experience before.
So I'm in a dark room where there's zero light. And then I'm thinking about the room.
Yeah, like your memories, your feelings.
No. I'm not thinking of a memory. I'm thinking about my current state.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's based on old light.
What do you mean? Like
light that you experienced before that?
No, dog. Look, if light is the thought, right? That means...
light is not the thought. Let's pay attention to what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Light, right? But your thought is light structured by the matter.
Okay, so light is what the thought represents.
Light is not made of matter. You know that, right?
Well, light is they're particles, right?
It's not made of matter, though.
What do you mean it's not made of matter? It's
not made of matter, nigga.
Is it physical?
Nigga, it's not made of matter.
Is it physical?
Nigga, light is not made of matter.
Is it physical?
What do you mean by physical?
Is it measurable?
No, don't ask me that, because that you're trying to predict the unpredictable.
No. Does light bounce off of things?
Yes.
Okay. How does something not physical?
Reflect.
No, bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah. It bounces off of things, right?
Yeah, I'll go with that. But niggas get mad at us for saying that.
Why?
Because we're not supposed to use that word bounce.
Why?
It's inappropriate to use that word bounce for fucking light.
Is it really? Okay, well,
I'd say reflect or some shit, some dirty shit.
Well, no,
I don't go by that rule.
Light does bounce off of things, as far as I understand. I could be wrong.
Like basketball?
Yes. What are you talking about?
Look what I'm saying, though. Light, right? The thought is nothing but the mental representation of what exists. Your thoughts are nothing more than your light being structured by matter, right?
Wait, hold on. That's the part you're losing me there.
So look, let's look at it like this. Right? Okay. The photons enter the fucking retina, and then the thing gets converted to electrical signals. And then electrical signals create these mental representations. Now, it's the conversion from the photons to electrical pulses that allow you to have these thoughts. And what I'm telling you is that light has no matter. And that light gives you a representation of what is there. Basically, when you see something, you see a chair.
So look, light allows you to see, right? Okay. I'm saying
just like your ears. You know how your ears hear wavelengths and shit like that? It's basically hearing something.
Well, let me ask you that, actually. If a tree falls in the forest and no one was there, does it make a sound?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Because sound is the movement, like the vibration.
If you're in a dark room where there's no light, right, can you have thoughts of the dark room?
Yes, because light and sound can move at the same speed, but they understood differently.
Okay, well then there you go. That means that lights are.
But they moving at the same speed.
But that means lights aren't required. That means a light isn't required to have a thought.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Because your thoughts is interpreting that based upon that light.
I gotta take this call. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yo, you talking? You killed the room?
Who's that? Yo, Concrete. No, let me show you what niggas is going on killing themselves.
Check your chat, Concrete. Check your back chat, Concrete.
Yo, Concrete. So I had an argument with this nigga Knowledge and Mike. And Knowledge agreed with me because he didn't want to take the wrong stance. I said, yo, is a seed alive or is it dead? I said it's alive. Knowledge said it's alive. Mike said, no, it's dead. It's non-living. I said, Mike, ChatGPT it. It's alive. He's like, oh, shit. So now I said, yo, Mike, you know the bananas on your counter? You know the motherfuckers breathe. He's like, bullshit. I said, bro, look it up. He's like, first of all, they respire. I said, yo, bro, based upon your respiratory system, that's the same as fishes being thirsty and having the same mechanism that allow them to drink. So he was like, oh, fuck, you won. He even tried to get his wife to read the fucking lie, and then it didn't work. Just like Horror tried to hit us with the bullshit with all the semantics. So I said, all right, cool. So now I just told this nigga, Mike, I said, yo, you know, your thoughts are basically light structured by matter. He's like, get the fuck out of here. And I'm telling him, his thoughts is based on light. If he didn't have no light, his thoughts would be based on old light. And he's like, get the fuck out of here. And I'm trying to tell him, even your brain emits light. You understand when I say what I mean by light, right? Or even a thought being a mental representation of the things around you.
Jacobus, we already know about bioluminescence. We know it has to like generate from somewhere.
Yeah, so like what I'm telling him is that your thoughts in itself is based on light. It's based on those photons. You disagree with that?
I'm only half paying attention, brother. Sorry.
What I'm saying, bro, just to be bold, your thoughts is based on light.
I like GHT.
Yeah. Your mental representation of the world, which is your thoughts, is based on structured light by matter. And you know light is not made of matter, correct?
Made out of platinum.
Yeah, it's not made of matter.
Oh, you're saying
You're in the matrix.
Talk about yeah, I'm in a bad part of town.
I need to be in trouble now that Jacobus can find the secret to life. Because now I'm able to explain the unexplainable and predict the unpredictable. You see, this is what he don't understand. Blind people still perceive color. That's number one. Their brains emit light. That's number two. So they are still able to have thoughts, mental representations of the world based upon the limited light that they have. So what is Jacobus saying? So your example about blind people is irrelevant because it's based on your ignorance. So as I said before, my point still stands. Thoughts is nothing but a mental representation of the world, and it's based on structured light by matter. It's that simple. Jacobus has found the secret to life, and now I offer it to you, you laymen's. Yeah, Mike, I got you, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, nigga, yo. I'm undefeated with these philosophical, mathematical bullshit.
You trying to add the O to it to make it sound...
What you mean? As you know that's what caught you, nigga. Caught you.
Oh, man, I swear if I went to high school with you, bro, it would be so fucking funny.
Yo, bro, look at what I'm telling you, though. You gotta follow this, Mike. Right? You understand, the little fucking photons hit the object. You got a mental representation. Cool. But months ago, I was telling you that a thought is nothing but a mental representation of reality. Now, I'm linking it with the light. And what I'm telling you is that those thoughts in itself is light structured by matter, giving you a mental representation of the world. So yes, yeah. So the person down there just said, yo, what about a blind person? I'm like, a blind person still perceives color. That's number one. And number two.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
What's the color?
Whatever color they fucking notice, they fucking see it.
No,
Now,
if their light can't look, the tool, look, that's why I brought up the lizards. They don't have a tool that allows light to light. They could feel light. You should feel
they're
light.
generating their own light.
No, they're not, bro.
I just told you that the brain emits light.
Well, look, and that's why I said, like, if the brain emits light, then that means outside light is not relevant.
No. So let's look at it like this. Look at the source of light will always be relevant to a species whose thought is based on light.
All right.
The source of light will always be relevant to a species whose thought is based on light.
Okay.
It's obvious that the individual man cannot generate enough light to start a light bulb, nor can he power a car. So what that tells you is that he doesn't have enough to exert.
Look, dude, lizards that live deep down in the earth don't have eyeballs. They don't see they don't like experience that sense of light thing.
Because their eyes don't work.
Do they have thoughts?
Yeah, they got thoughts, bro. It's minimal thoughts.
It don't matter. It's still fucking. They're using something without light.
Here, look at it like this. A conatus is like probably a term that means the self-determination of a thing to exist, right?
Now, probably. Are you reading that right now?
No, it's just something I remember from Spinoza, right? So if the conatus is something, the striving thing for a being to exist, that means just like you have it, a rock may have it at a lesser capacity.
Yeah, and how do you determine that?
Entropy.
The fuck does that mean?
Entropy is the standard idea that chaos and self-destruction is constantly happening, or it's on that direction. Now
deterioration. Like a deterioration.
But what does that?
Yeah.
What does that? Look. What does that have to do with rocks having a lesser form to thrive?
Here, let me tell you.
Oh, because they're breakdown, like them being broken down, or like
but no, they're thriving. But look. The thing is that like everything deteriorates, regardless.
At a slower pace, though.
Yeah. Well, okay. So that has a lot to do with how it interacts with the environment,
The world around it.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with that doesn't tell you if the thing is thriving or not.
No. It's thriving because
you what you did was you spoke about something that refers intentionality.
Yes. So now look, Samoa, let's start from the beginning so you can catch this nigga Mike cheating. So I told Mike, light, right? It basically enables you to see the things around you. Now, if we look at it at a minute level, the photons, he said, is bouncing, reflecting. I agree with him, right? And it's hitting into your retina, and you get a mental representation of this. I'm proposing to him two things: that your thoughts is nothing more than structured light, right? And that your brain generates light, right? And that your thoughts is nothing but a mental representation of the world around you. So if every thought is correlated to its ideate object. If you think of a chair, there's
he left. Samoa left.
He's right there.
No, he left.
Sorry, brother.
He's right there.
All right, here.
He's right there. So
I just fuck around.
So basically,
wait.
Samoa shut the lights off.
So Mike is like, well, blind people can't think. I'm like, yo, bro, a blind person's thoughts is based on old light.
Are you staring at your phone right now?
Huh?
Are you staring at your phone right now?
No, I'm talking to you and I'm smoking.
But what are you looking at right now as you talk?
The fire on my weed.
So you're staring at nothing.
No, I was looking at the fire on my weed. I was laying it. You hear it?
Oh, it's on the fire to light it.
Yeah.
Huh.
I ain't use bounce. This nigga might use bounce. So Oleg, I need you to catch this nigga. Pay attention to what I'm saying, Oleg. Because I'm combining Spinoza. I'm combining, I don't want to say this, but I'm not going to say it because it's going to cause problems. So look, light enables you to see the world around you, right? Now, at another level, matter is basically invisible without that light. Now, when those photons hit the...
Wait, what did you just say?
Matter is basically invisible without that light.
What about meat signatures, Jacobus?
Isn't that a different sense? That's based on what? That wouldn't that be feeling rather than
But you could see matter, right? With the heat signatures.
Yeah, that's matter. Though. I mean, what do you think?
You said you can't see matter without light, and I'm saying you can if there's a heat signature attached.
Yeah, I'm talking about with your naked eye.
Well, which spectrums of light? There's multiple spectrums that you cannot see with the naked eye.
Your eyeball. Your eyeball.
Well, I mean, more specific, you can't just say light.
Yeah, but we already knew we was talking about light. So look, let me start over. So all you niggas come, right? I told this nigga.
But you got to understand it is if you ain't got the lights to see, you can't see.
There you go, still go again. Trying to be smart. Go ahead, Jacob. Start at the beginning for.
Let's start in the beginning, because this nigga Mike started some bullshit. I told Mike, Mike, is a seed alive or is a seed dead? Mike say the seed is dead. I tell Mike, ChatGPT it. Mike surprised, the seed is alive. I say, Mike, the bananas on your counter are breathing. Bullshit. I said, yes, they do. ChatGPT it. He says, look, they don't say that. They say they respire. I said, what about your respiratory system? It's no different than a fish getting thirsty and having the same mechanism to drink and be thirsty. They just do it differently than humans. So we get into real bullshit. And I start telling him, like, yo, Mike, well, light hits objects like matter, and then it allows us to see it by entering our retina with the photons and all the bullshit. And then I basically tell him, I make two propositions. I say your thought is nothing but light structured by matter, and your thoughts are a mental representation of the world around you. He's like, I don't accept that. I like, Mike, your mind generates light, and any thought you have is either based on new light or old light. He's like, what about blind people? I'm like, these people still perceive color, but they don't do it in the manner as us. That's number one. And number two, their brains generate light. Now, it doesn't do it as much as the source of light, and that's where he got stuck.
Okay, so look.
I beat you.
No. They do not breathe.
Mike, did you get stuck?
And then I told him light is not made of matter. And he's like, yeah, well, light is made of matter. I'm like, light is not made of matter. Your thoughts is not made of matter. What the fuck? And he can't get past that. See, what he doesn't understand is that I'm explaining the unexplainable and predicting the unpredictable.
No, but I think you're equivocating. He's not saying that it's actual matter. He's saying that it just doesn't matter. Hey, was that pretty good or no?
I like that. I like that.
I thought it was pretty good.
But see, that's what they would say. Dark matter doesn't matter because you can't see it. But that's why we call it dark. Because it's in the dark. You like that?
The problem's gonna be why I'm bringing the pissing up the tree. That was really good too, Jacob. That was really good.
I know.
Pissing up the tree. That'd be cool.
Why do we engage in this level of sophistry? And I never understand.
Haga, your thoughts are structured light, and your thoughts is nothing but a mental representation of the world around you. Your thoughts are correlated with an ideate object. You think of a unicorn because there once was or is a unicorn. You cannot think of a square circle because a square circle does not exist. So light is like truth. You hear me? Or you see me?
Yeah, none of this is at least a little bit retarded at all.
I think he feel you, bro. I think he feels you.
Look. He doesn't realize that perception or observation affects the outcome.
Realize.
So that means he can't look. He's not
Lies
prepared
in the library.
He's not prepared to think without observation. Even though I just told you thoughts is based on structured light by matter. So that basically tells you that there's a different type of discipline. A different system such as intuition would allow you to understand something without actually experiencing it. For we all understand that experience is the teachers of fools. Do we disagree? You see, what y'all niggas don't understand
is fear, bro. They're not ready for that sixth fear, bro.
This is what they don't understand. Like back in the day with those ancient mathematicians, they used to have philosophy and mathematics in one branch. But slowly that shit started drifting apart. Now you have theoreticians, niggas that got the little theories, and you got the niggas that want to solve problems. I'm of the older branch. When you put them both together and I expose these niggas for trying to predict the unpredictable and explain the unexplainable based on their own key senses. They cannot tell you about their senses because they don't understand themselves.
See, this is the difference between the derivatives and Melchizedek.
Inward.
See, look, he's talking about an ancient authority called Melchizedek, while everybody else is still like within the Uranic.
Yeah, like Aristotle in his interdisciplinary studies. See, I'm a jack of all trades, my nigga.
I think it's called Aeropostal. Their genes really.
No. So, Samoa, there's two type of niggas in this room. Some niggas that say, my lord and me lord. The peasant says, me lord. The noble nigga says, my lord.
Damn.
I gotta admit, it is pretty hard to argue with this, mainly because it's retarded. I again repeat my earlier statement. I do
The
not
weak minds dismiss what they don't understand, my brother.
I do not
The weak
want to
mind.
engage in this level of sophistry. I will never understand that.
The weak minds will always get buried to get away from the pressure of something that they don't understand.
Samoa, yet I call a charlatan.
This is
They
esoteric.
try to explain the unexplainable and predict the unpredictable. Those are the charlatans.
Right.
I don't think it's
You know,
above
like
him,
esoteric, but-
Stilgar. I don't think it's above him. So,
Look at who God's reaching for.
look
Look at that.
Look at
Look at that.
the cat
Look at that.
eating the milk out the bowl.
Look at that. Damn, you mean, hold on. Cats eat milk?
And not know.
Hey, Jacobus, have you ever met a cat that eats milk?
No.
No, never have I.
No.
You obviously didn't get the
I wonder what
Kevin Hart reference. When Kevin Hart was actually good. You're not referencing anything, bro. You're just practicing sophistry. This is like your biggest skill. It's honestly admirable because you're really fucking good at it. You're really good at it.
No, so watch this. So, Samoa, you remember my first proposition when I said, is a seed alive or dead?
I do remember that.
You remember Schrodinger's cat, right?
Say that one more time, just for the
Schrodinger's cat. You remember that little thing, exercise he did, Schrodinger?
Oh, yep.
Now, you also...
Why did you say it wrong the first few times?
No,
Right, the last time.
Samoa,
What happened there?
Samoa, yeah, whatever. Samoa, he also did a study on life and death and realized there was no distinction between the living and the non-living, correct?
Bro, absolutely. That's what you brought up yesterday.
Right, so when I'm bringing down this information and then saying
He's Jacobus is on how he stops mopping. He sneaks down to the morgue.
Still making jokes. This is why fat people are not funny. The last funny fat nigga we had died.
I don't know how I ended up being a
What was that
fat
nigga
guy.
name?
I don't know.
Fat man in a little coat. That's you, nigga. You a fat man in a little coat.
Thanks, Jacobus. Wait, fat people are objectively funnier.
To who? To other fat niggas?
To skinny
Look at
people.
this fat
To
nigga.
Bro, that doesn't even make any sense.
Reformed
Fat
fatties are the
niggas are
funniest.
fucked.
How can you be objectively better when, like, it's mind dependent? Like, obviously, objective means no, like, mind dependency. So, like, why would you use it in that way?
What are the sophists combined, bro? This is great.
It's like Voltron over here.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Wonder Twin
They
powers
fear-
activate.
They fear what they don't know, brother. They fear.
We're scared. We're super scared.
Gravitation.
Must be a prospect of the high requirements.
And that the world is made of 85% dark matter and 15% of it is visible. So when we're talking about light, you don't think this is relevant and they think it's based on sophistry rather than basic observations? This is what I'm trying to tell you, brother. Jacobus understood the Bible when it said that bodily exercises was for nothing. So someone like me will always seek to exercise something more, less tangible. Yes. Less tangible. Yes.
Something you gotta take your head out the clouds for, man. This is some pretty profound stuff, bro. He had sight stuck.
I feel
Damn.
Sight bring his wife to lie with ChatGPT. Nigga.
Whoa. She didn't lie, though. The reason why she did is because she wasn't invested to know the truth. And in order for you to laugh, you would first know that it's the truth. All she did was like every wonderful woman would do. And that who was asked of her, just to read it without there being any type of judgment. And unfortunately, psych, I guess you could say he lied then. Oh shit, that backfired on me.
Yo, you know what stumped Mike the second time when I told him that? He said if you put someone in a room with no light, they still would have thoughts. And I said, yeah, but that's based on old light. He's like, get the fuck out of here.
It's like, do you think
that's an equivocation
life is physical? Do you think life is physical, Jacobus?
You said life or light?
Lights.
Yeah, that nigga said he like.
Yeah, light is not made of matter, but it's physical in the sense that you could perceive it physically. You follow me?
My signal fucked up. You said no?
I said light is not made of matter, but it's physical in the sense that you could perceive it with your eyes.
So I think the problem is that you can observe light. You cannot observe thoughts, right?
Wait, you said that you can observe light, but you cannot observe thoughts?
For instance, in an ontological sense, we are aware of how light manifests in space and time in the form of photons, right?
Yeah.
But thoughts fall into the hard problem of consciousness. You know what I'm saying?
I think he's saying that we can observe. I think he's saying that we can observe the unmaterial. The things that are unmaterial are not observable. So due to the fact that we're not being able to observe it, we're just kind of faced with this like unfortunate reality of just shooting shit or spitballing. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying light, he's correct that light is not matter, but it is still physical and observable. All things that are physical are not necessarily matter, right? Now, thoughts are neither physical nor material. And in that way, they are, like, it doesn't make any sense to say, like, thoughts are light, right?
So
We're not saying
somebody
that
says,
it's a light. I'm not, listen again, I'm saying that thoughts is nothing more than light structured by matter into revealing what the world around you. So
no, that makes sense, but I think that what he was thinking was like, remember, in this situation, it's like we move the visual sensory, but you have other types of senses that allow your thoughts to like expand and like to like manifest itself. So in this sense, it'd be a different type of light, something that you can't like see, but something that you're able to obtain through like your hearing or your feeling or your taste or whatever there is in the sensory.
Unless it's an internal light. Like remember, because the brain generates light. This is a phenomenon that I was throwing at him. If your brain can generate light, that means you can generate your own thoughts in that realm. Now, some people say like if you remove the light, their thoughts could be based on old light. Now, if the person was blind, that's a different story. Now they basing it on internal light.
Yeah, go ahead, Steelman, that's wrong.
Well, it's very simple. Your brain generates light.
I say that again, Ty?
So go ahead and steal me what he just said.
Yeah, like what he's talking about is like your experience is the absorption of all types of the light. So when we speak about like the visual like experience of like the material thing, we could also like create thoughts through other types of energy or light transformation through the absorption through your skin, like how bananas absorb like oxygen and they release carbon dioxide in the medical physical sense, or the contextualized versions of like moving through
Medical system.
I said meta.
Dog.
Hold on, I said meta. What the hell?
Too many proteins.
Meta.
Didn't sound like that, but it's okay.
So you was in a straw man, bro. I was on a roll, bro.
I just said, hey, you. So
Yeah,
let me
bro.
ask you this. Okay, so
Hey,
look.
Jacob, did you see what he just did?
He said, hey,
You just cut me.
Yo, more. I'm liable.
I'm
liable to make this claim, but I'm not going to make it because I don't want to argue it, that any thought that is not based on light will be likened to an animalistic desire. But I don't want to argue that yet.
Wait, but all thoughts are based off of light, right?
Correct. Any
would we accept that premise, though? Why would we accept that premise?
Wait, hold on. What do you mean by light, Mike?
Things that can fucking brighten up a room.
What?
Oh, okay. All right, so
That's what I asked. That's what I asked before because you guys did that bullshit breathing thing yesterday. It's like, the time of breathing.
Well, we wanted to make sure that we specify we misrepresented your position because Alessandro, CA right here, he was talking about being able to observe it not being physical, but because of the fact that you're able to observe it in a physical sense, that you could say that light, like the protons and things that are bouncing off and illuminating a room, would be different than if you were like removing the visual like ability to analyze like this type of light. So then we'll have to like move to other types of light, which would be like information. Like when the brain starts to like factor in like feeling and taste and hearing, or just like the rumbles of a mother while in the like stages of like the second trimester.
Like think about it. More. Isn't it like a bat doing the same thing as sight with sonar? Like when a bat goes dolphin.
And dolphins. And dolphins. Yeah.
Yeah, they doing the same thing. The same, like, if it moves at the same speed as light, whatever it is, it could do the same thing at that level. It could tell you what it's there.
Speed of light. Nothing moves at the speed of light other than light.
No, if I'm talking about the wavelength. If the wavelength and the light,
but there's things that are faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, if they moving at the same speed.
There's not. What are we talking about?
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're talking about quantum entanglement.
I think radio waves in space travel faster than
that way, huh?
He wasn't prepared.
Moves faster than the speed of light.
We're not talking about faster than the speed of light. We're talking about a wavelength.
Mike just said faster
at the same speed.
I did. Yeah, I said that. Yeah. I said that. Quantum entanglement. Yeah, I said that. No latency. Absolutely not. Simultaneous.
Yeah, that's theoretical physics that you're getting into there, though. We've never observed.
Hey, man, ain't nobody asked you to fact check me.
We've never observed anything moving faster than the speed of light.
All right, so now what he's doing is he's misrepresenting my position. Obviously, I'm in the theoretical concept.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I just looked this up.
Only in the theoretical. You're just making
no, radio waves do not move faster than the speed of light. They move exactly the speed of light in a vacuum. That's what it says.
Yeah, because radio waves are electromagnetic radiation, as is light. They're just different forms.
Exactly. That's my whole argument.
Exactly. Can you try quantum entanglement? Or entanglement? Try that. China just did it. And then you get people talking about, don't need a theoretical. Yeah.
Yo, Mike, I'm gonna fuck your head up, Mike. I wasn't gonna tell you the truth. You know this is Epstein's argument?
What the fuck?
I'm dead ass, my nigga. I swear to my dead pops.
So why are you like cursing the room with that weird guy shit?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I don't want to tell you my true opinion anymore. This shit crazy. I'm looking at this shit on a whole nother level, bro.
I can tell.
Because Epstein defeated you.
Bro, he's telling you right now. Here, don't. I won't let you like compromise like your position.
No, it says no. Quantum entanglement does not move faster than light because nothing is transmitted. It produces correlations, not signals. That's what it says.
See that? Look at that.
The part where you were wrong, you mean? That part?
Oh my gosh, these guys are just not ready, bro. All right, so let me just find out what he was saying about Jeffrey Epstein.
Here comes
this is great
mind. No, hang on. Let's land on the how quantum entanglement is faster than light when Mike just clarified that you're wrong.
Yo, Samoa, I'm gonna go after him.
What a dummy. You don't think that I let this truck... What did you think I meant when I said faster than the speed of light?
You set this up. This was just everybody taking
let's investigate it. You wanted to talk, right?
Yeah. You would have more gold medals than Michael Phelps.
All right.
Post moving is an Olympic.
How many? How many did you got?
I don't know, like 9.
All right. So let's get back to like what he was saying about Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think it's possible?
Let's change the topic real quick.
Hey, it's like,
So you don't have to own your own correctness.
Hold on. It's like, do you think it's possible that Jeffrey Epstein is just a mastermind? And the fact that he has the complexities of the matters that are actually important to like
Let's get on stealing Jeffrey Epstein. That feels safer.
Just hold on. The universe, right? Would you think that it would be in the best interest of all living things to eradicate by like poisoning the well about this person and then ultimately like murdering him or killing him like they did that guy Nikolai, what was his name again? Tesla? Nikolai Tesla?
I don't understand your question.
Wait, you think that
before we even do it, let's do this up here.
He doesn't understand his question.
Now, some more. I was trying to tell you earlier. It's two facts we wanted to leaders to throw at these niggas. Information cannot necessarily be destroyed. Some say unless you do it in a black hole, but even that is questionable. Second, light carries information. We're not saying that it decodes it, but it carries it based on the environment that it moves through. This is why we're able to see if something is moving based upon the colors and the speed of light and all this extra bullshit. So basically what we're saying is that this information that goes into your brain from this light and these photons is those thoughts. He doesn't grasp that. To him, it seems like spiritual mumbo jumbo, but we have not stated nothing other than the facts. Photons carry information. It illuminates the room around you. It tells you what is there. That information is then revealed through your eyes, your retina, and your brain converts it into electrical pulses, in which you're able to basically have mental representation of the world around you based on structured light wave from matter. Yeah. So yes. And you even generate light in your brain. So that means it's telling you that you can generate your own thoughts to a certain capacity. You cannot do it if it like at the capacity if it is connected.
So okay, look. Let me ask you this: when you say light carries information, right? What define information in that context?
Basically, let's slow light down because we know it's so fast. When light enters into a theme park, it tells you the things that is there. It reveals the ride, the roller coaster, the water, the floor, the children, and all the bright colors.
We're all using light to communicate as we speak right now, by the way.
Oh my fucking God. Listen to what I'm telling you.
It's a much easier example than theme parks.
When these photons...
Fiber optic cables use light to transmit data, and a huge proportion of the internet backbone relies on what? Fiber optic cables. That's how we get data across the ocean, for example. The end.
Hey, Syed, should I put my money on Ronda or Gina?
I would say Ronda Rousey is probably going to win.
Yeah.
I don't want her to win though.
So Mike, you lost. Now give up. No, look. Tim already owes me $1 billion, and Brad is backing up Tim, so I'll put money on Ronda.
I'll put my money on Gina.
Mike, give me my ass push-ups right now.
You're trying to throw my name into $1 billion?
Here we go. Look. You didn't say earlier. You didn't say earlier. I owe him $2 billion. You ain't say that.
I'm not part of this bet. I'm just saying that your construct.
You're part of it.
Oh, okay.
You can't
because I say Miami is different from Miami-Dade County, and somehow or another, your small brain.
Everybody on stage earlier said you guys were wrong.
Oh my God, no one said that.
Yes. Hope was on stage, and Hope broke it down.
You're lying.
He said, where do my moms be? Hope said, whoever made that stupid ass argument that Miami Gardens is not Miami, is a dumb.
It's a separate state.
That's what she said. They are blood clot food.
Exactly.
Oh God,
bro.
I can't wait till Miami is actually in the ocean, drowned.
Hope broke it down. She said, y'all niggas dumb as shit. And I was like, that's a fact.
Oh my God,
that's a fact. Look. Tim already owes me $2 billion. I'm making a whole new bet. It's gonna be for the Ronda Rousey bet. I'll put another $1 billion for whoever wants it. Well, let me think about it. All right, so let me think about it.
billion. First off, $1 billion American dollars or $1 billion Mexican dollars?
Tim already owed me.
That's what perverts now.
Tim already
Because $1 billion pesos, $1 billion pesos is like $40.
Tim already owed me $2 billion. If I bet $1 billion, that means I still only owe $1 billion. Sorry, that means I'm still up $1 billion.
Wait, is this like you trying to like figure out what double or nothing means?
I don't answer questions. But yeah, once again, so Hope broke it down. Hope said that Miami Gardens is in Miami. Y'all need to pay up.
So you found one white girl that was like,
Yeah, y'all owe me $2 billion. Look, y'all can pay weekly, monthly, yearly. It don't matter. All that.
Okay.
Y'all owe me.
Okay, so you found one white girl that was like, oh yes, little brown man, I know you jumped the fence and you came over here. I side with you, and all of a sudden I'm supposed to believe her?
Bro, she was raised in Miami Gardens. Everybody in this room raised in Miami Gardens. You know what she said? She was raised in Miami. Bro, just look. I said you don't have to pay everything at once. You can do weekly, you can do monthly, you can do yearly. It's up to you. But you gotta pay up.
All right, so first off, if Miami Gardens has a mayor, it has its own laws, its own legislator, it recognizes itself as its own city, separate from Miami, however, still exists in Miami-Dade County as part of the county structures, then guess what? I don't know who you owe $1 billion to in pesos, francs, or fucking coconuts. I don't fucking know. But you are still wrong. No matter how you spin the words, no matter how many white women that you get that saying, I'm a Miami girl because they actually grew up in some suburb town outside Miami, it does not equate to you being from Miami. You are not a true Miami person.
Wait, are you the same one that said that Miami Beach is not in Miami? You're the same one, right?
Does Miami Beach have its own mayor?
Yes.
It has its own mayor, its own townships, its own police, and it is not part of Miami.
So Miami Beach is not in Miami. Miami Gardens is not in Miami. North Miami Beach is not in Miami. Nothing is in Miami besides Miami City.
I'm next.
I want you to hear how retarded.
I don't know what you're putting in your Miami, but I don't put nothing in mine.
Bro, just pay the $2 billion. Just pay the $2 billion.
A couple of things here. First, I never bet you $2 billion.
Yeah,
Second,
you're trying to cover.
So wait, because
$2 billion.
Because I agree with him somehow or another. I owe you $2 billion.
You're trying to cover his debt.
I'm trying.
Tim
When did I?
owes me $2 billion.
Okay.
Is he right or is he wrong?
Tim doesn't owe you $2 billion.
Oh, he owes him $2 billion. Or at least one.
Yeah, at least one. The double
over the Super Bowl.
Yeah, at least one, but the double or nothing was stupid on his end. But whatever. We can say it's one, we can say it's two, but you're trying to defend him. So help him pay the one of the $2 billion.
You know, Knowledge, I really can't wait for the day you stop taking Cabo Wabo shots with your fucking morning coffee, all right? Your Bustelo coffee isn't fucking doing you well, man. Like, come back to Earth, learn geography. I have an atlas here. Do you want me to, like, give it to you, let you borrow it for a while?
Yeah, show me where Miami-Dade is, please.
Miami-Dade is a county.
And what's within that county?
Multiple cities.
Oh, like Miami Gardens?
Miami Gardens is its own separate city, yes.
So Miami Gardens?
But the argument you made with your own words, was that Miami Gardens is Miami. The county is Miami. The structure that we have. You are wrong. You just can't accept it. You got caught.
That's where you got him right there. Did you hear the terminology you used, right? You said Miami is the county. And that's his argument, and that's what's the trap. Because Miami is the county, and that's what he's saying, that all these cities are encompassed in this Miami County.
Yes.
No. His argument was at first, like, stop. His argument was that all these entities were part of Miami. And I said, no. In fact, my argument was, no, there is no Miami County. It's Miami-Dade County. So, okay, great. So why aren't they part of Dade?
They are. I said.
Oh, okay. So again, no. Your semantics.
You can say Miami.
You know what? The next time you talk about Samoa Shuffle, I'm going to bring up the fact of this.
I've never changed my position. If you're from Miami, if you're from Dade, if you're from Miami-Dade, those are all synonymous terms. I've never changed my position.
That was not it. Your argument was that these cities, these towns, and Miami-Dade County were all part of Miami.
Miami-Dade.
And that is incorrect because we looked up all these cities. We figured out when they were incorporated. We found out when the actual fucking county of Miami-Dade County was started. And you lost.
Miami-Dade County, yes. They're all Miami-Dade County.
I got it, but you're not from Miami, dude. You live in a different town.
In Miami-Dade County.
No,
No,
because you're trying to play that shuffle on the word.
Is Miami?
But nonetheless,
Is Miami Beach?
I don't owe you $1 billion of anything.
Is Miami Beach?
Not $1 billion of peanuts.
Is
Not
Miami
$1 billion drinks. Not $1 billion dollars.
Beach in Miami, Brad?
No.
Okay, pay up. You owe me $1 billion.
No, it's not in Miami. Miami-Dade County it is in, but it is not in Miami.
Hey,
Miami refers to the city.
What county? You broke up. What county?
Right, I did. Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade County. Miami Beach is in Miami-Dade County.
Okay, so
and is not in Miami like you irritated. Is
Miami
literally
is not in Miami is what you're saying.
Miami is in Miami. But you said, is Miami Beach in Miami?
Not in Miami. Yeah, Miami Beach is not in Miami, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, pay the $1 billion.
I don't have to pay you shit because guess what? Miami Beach is not in Miami City.
Look, you can pay.
I'm ice and have you deported. I'm gonna have you sent to like Ecuador.
Could be paid.
You're living in a t-shirt and pink underwear.
Once again, you are arguing Miami Beach is not in Miami. Miami Gardens is not in Miami. That North Miami is not in Miami.
Correct.
Okay. All these Miami locations that are in Miami-Dade that have the Miami zip code, that have the Miami.
But you noticed that you said that these entities are in Miami. They are in Miami. Miami refers to Miami City because there's only one entity that is Miami. You did. Your words said Miami. Are they in Miami? No. So
you're the only one.
To the city by topography, by every map. By Christopher fucking Columbus, Ponce de Leon, Amerigo Vespucci, all of them. You are fucked up. I'm not paying you $2 billion. I'm not paying half. I'm not paying anything. In fact, I think you owe me. I think you owe me. You owe me. So, again, I get it. You Mexicans can't figure out geography.
But yes.
The only thing you guys know is where to park a taco truck. Again, at an Alvaro.
You can pay in any form that you want, but $2 billion of debt.
It's not happening, dude. Hold your breath. See which one gets filled faster. Better yet, wait for $2 billion in one hand and shit in the other and tell me which one gets filled.
Find out Miami first.
Nope. Miami is wrong. You are wrong. You are incorrect. And you are trying to obfuscate words. If you wanted to say that Miami Gardens was in Miami-Dade County, you would be correct. However, since you said... You never said that. You said, is Miami Gardens in Miami, which means you were negating the county. You negated everything else. You went right to the city to try to do your little shuffle, and you lost. Again, everybody could see it. If you said Miami Gardens was in Miami, you were referring to the city limits of Miami. Miami Vice, fucking, what was that guy's name? Cubs and all that. Oh, come on, dude, drive. Fucking drive. We're on a back road.
I'm from Plantation. The other thing, people say I'm from Broward.
I don't care what people say. Your geography is wrong.
Miami. Those are the terminology that
you're not from Miami. You don't live there. In fact, you've never lived there based on your own fucking rhetoric.
305 to like that.
You never had 305. You were 954. That's your fucking area code. Your zip code isn't even Miami. So again, pay up. Pay Tim the $2 billion.
You want to bet?
And I want tacos free for all. Wait. I want tacos free for all of fucking Clubhouse.
Hold on. So if I post one of my phone numbers that have 305 in it,
I get your Google voice. I get your Google voice.
You will owe another $1 billion. If I post another of mine,
too bad, so sad.
It has my voicemail on it.
No, I don't care. I can have a Google voice number with anything. I can change my own phone number to match any area code.
You pay the other $1 billion.
No, I won't. No.
All right, pay up.
Yes, you will.
How do you get no to pay up? Like a little shit.
Yo, knowledge. You damn nigga.
Yo, the last that part, Vikings, when you just heard Tim say, yes, he'll pay it. Yes, he'll pay it.
Yo, knowledge. Collect your money.
Hey, Tim wants Viking to pay his debt, bro. That's good.
Yo, knowledge. Look, collect your money. But I need you to follow what I'm telling you, bro. You know how you hear the argument I'm making with these niggas about like carries information. It has energy, and it has momentum. These three little factors allow that shit under Einstein's fucking principles for the shit to have or create gravity, the momentum and the energy. But also, I want you to pay attention to that factor that it's carrying information. So what I'm claiming is that your thoughts is nothing more than light structured by matter. But what I'm also saying is that if that be the case, then your thoughts should be able not only to generate light, but it also to be able to create a gravitational pull if these three factors are true. If your thoughts have energy, if it has momentum, if it could generate light, then these three things, what I'm telling you is very simple. Your thoughts is nothing but structured light by matter, and your thoughts is giving you a representation of the world around you. And therefore, every thought is correlated with its ideate object. You follow me? So now, therefore, look at ChatGPT and tell me if it's possible for your thoughts to create a gravitational pull. Most likely, it's going to say that shit is so minuscule that it can't. That is minuscule, but it does. So basically, I did defeat this nigga. My thoughts are nothing more than structured light by matter. If your thoughts create a gravitational pull under the theory of Einstein.
I think you would need 1 million thoughts, though, to create enough light for the human eye to see.
And God knows that's not going to happen with you, Chip.
Yeah, 1 million brain. Yeah, of course. No problem.
Disrespectful asshole. But that's a good point. But it's possible.
Hey, I got a question for you, Jacoby. Check this out, bro. So you got 1 million miles that separate 2 points. What's faster, the speed of light from one point to another point, or something that's simultaneous to reflect both points? What's faster?
Something that's simultaneous.
Light is ultimately the speed of it for anything that has mass. So if it has mass, it cannot go, according to Einstein's theory, it can't go beyond the speed of light. even a photon or photon can't do it. So, I mean, if you're talking about relative theory, then you're going into a different realm.
Of course. We're comfortable in the ambiguity. We just set traps for people to fight against the idea that there could be billions of miles between 2 points, and quantum entanglement is an appreciation of simultaneous signals to be presented in both points. And I think simultaneous, regardless of if you're Einstein or whoever, I think simultaneous will always be faster than the speed of light. If you ask me,
especially when you begin to measure, since numbers are nothing more than exact abstract concepts, which is perfect. But when you apply them to real world things, they always are approximations. Just like pi, 3.14, whatever. Measurements create error.
I think technically knowledge is the fastest thing in the universe because he can be in Miami Gardens and the city of Miami at the same time.
You see, and now that's what you call that some more about the electrons that could be at two places at the same time, but when you observe it, it can't happen. That's the same exact concept we're speaking of now.
Yeah. And I just wanted to point out just an observation of mine. I'm noticing that Tim is very keen on applying the term city. Yeah, but he's keen to apply the term city behind Miami anymore because he understood that the ambiguity that existed in just saying Miami is ultimately the downfall. If city would have been said every single time, then knowledge wouldn't have had any wiggle room if that was a conversation that was actually had at the time. I'm kind of noticing that he's making sure to say the word city after every mention of the term Miami for now. Is that an admission of guilt or a mission of oops?
So basically, if everyone in the world thought a certain way, would that affect the gravitational pull of the world? Yes, it would.
Not if they just thought it. I don't think so.
No. I'm saying if your thoughts can generate a gravitational pull, if every single individual in the world thought a certain way, that gravitational pull will pull them more closer to the source of life.
That makes sense.
See, this is mathematical.
How are y'all still smoking crack? What's going on?
Bro, you lost. Yo, Samoa, you know what got this nigga mad? He thought he was going to try to trap me with having physical capabilities. But he wasn't that. He put his foot in his mouth, as they would say.
Yeah, well, look, what he did was he complimented you by saying, hey, you're right in this one, right? In this context, you're right. But let me go ahead and try to take you to the deep water so I can drown you with something that you don't know when he started to bring up these thoughts. Not understanding that what he was doing was shifting certain different meanings of life. When you say that an idea or that thought would create some sort of an image, in a brain scan of sorts, hey, there's energy firing up in the frontal lobe.
Yeah, electrical pulses.
That would be right.
Yo, Beamer, you there?
Beamer?
I'm there.
Yo, Beamer, let me ask you something right quick.
Okay, let me get the way.
If someone says something like, I'm black, what do you think that means? I need turtle.
It means that they're Black American. That's what I would just take it. They're just a Black American. Maybe there's a misunderstanding that you
I agree. So okay. So my kids try to tell me they black. That's what they try to tell me. It was yo, I'm black. I'm like, you know black, mommy, you know black. My son, you know black, papi, you know black. They're like, yeah, we is black. I'm like, no. Sorry, y'all not black. They're like, but we is black. I'm like, you not black? I said, look. Am I black? They said no. I'm like, okay, I'm not black. Are you black? They say yes. I said, okay. Is black a color? They say yes. Is black a shade? They say yes. I said, let's put our arms next to each other. Which one of us have the darkest skin color? It's me. I have the darkest skin color. So if I say, if y'all black, and black is the skin color, then I'm blacker than all y'all. And who's right, who's wrong?
Black just means your ancestors are from Africa.
Yeah, they're talking about, I think they're cultural black, like not like our percentages of melanin.
They talking about black as a nationality, and
that's not a thing.
Not a nationality.
If we went to another country, let's call it we went to Russia right now. Me and my kids, we went to Russia right now. All right, I'm darker skin tone than all the kids. Who would you say is the blackest?
Whoever's African.
Wait, Bima, your voice changed. That was weird. Yeah, so Bima, if me and the kids went to Russia right now, and I had the darkest skin complexion, who would you say is the blackest?
Bro, the idea that he's centering her for art, this is the biggest troll.
I don't think it's a troll. I think he's. Are you being serious?
This is a dead ass conversation I just had right now. Dead ass conversation just happened.
But what does she know? Bima? What do you know?
Samoa, are you black?
Bima.
No, he's not black, but I am. So that's why Knowledge is clearly asking me the question.
That's a fact.
Samoa has said he's black.
Thank you.
I don't know if he was trying to be black for this.
Shut the fuck up and let Bima answer.
So I feel like if you were in a different country, it would just be different. I think because we're in America, it just means something different. It's a cultural thing. So it's
you can't be cultural.
Okay, how about some of this? If the argument is something like if you get pulled over by the cops because of your skin complexion, okay? That's the argument. You get pulled over by the cops and you get treated in a specific way because of your skin complexion. And that's the argument. All right? I have a darker Miami. If I have a darker skin complexion, Miami. If I have a darker skin complexion, Miami. If I have a darker skin complexion than my kids, I get pulled over in vehicle 1. They get pulled over in vehicle 2. And the argument is darker skin complexion equals worse treatment from the officers. Which one of us are going to get worse treatment?
The black people.
Yes, I understand that, but when your kid said to you, that's not what we mean, they're telling you that it's not about the shade of the color of the skin. It's about something else. So what other thing do you think it could be if it's not a matter of actual shade of colors?
So that's even more hilarious. So their mom is not African American. Their mom is Haitian. Not African American in no type of way. So I would say, if your mother was African American, then I could grant the argument that when you say black, you mean some sort of African American ancestry. But no, that's not even the case. Mother is Haitian.
So it doesn't. I don't think it has to do with necessarily. It just has to be because they were born in America. And so, did they go to public schools?
Yes, public schools, yes.
Yeah, I think that's what it has to do with. It has to do with, because they obviously didn't learn this from you and your wife, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, it's a cultural thing. If you look a certain way, it's the appearing. This is why I had a lot of frustration when Nathan was like asking people, hold on.
While she's on mute, for real, like not even trolling, I would stop the dog shit too.
So do you remember when Nathan and Sally were asking everybody what it meant to be black and who's not black?
Yes.
That's why it was so frustrating, because it's not a matter even of how dark you are. It's a matter of the whole lived experience.
Which I agree.
So that's why I would say what your children would mean.
But my children don't have any of those. They're not going to experience any of that because they're lighter skinned than I am. They're honestly, I can say that I'm gonna tell you how light skinned they are. I think Lion might be darker than them. That's how light skinned they are.
No, because remember, we already.
I'm sorry, that was a joke. That was a joke for the record.
If you ever need to know what is, you know what I'm saying, what it's like to be black, you know, need to understand the story.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
You need to holler at my nigga. You need to holler at my nigga Gavin.
You need to shut the fuck up.
You need to.
Oh shit, Blake.
You need, you know.
Yeah, we talked about the Gavin Newsom thing all morning.
So what's your opinion? So wait, hold on, because I'm curious. What is both of your opinions on the take? Was it an intention? Like, no, I'm just curious. What are both of your?
Well, I seen another interview with him a while back. I don't know what podcast he was on, but he was saying, what's the name of it?
I forgot the name of the podcast, but he made the same statement a while back. It was a part of a different audience, but he made the same statement. So it's not like he wasn't pandering. I don't think it was pandering.
Well, I'll tell you what. Like I said, I seen him on a podcast a while back. I do not remember the name of it, but it was fucking hilarious. He was sitting down with a black. The host was black, and he was on there talking about like fucking. I had to eat Wonder Bread, and you know, I had hoop dreams, and you know, I played basketball, and my dad wasn't there. Like, and his whole voice and tonation was like, you know what I mean? Like he really got down on some shit. Like, you know, man, when I was young, nigga, I had to eat Wonder Bread. You know, motherfuckers don't understand my struggle. And, I mean, like he was really trying to go there, man. And it's like none of this shit can be verified, bro. Like his dad wasn't in his life really. This motherfucker trying to pretend that he had to eat Wonder Bread when his auntie is fucking Nancy Pelosi, best stock trader of all time. My dude, like, what do you mean he ain't pandering? He does that cold shit.
Yeah, I'll tell you, aunts and uncles, Blake, aunts and uncles, I don't know about you, but where I come from, aunts and uncles don't mean shit. Aunts and uncles, I'll tell you, they don't mean shit. Let me tell you a little something about aunts and uncles where I come from. My father, hard worker, labor, worked his whole life with his hands, busted his ass, took care of his sister. No, listen. Yeah, I'm giving my anecdotal experience.
You're defending him.
Oh, yeah.
You're defending him.
Yeah, you're being can I tell you something?
I'm telling. Well, whether I'm defending him or not, I'm telling you the anecdotal experience, and I think that most people would agree because this wasn't just one case, this one type of thing. I'm telling you an entire living experience from my siblings. We were poor. Right, we grew up like no cold water. My neighbor literally had a dirt floor. I mean, no, they had cold water, no hot water. Literally had a dirt floor, and when we would wash our hands, the water would come out and fall into a bucket under the sink, and we would have to dump the buckets outside. Okay, right? And I'm telling you, like straight to. I'm not even playing. Okay, so anyway, back to the aunt and uncle thing. My father had his sisters. He took care of his sisters their whole life, whatever they needed. One of them was a hoe slut, right? Just a horrible human being. Well, they all are, but this one particular one, just a horrible human being. Baby daddies. Every all four of her kids have different baby daddies, okay? Smokes pot all day.
Right, she's doing exactly what Gavin did. How many baby daddies do they got?
Four kids, four different baby daddies.
They gotta be black.
No, they're not black. There's nothing to do with black. I'm just talking about aunts and uncles, okay? Focus them on. So, baby, smoke all day. My dad was always there. Oh, you need money for food. Got you. Homegirl won a lawsuit. Got a few million, right? 2 years ago. My dad had a heart attack, massive heart attack, almost died. He's not doing too good. He probably had a couple years left. That's what his heart ejection fraction keeps going down, right? So it's not good for him. He doesn't have no savings. He has no 401k. He had nothing. So and he was his job. So when he had his heart attack, his income stopped and everything stopped. Okay. Now his sister, who he took care of for his whole life, okay, homegirl disappeared.
Can I go next?
And she asked to get out alone. But wait, this is exactly how it was with us our whole life. Our aunts and uncles, his other sisters, wealthy, they got businesses, they got restaurants. Our family still with generators, going off of generators in the winter because we can't afford heat. Everybody's sleeping in the living room with what is it called? The space heaters, right? Plug.
A radiator.
No, not a radiator, a space heater. The metal space heaters that you plug in and I guess you could say it's a radiator, but space heater is slightly different. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Point is, no fucking aunts, uncles ever came. Same thing with me. I asked my uncle, who's he's a multi-millionaire in the steel company, okay? I asked him when I was going to college, I needed money because I was put myself through college. I had just gotten the president of the Political Awareness Club, and you do that at the end of the semester. And so that means my next semester was when my reign was going to take place, right? But I couldn't afford to pay. I had about like $12,000 gap that I needed to finish, and I couldn't get it in time to start up my next semester. So I asked him if I could take out a loan. You know what he said to me? No. He said, sorry. He's like, I got what I got for working hard. That's what you got to do. Okay. And that's what I did. I had to defer. I had to literally take off an entire semester. And I worked and I busted my ass, 2 jobs, paid for, and I got myself back into college. And of course, I didn't get to. I had to reapply. But anyway, point is, aunts and uncles don't.
Oh, horrible.
Yeah. Aunts and uncles don't mean shit everywhere. It doesn't matter how. It honestly seems the wealthier they are, the more they don't want anything to do with.
I know what you're talking. I'll be mad quick. I just want to say, so I'm confused. So are my kids black or no black mom?
You can answer that or not?
I think this is a time where you're influenced, where you could help them if you want a different answer from them. But I think that they have their life experience from their school and from what society is telling them, and so they're coming back and telling you what society is telling them.
So you're not gonna answer?
Well, you're in here 24/7.
Are you gonna answer?
Your mouth.
Fuck you, you in here 24/7. You got 1% back.
No. Are you?
Can you get out the way? It's my turn. Can you get out the way, please?
Why?
So I thought that Blake was on like something like great for the conversation. Is he gonna go like that? Right, so me and Greg.
Is he always like this?
Can you be quiet? So we were all a part of the conversation about Gavin Newsom with like the 2 blunders. And then Blake said something along the lines of like he was assisted by his auntie, Nancy Pelosi. And then somebody derailed it for 4 minutes to making the conversation about aunts and uncles.
Yeah. I wanted to center myself, and I wanted to talk about how shitty aunts and uncles.
Can you finish your food, please? Yeah, so like, I think that like Gavin Newsom, especially like this presidential candidate, right? Potential presidential candidate, it's probably better for him to get all these blunders out of the way before it kind of messes up, like his campaign, like when he kind of moves forward towards it. But yeah, if people are going to ignore this one, like they always ignore all of them, and they run cover like what Bima just did, let me go ahead and tell you how this doesn't apply to Gavin because it doesn't apply to me. Horrible stuff, bro. Just horrible. Yeah, read the room.
Yo, y'all killed the room.
I think Gavin Newsom should do it. Huh?
They niggas killed the room, and I had my beautiful conversation about life. That's so fucked up. Yo, B.
Yeah, that shit was horrible, bro.
Oh, man, I got that.
Poor baby mama.
I never get to see Bimo, man. I never get to see Bimo.
Yo, Bimo, I know you hear me. Bimo, you don't need to, you can chew him, right? I gotta ask you something.
seed is alive?
Of course it is.
I knew you would say that. I'm glad you said that. I just had to check the waters, right? So, what if I told you that your thoughts were structured life?
If my thoughts were structured life?
No, that your thoughts are structured life.
I'm not getting. What's the last word you're saying?
Light, like Light.
Oh, structured light?
Yes. You know how photons like hit your little begonia, and then it bounces off and hits your retina, and then boom, you got electrical pulses, and now you see the fucking begonia, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm telling you is that your thoughts is nothing more than mental representations of the world around you based upon light structured by matter.
That's interesting. Did you hear that little clip from that Olympian that was asked about how she thinks? Someone was like, "Hey, listen, this isn't supposed to be a mean question or a rude question, but you speak so fast. Do you think before you speak?" Did you hear her response?
No, what's she saying?
She basically said that she scienced out like the science of thinking, and she said, "I journal a lot. I'm very introspective, and I realized that I could create my own thoughts. I could manufacture what I think, and then I could become what I think because of how I program myself to think." And I was just like, people have been saying that forever, but I mean, like, that was pretty interesting that she figured that out.
So, say like if I was to put you in a room and remove all the light, your thoughts would be based on that old light.
You say old light, meaning former experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, understand this, light isn't made of matter, correct?
Right.
And photons carry information, correct?
Okay.
And under Einstein's theory, if it has energy and momentum, it creates gravity.
But then that would be matter. No, that's not matter.
That's mass. But
mass?
No, what your confusion was mass. But light doesn't have matter, and it could create gravity. Like it can have a gravitational pull. So basically what I'm telling you is that your thoughts are structured by light. It has energy and momentum. Therefore, it could generate a gravitational pull, which is minuscule, but it's theoretically possible. See, look, 85% of the world is made of dark matter. 15% of what you can see. That 85%, we understand it has a gravitational pull. It has momentum, it has energy, and that's why we say it's dark, because we know something's there based with that, but it's unseen. So you think you can see because you can see 15% of the world, but that's only based on light. You are nothing. You think in light. That's what I'm telling you. If we was to remove the light, your thought process will make you an animal.
But then how do you explain people who are blind?
I like that. Now, earlier today I tried to tell these niggas that your brain, your thoughts could generate light in itself. Basically, a person who's blind, their own thoughts would be based on that light that they could generate themselves. And if they went blind, say like if they wasn't born blind, it would be based on the old light. But their light is based on an internal light. That's a different world. I think they made these like glasses or something where you could see what blind people see. But they saw light, fragments of light. And these fragments is what I'm saying, internal, self
generated. It's not like the source. See, I don't want to sound like a spook. All I'm telling you is that you see because of light, and you think because of light, and your thoughts is made of light. What happens when that light goes out?
No, I'm actually not sure you're too far crazy. Did you hear about the recent Nobel Prize about moving matter towards basically? You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
Let me find it, bro.
Let me tell you what I'm saying is, back in the day, mathematicians used to be like philosophers, and later on they started separating into theoreticians and problem solvers. I can look at them and say they're trying to predict the unpredictable and explain the unexplainable. Do you think the soul is an obvious thing to everyone?
The soul is an obvious thing?
Yeah, like
no,
obvious.
I don't.
We all have souls.
I mean, like I would hope so, but I guess, yeah.
But you wouldn't be able to explain it because it's unexplainable.
Right.
So there are certain things that can be explained and certain things that can't be predicted. But there are systems. Like you have a gynecologist, a nigga for the bones, a nigga for a nervous system. But none of them can tell you how the whole body functions. They have to take it in parts. Like so, you have people who are thinkers, physicists, and they propose measurements, approximations, because they're trying to predict the unpredictable. They'll tell you that when you observe something, it changes the outcome. That's the basic rule in reductionism. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is that there's different forms of knowledge out there with that light. One may be gifted in intuition. They don't have to observe it to know it, to understand it. That's not a field of study you could actually just walk into college and take. That's something women fuck with.
That's really okay. So this is what it was. So it was the Nobel Prize. Was it 2022? I'm gonna have to go on the site, but it was basically about quantum mechanics. It showed that tiny particles, like light, for example, it doesn't reveal definite properties until it physically interacts with something. And so that's what's interesting about what you're saying.
Look at it like this. These niggas ain't like when I was saying, so they said, yeah, but what if you put somebody in a dark room and they can't see nothing, and he ain't like the fact that I brought up old light. But I didn't want to bring up another thing. You ever heard of something called sonoluminescence? Is basically saying that sound under certain conditions can generate light. So basically, alright, so if you capture sound in a bubble underwater, and it's under a certain condition, light is generated and can be created. This is sonoluminescence.
I need you to read this. I need you to read through this. Go to 2022 and
put the link in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, but you're in the wrong profession. You need to go back to school.
No.
Yeah, I really think you do because you're really, really smart guy. Period. I mean, we know Beamer's smart, but I mean, I think you're underestimated.
husband told me, my kid's black, but they know black out there.
I think that society is telling them one thing, and I think that if you'd like to elevate them, you could tell them something different.
I told them black is the skin color. I said my skin color is darker than you. I said, if you're black, am I black? They said no. I'm like, there's a contradiction. I'm darker than you. Black is the skin color.
What if you asked them, right? You sat down with them and you said like something like, all right, you had the colors, right? And you had the color black and the color brown, right? Maybe a couple times. Okay, so this is the color black. Do we agree with this? Yes. Okay, this is the color brown. This is whatever. You're not black. You're actually not black. I'm not actually black. So can we agree with that? And they'll have to say yes, right?
They say no. I already tried that.
So that's why
that's not what they're denying is they're denying a color. They're saying that red is orange, right?
Correct. Yes, agree.
Right. So this is your opportunity to explain to them, no, this is actually the color black and this is actually the color brown. What you think so what you have to do in your head, give them a piece of paper and incentivize them in some way. Say, I want you to explain what you mean when you say that you're black, because we know it doesn't mean, you know that we're not talking about colors, because it's not truthful, it's not reality to say that black isn't black, because black is black. Black is over, and you could point to a bunch of things that's you say that's black. All those things are black. These things are brown. You're not black. I'm not black, but you're saying that you're black. So it doesn't mean the actual colors. You're thinking about something else, and just see if they could brainstorm. Say, write everything in your mind about why you think or why you call yourself black, and then see what they say. Maybe
they said because their mom is dark skinned, ergo they're black.
Right.
I did that. Yes.
But you can't let them go.
No, I didn't. Right. I didn't. I said that's bad reasoning. That's terrible reasoning.
Well, you can't tell. How old are your kids?
All of them. The youngest is.
Are they under 12?
7, 10. 15, 16.
So which kids are telling you this?
The ones that are telling me
16-year-olds or the younger ones?
She's a
all change with minors.
She's 4. Technically, yes. It's gonna be the 14-year-old, the 10-year-old, and the 8-year-old.
Okay, yeah. So the 10-year-old, the 8-year-old, they can't even think abstractly yet. So by saying like that's not good reasoning, that doesn't mean anything to them. That might mean like something doesn't make sense, but they really don't know what reasoning is. They don't know what logic is. They have no concept of that whatsoever, right? So you have to. This is your opportunity. You have to sit. This is when it actually sucks because you have to do the work. Education system is not going to do it for you. So you could sit down. There's this guy. Let me tell you something. There's this guy on here. And he had he put his son in the public education system. After COVID, he couldn't find a textbook that the teachers were using.
Hold on. Before you do that, let me ask you a real question. So if it was you, okay, if it was you and you have the kids, your kids are 8, 10, so on and so on, how would you, personally, how would you have the conversation? How would you have the conversation that people like Tim exist in the world? How would you tell them, this is what Tim looks like, avoid this? How would you do it personally?
I think my first focus would try to want to get into their mind, because you have to understand where they're coming from, because you could think of a million different ways to come up with a million different articulations and great communications to combat different thoughts. But if it's not the thought that they're thinking, it's going to fall on deaf ears. So my first focus would be, one step at a time, truly try to help them break down their thoughts as to why they're thinking that, and not let them scapegoat on one sentence or like, yeah, it's because mom is, or something like that. No, you need to teach them how to break it down, have them brainstorm, teach it, make it fun, whatever. But I try to dig into their mind.
I think you missed the question. So look, when I grew up as a kid, I do remember like my teachers having the conversation. Like, they had some very thought-provoking things. They were like, close your eyes, imagine being kidnapped by someone, blah blah blah. They were like, open your eyes.
Teachers that tell us
open your eyes. They were like,
you're getting kidnapped. Okay.
yeah, they're like, open your eyes. Now, I want everybody to be honest. When you close your eyes and you imagine a kidnapper, you visualize a man, woman, and 99% of people, everybody, like, visualize a man. Now, when it comes to people like Tim, that is true. That's the true visualization.
So to be clear, when you were a kid, you were visualizing men. Got it.
So, how would you handle your kids going to school knowing that people like Tim exist? You personally.
I don't get it. What is it about Tim?
Wait, you didn't know Tim was a pervert?
I'm fucking, that pisses me off. You didn't know it's a pervert?
Yo, Mike, you there, nigga?
Yeah.
So, where you at, Jacob? So let me ask Mike the same question I asked. No. So look, yo, Mike. So I had a conversation with my younger kids, right? They said they black. All right, my kids said they black.
All right.
I did the arm test. I said, look at my arm, look at your arm. My arms are way darker than that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, if you're black, then I am black because I'm way darker than you. If that's the metric I use.
Yeah.
And my kid said, no, you're not black. I'm like, but I'm darker than you. So who's right?
I think they would be right.
Why are they right?
Because, like, imagine, like, if a crayon doesn't represent the shade of the color, but it represents, like, the biology.
Can you give me an example of a black crayon that doesn't say black or negro?
Yeah. So, well, fine. It can say whatever it wants, right? So if you have a black crayon, right, and let's just say it, like, combines with something else and ends up being lighter than dark brown, right? Even though the brown color was dark.
Is he in the Matrix? Or is that...
The light is the black.
Matrix.
Oh, yeah, you're in the Matrix.
Sorry.
But I think he was saying that he agrees with me that if you're black, you have to have a shade, and the darker the shade, the blacker the juice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Because some of those fucking Indian people be purple.
Gray.
They're
They be
fucking,
gray.
they're darker than anything.
And they be
And that's
gray.
my point. So, okay, if you're saying I'm black,
No, I'm saying you're not. I'm saying
you're
you're not. I'm saying you could be like a dark brown, but, like, I don't think the source
okay,
of
but
your
they
color.
wouldn't be black neither.
No, they would be black. They would be at least somewhat black. The reason why is because the source of their darkness comes from, like, a black person.
What does a black person mean? So if I come from an Indian and you said Indians could be black, so as long as I come from an Indian, then I'm black.
No, dude, because
Yes, that's what
fucking,
you
like,
just said.
No, you'd be lying.
Could are Indians blacks or are there black Indians?
yes.
Okay, so if I
Nationality,
come from an
yeah.
Indian, could I be black?
If you, no, not necessarily. Because I think you're conflating race with ethnicity at that point.
No, you are. I'm not. I'm saying
No, I'm saying.
A is A, I'm saying B is B. I'm saying let's do either color is color, either ethnicity is ethnicity. Let's pick one or the other.
The color isn't necessarily the depth of the color isn't necessarily the qualifier.
Okay.
You're saying
Mike, if I said a cop is going to treat you by your skin color, what does that mean to you?
Mm-hmm. It means that a cop's going to treat you by the color of your skin.
Yeah, they're not going to do like a DNA test on you, right? they're going to pull you over and they're gonna judge based upon the skin color.
But a DNA test can't even determine what your race is, right?
That's not the point. That's not the point. If a cop pulls over a quote unquote if they pull over a quote unquote black person, what is their determination on how they respond according to the ideology of cop being racist?
If the skin color best resembles what is qualified as somebody that's black.
Okay. And by black, in that statement, what do you mean?
It's like a color or representation of what someone kind of looks like.
Okay, so Jacobus, for example, is black skin. Jacobus is black skin. But he says, me no black pocket.
Right.
I am slightly lighter skinned than Jacobus.
Okay.
Because y'all speaking of nationality.
No, I'm not speaking nationality.
Yes, you are.
My kids are even lighter skinned than me. So there's three people, okay? Lighter skin, medium skin, dark skin.
Much to do with
No. I know. This is the point. So we're talking about getting pulled over by a cop. Jacobus says, me no black poppy. I say, me no black poppy. My kids that are the lightest skin say be black poppy.
All right.
Okay, are my kids black?
No.
At least someone, yeah.
What do you, hold on. So if it was the time of segregation and there was front of the bus, the back of the bus, my kids would not be forced to be in the back. Maybe they would be like, let me take out the skin charts. That might be the case. Let me take out the skin chart. You can sit in the middle of the bus, maybe. But they wouldn't be like, go to the back of the bus.
Look at this.
If your kids went to jail, who would they hang out with?
MS-13.
Okay, exactly. Wait, they would hang out with MS-13.
Yeah, I want to get started.
I would fit those little monsters to the back of the bus.
Wait, you're lying. Did you hear the argument?
Man, who is my goal?
Oh, you're right.
You see what Cuba just did?
Oh my God, Jacob, it's my fault. Go ahead.
Right, watching the fucking Cuba. Yo, Mike. Remember when I told you that your thoughts?
What's up, brother?
Remember what I told you that your thoughts is light structured by matter. Now I'm gonna flip it. The world in front of you is matter structured by light.
Matter structured by light.
Understand what I'm telling you?
It means.
It's everything. It's the same shit I told you from the beginning.
So let's just say matter has a. Wait, hold on. Let's just say matter. Let's just say matter. The thing that I'm looking at in front of me is a circle. Does that mean that the light made it a circle?
It's not. It's structured into becoming a circle.
Okay, what is define structured?
All right. So
if you describe the structure of a building, are you describing the shape of it?
Every thought is related to its ideate object. So if
I love how you just ignore and move forward. Great.
No, I'm telling you the same shit again. So basically, if you think of a square, it's based upon the physical square of the world and the reality. I'm not talking about life based on commutations, but what it actually is. So if you...
Yeah, I don't think that's that.
So look, let's go back to the beginning.
If I'm looking at a structure in front of me,
it's structured by light. Light structured it that way. The same way I tell you that your thoughts is light structured by matter.
You're wrong, dude. You're wrong.
No, I'm telling you. Watch this, Mike. This is the error that you fucked up on before.
Light exposes the structure that is. Yeah, light exposes like the structure.
If it wasn't for light, it'd be invisible.
Do you know what invisible means?
You're not able to see it, Mike.
Okay, yeah, like you can't see it. All right, so you're
like
saying
dark matter, like dark matter.
all right. So it wouldn't be invisible.
Mike, look at it like this. Look at it like this, Mike. I mean,
do you think, like, let me ask you this. If you went to a dark room where the objects couldn't be seen, are those objects invisible or just not able to be seen?
It's not visible.
Okay. They're not visible, so they can't be seen.
It's not visible.
Now, if I was invisible, is that the same thing? Can you be invisible in the light?
Dark matter.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's a great answer. Dark matter. Look, bro. Look at it like this. Mike.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to a bad area.
Light has momentum and it has energy. According to Einstein, that creates gravity. Correct? So therefore, the dark matter has momentum and energy. Therefore, it creates gravity. But yet, it is invisible to our eye. What I'm telling you is that the same way the photons enters into your eye and creates the thoughts being structured by the matter, that shit has momentum and energy, and therefore it has a gravitational pull as well. So your thoughts have a gravitational pull if everything I'm saying is correct. If your thoughts was made from light, that shit has gravitational pull, bro.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so your thoughts, are they affected by gravity, or do they have a gravitational pull? Like, do they?
It has energy and momentum, so therefore it creates gravity.
Do your thoughts have a gravitational pull? Do your thoughts have do they have a gravitational pull, or are they affected by gravity?
According to Einstein, your thoughts would have. Listen, I'm about to break it down. According to Einstein.
No, just say yes or no. Just say yes or no.
Yes, it has a gravitational pull. Yes, your thoughts. Yes.
Okay, so look, can you describe an object, right? That's not physical.
No, not physical.
No, physical. You're calling thoughts physical then, right?
Light is not made of matter. Yet
are your thoughts physical?
Oh my fucking God, bro! It's like light. Light is
matter.
Listen what I'm telling you. Light is not made of matter. But
are your thoughts physical?
Listen, I'm about to explain it to you in the same way.
Don't explain. Answer, then explain.
It's light, bro. It's just like light. If you're not gonna let me answer, I have to say.
Are your thoughts physical? Yes or no? And then I'll stay quiet.
Bro, are they
physical? Yes or no?
Bro.
Are they physical? Yes or no?
Bro, light has a physicality to it.
Are your thoughts physical? Yes or no?
Listen to what I'm telling you.
Okay, just say yes or no. Just say yes or no.
Listen
just
what I'm
answer yes or no.
I'm not going to answer that because then you trapping my answer.
That's because you are trapped based on.
Because I'm telling you, it's like light. If it's like
no,
light,
it doesn't matter what it's like. I'm not asking what it's
bro.
like. I'm asking
listen to what I'm telling you, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Your thoughts physical.
It's the same manner as light, bro.
Are your thoughts physical?
It's in the same physical capacity as light.
So they're physical.
In the aspect of light, nigga.
Are they? So they're physical.
You see light. You can't touch it.
Are they physical?
Nigga. It's physical in the sense of observance.
Okay, that's it. Thoughts are physical. Go on.
In the sense of observance.
No. They're physical. You said they're. You said.
I told you.
Look. You said that thoughts affect gravity.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now let me ask you this: like, does gravity affect thoughts?
On a minuscule level.
So yes. Now describe something to me that's not physical that affects gravity.
Light.
Light's physical.
Not made of matter though, like a thought.
But it's physical.
It's not made of matter though.
But it's physical.
In the sense of what?
So your thoughts are physical, right?
In the sense of photons.
So your thoughts are physical, right?
In the aspect of light, yeah.
I mean, okay, perfect. Yes, thoughts are physical. Thank you.
Now, when we say, hold on. Now, when we speak of light being physical, we are not saying the shit is made of matter. We're saying based on observance, you can observe the physical colors of it. That's the only physicality through observance. And I'm telling you, through that same observance, that is how you have your thoughts. For your thoughts is nothing more than structured light by matter.
Do thoughts occupy space? Do thoughts occupy space?
No.
Oh, does light occupy space?
It's bended through space.
Does light occupy space?
Let me look that shit up, nigga.
Just use your brain right now. You look it up, go ahead. But I'm saying, what do you think before you look it up?
Hell no, let me see. I don't think so, though.
What?
I don't think so, though. I'm gonna look it up, though. Does light?
Of course it does. Light, like when you light.
While you're at it, look up if chewed bubblegum is declared a solid or a liquid.
Oh shit. Look, I knew it. Look what this shit say. This is a subtle question. Light doesn't occupy space the way matter does. I never asked him about that, but it does have physical presence in a different sense. Man, that's what basically what the fuck I was saying. Light doesn't
So light does occupy space.
Oh yeah, well, doesn't occupy space the way matter.
Jacobus GPT right here.
Yeah, but it's only saying what the fuck I'm saying. It ain't fucking helping me.
So light does occupy space, right?
It does not occupy space like matter, but existence is energy.
So the answer is yes. So look, so now based off of what you described, light occupies space
as energy.
Right? It affects gravity, and it
occupies space as energy, nigga.
No, you said, look, bro, you said
look what it just
light
told you.
occupies.
It said light occupies space as energy.
You said, look,
not as the way matter does.
Like you said, light occupies space
as energy.
Okay, fine. Light occupies space. You said this is what you said. You said light affects gravity, and you also said light is affected by gravity. Yeah. Therefore, your thoughts are physical. Therefore, your thought and
your thoughts have a physical presence.
Bro, do physical things have a physical presence?
We talking about thoughts as in light. That's energy.
Okay. Light occupies space.
As energy.
Light can be measured. Light bounces off of physical things. Light occupies space.
It is not made of matter.
And you're saying thoughts are light.
I'm saying thoughts are not made of matter, bro. You saying physicality, and I'm telling you it's not made of matter.
I know what you're saying, but thoughts are physical, right?
It has a physical aspect.
Oh yeah, and physical things have physical aspects, right?
But not like energy.
But fine, but physical things have a physical aspect to it, right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, like light.
All right, so now that we know thoughts have physical aspects.
Like dark matter.
Thoughts occupy space.
Like dark matter.
Thoughts can be measured.
Like dark matter.
Are affected by gravity. And thoughts affect gravity.
But it's not visible. It's invisible.
But it's not. Oh, it's invisible. Is light invisible?
Basically, nigga.
So, yes or no?
Bro, do you see light? You see certain lights. You don't see all light. You don't see glowing.
Well, my ability to see something doesn't mean that it's invisible.
All right, is dark matter invisible?
I don't know.
It's invisible.
All I know is that
it is
all
invisible.
I know is that me and you.
Yeah, by definition,
you
can't visualize it. It's invisible.
All I know is, well, let me ask you this. One more time.
Yo, bro, if I put darkness in your look, bro, if I put darkness in your mind,
can you be invisible while being in the light?
Yeah, dark matter.
Yeah, that's a good response. Yeah, dark matter is in the light and it's invisible. Yes.
Okay.
Dark matter is what they call the phenomena that they can't see.
Correct. Like your thoughts. Like your thoughts. Yeah, it's dark matter is what pretty much holds together all the all the atoms. They hold 85% of the universe. And they call it dark matter because there's no explanation to it. And it's 85% of the universe. So you see 15% of the world. Prediction. Yeah. Look, you see 15% of the world, and that's matter. The rest of it is made of something invisible that has a physical presence, but it's invisible. And
do you know that have a physical presence? Do you know the effects of it?
It does because it's gravitational pull. Anything that has energy and momentum creates gravity. So we look at it like this, Nathan. Me and you, we looking into fucking space, and we see the stars and all the extra shit. But then we see like something pulling this shit. We know if it was matter, it will behave like Newton's law. Like, look at this, attracting this. But we don't see it. But we see the pulls, we see the aspects of it. So we able to say it behaves like matter. But since we can't see it, we're going to call it dark because it's in the dark. But look at what I'm telling this nigga. I'm telling him that his thoughts is nothing more than light structured by matter, and that the world in front of him is matter structured by light. He can't accept that.
That's deep, bro.
No. Look, I accept what you say. Look,
Nathan.
This fool's a materialist, bro. Like, yeah, he's calling thoughts physical. I agree with you.
No, I'm not. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I'm saying it's like dark matter.
Nathan, do physical things have physical attributes?
They should, yeah.
But dark matter.
Mike got you there. This light is definitely physical. It is. Right? So, like, even though
it's not made of matter.
That's why I'm not making that claim, Jacobus. I say you see the effects of it. You don't know what it is, but you do see the effects of it.
And he keeps saying, "I want you to say."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been saying that the whole time.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No, it's not made of matter, nigga.
So, Mike, you agree? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Luca.
I'm just like you can just chat and I didn't learn this from ChatGPT, but I'm saying you can just ChatGPT this right now, Jacobus. Is light physical? The answer is yes.
Nobody's arguing that the shit is physical, nigga. I'm not arguing that.
Stop. I guess like,
do you understand that part though?
Let me finish. I just want to hear what you got to say.
My main pushback is just going to be there's no reason, right, to accept the claim that thoughts are light. That's like a random step that you're taking without justifying.
I'm not saying
right? You're not saying thought?
Jacobus, let me finish.
I mean, hey, look, bro, I feel like I've heard you say thoughts are light multiple times. If that's not the case, then maybe my response is not relevant.
No, I mean, you know what I said, because that's what he's saying. I'm saying.
No, Luca, he did say that, bro.
Oh my fucking God!
Yo, can I say something? Yo, Mike, what was your thoughts on that argument earlier about
what's wrong?
Sorry, talent just being the ability to learn skills fast.
You know, it was funny when you said that to me a long time ago. I was like, you know what, I can see what that would make sense. Like you said, it's based off of time.
Yeah.
But there is a part of me that thinks that some people, no matter how much time you give them, would never be able to get it. So I'm leaning to that side, but that's probably what you said was probably one of the best things that made me think, like, time would basically allow, somebody to do a thing eventually, right? So
exactly, yeah.
But I still think that there would be a limitation to some people, some like mental capacity to do certain things regardless of how much time you gave them.
I agree. Would you agree that just because you're 6'10", that just because you were born to be able to grow, gain the height of 6'10", that's not talent. Just being 6'10".
No,
because that's what I hear people attribute all the time.
Yeah, no, that's like that's a necessary attribute that might be like relative to a stress. So if like touching something, whatever 7 feet tall is a requirement to do a thing, then yeah, the taller people are probably going to be selected versus like the 4 feet fucking 10 people.
But like, what?
Are you talking? I can't hear you.
Nah, he's speaking right now. What are you doing?
I think you're in the Matrix, Mike. I think you're in the Matrix, Mike.
Let me see.
All right, no, come on, bro. No, Nate's in the Matrix or some shit.
Bro, why y'all interrupting him, bro? He's speaking right now.
So when he come back,
Shut your fucking mouth.
I can see his thoughts.
so Luca, this is what I told you. I said your thoughts is light structured by matter. Not that your thoughts are light. That your thoughts are light structured by matter. That's different. Because remember, light is not made of matter. And I'm saying that the information carried by them photons and energy, all of that creates a thought. Organized information, mental representation, under the conditions of matter. Now, the opposite view is saying that the world in front of you is matter structured by light. I'm not saying light is matter. That's stupid. I mean, I'm not saying that light thoughts is light. That's some poetic gay shit. No.
The problem is, like, you're still saying, like, if I say thoughts are cheese, and you're like, no, I'm saying thoughts are cheese structured by matter. You're still saying thoughts are cheese. Like, if you say thoughts are light structured by matter, then I'm like, okay, so you're saying thoughts are light. Yes, you are.
No. So when we see light, or when we under this light, it's photons moving. Now those photons carry.
Did anyone hear me?
Correct. Now we do. Go ahead. I'll go ahead.
No, bro. They were talking over the entire time. I kept telling them. I said, you know, he's talking. They're like, we don't care.
That whole time, what part did I left off at?
So
What you got to understand is thoughts is cilantro when a white girl's tacos, and she says it tastes like soap.
Oh shit! What part did I leave off at? Man, I was in the zone just now. I was like, yo, these niggas listening.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Bro, I was just running my muscles, bro. I was just talking, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And I looked at the phone, I'm like, yo, you guys hear me?
He was out for like the last minute and 30 seconds at least to keep it real.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I was saying, Mike, any kid that you see and you call them talented, the reason why they're talented is they have more skills that they learn than the other kid. And if you can teach your kid how to like learn and teach, if they can learn how to learn on their own, you can see talent. You just have kids that are talented, and you say that I don't know how this person was able. I don't know how this kid was able to teach them, teach themselves how to play the piano. That gotta be talent. No, it's not. It's not talent. They just know how to teach themselves stuff. Some people don't know how to do that. Some people require other people to teach them. But if you have the ability, which is something you learn how to teach yourself. If you're able to do that, you'll be a talented individual. You can teach yourself the piano. You can teach yourself a different language. That's all what a talent is.
You're saying a talent is the ability to teach yourself, you're saying?
Exactly.
No. That's not a talent. Look, the word talent doesn't mean that. The word talent doesn't mean to teach yourself. But that is a talent to be able to teach yourself.
What do you think talent is then?
It's not the definition of talent, though. If you were to go to the whatever dictionary you want, it's not going to say that.
Definition of it. That's my definition.
No.
Definition of it?
We don't create definitions. You and I do not dictate
definitions. We do it all the time in conversation.
No. You and I do not dictate definitions.
You can.
Yes, I do.
No. Bro, nobody in this room ever made a fucking Oxford dictionary definition.
No.
How do you think
Let me tell you something.
how do you think definitions are made?
Everybody today is so fucking full of themselves. If your shit is not in the Oxford and Webster's, I don't want to hear it, bro. You just another person.
You just heard it right now, though. You just heard.
Yeah, on a third person.
So all you're saying right now is like when you hear him speak, you know what he means when he says the word. So you understand his. When you hear him speak, I
don't acknowledge his definition. How about
that? Yes, you do. That's why you're responding.
I don't acknowledge.
Yes, you do. You don't accept it.
Or I don't accept it, and I don't agree with it.
Fine, but that doesn't matter. Then why participate in the conversation?
Let's challenge it. What do you take to television?
Nah, bro, fuck what I think. There's a definition for it.
That's what you think it is. Then what is the definition?
No. It doesn't matter what I think. There's a definition for a reason.
Yes, you agree with the definition, and I'm asking you what.
Bro, how hard is it for you to understand that you or I do not dictate any definition of family?
Who does?
We do.
Then who does?
We do. Let me ask you this question, if you don't mind, Mike. What is a woman?
All right, somebody who can give birth. Somebody who can give birth who has ovaries.
And I'll show you that in Oxford Dictionary. That's not not the only definition.
I didn't even finish. Somebody who can give birth who has ovaries, who has a period.
So if I find a female that doesn't have ovaries and who can't give birth, that's not a woman.
But even if
you can't find a woman, you can't find no one without ovaries.
Even if they physically cannot. But guess what though? When you have
exactly, you see how this defeats you just now.
How about this? If that doesn't work for you, just check the chromosomes. How about that?
But that's not in the definition. That would be a female, but not a woman.
So then go ahead and look it up. Whatever the Oxford says, that's what it is.
So that's what you want to say. So then a male could be a woman then, just based on an Oxford Dictionary.
Nah, unless you're retarded and you believe that, go ahead.
You just said you appeal to the definition. If I give you a definition from Oxford or from Webster or something like that.
Yeah, read. I'm not even going to make you read it. I'm going to look it up myself.
No, I'll read it for you.
Yeah, I got it, no problem. I got my phone on me right now.
Okay, but anyways, if you agree with the definition of talent, what definition are you using? And I will put your definition up with mine, and I'll show you that mine makes more sense than yours.
An adult female human being. Okay, that makes sense. All right. I just read the definition of an adult female human being. Okay. So I didn't even have to go that into detail. I could have just said that.
But you didn't.
Okay.
But you didn't.
So what about competing definitions?
Nate, or nah?
I'm in the Matrix? I'm sorry.
No, you not. They playing with you. He said, what about competing definitions?
Yeah, you're not in the Matrix. I don't think he has an answer.
He don't.
Ooh, I'm not even responding to that. You talking about that?
Look, I got this dictionary. All right, I'm sorry. I got this dictionary.
You talking to me?
Cambridge. Yeah, it's the Cambridge Dictionary.
Nigga, I wasn't even listening to him. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
there's more people in the room. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody else, like you know.
Nah, he talking to you, bro.
I got this dictionary.
I just said earlier, I don't make a definition, and I don't care to make one. You understand? That's why the scholars are the.
Listen. I got the definition, right? It's from the Cambridge Dictionary. You know the Cambridge Dictionary? Have you heard about it before? But it says that an adult. Okay, so it says an adult who lives and identified as female, though they may have been considered to have a different sex at birth.
Right. So when was that added to the dictionary? Can you look that up?
Okay. Yeah. But does it matter though?
Yeah.
Does it matter?
Yes, it does. No, it doesn't.
You said, yeah. Why does it matter?
Not to your criteria. You're just adding shit onto your fucking.
Listen, if you guys want to subscribe to that brain rot, go ahead.
There you go. Now you gonna.
Yeah. He gave up.
Thank you.
No. It ain't no.
You disagree with me. You disagree with me.
No. If you want to subscribe to that, you know, I'm not co-signing that.
It doesn't matter. You said earlier you can't make up your own definitions. It's not up to me and you, but you're doing that right now.
You can, but you're gonna be wrong.
Oh, really? So then why are you right when the book says you're wrong?
What book?
The book you just fucking read.
Who wrote
Cambridge
that?
Dictionary. The
Cambridge Dictionary.
You said everyone knows the Cambridge Dictionary.
Nobody said Cambridge. I said Oxford, you idiot.
He said, he even asked you, have you ever heard the Cambridge Dictionary? You said everyone has. You said everyone has. Wait. So wait, hold on.
No.
Wait. So now you have preferred dictionaries, right?
And comparative definitions.
Now you have preferred dictionaries. Why do you prefer one dictionary over the next?
Because look at what he just said, and look at
so
what
you get to choose. So that means you're choosing what you want the word to mean, then, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
So then it is up to you.
But eventually, you're gonna be proven wrong by nature itself. So
that's fine. Whatever. Look, then that goes against everything you said. Look, you said you can't make up your own definitions. You
can, but you will be wrong. I'm just trying to say.
Okay, so look, right now when he just points out the definition in a book that's respected, it's a respected dictionary, right?
By who?
By the people that basically by academics, right? Institutions.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Was that?
How about this? Hold
on. So look. So he pulls up a credible dictionary.
Believe what you believe.
And you're just like, I don't want to believe that.
And then let life sort.
Do you think? Wait. How do you think definitions are like?
Because I don't believe that before.
How do you think they're formed or developed? How do you think that happens?
Okay.
How do you think definitions are made?
So if you really are an antagonizer or
no, I'm asking a question.
You will respect that, and you will live.
How do you think definitions are made?
They're associated.
Just don't get in the way of me living my shit.
So you're just gonna ignore it? That's what I thought.
Yeah. Can I answer? Can I fucking answer? Because I like to talk. I would like to fucking talk. So since I want to talk about what I want to talk about, I'm talking about what the fuck you talking about. So since we gonna look at like defining words, I defined the thought a few minutes ago, and I did that based upon one simple function. The function of the word and his motherfucking his use. So if I want to define something, I'm going to look at the function of it. Yeah. So when I define a thought, I say a thought is nothing more than light structured by matter. Yes. So what I'm doing is telling you what a thought is made of. But now what a thought is a mental representation of the world around you. So what I did was tell you its definition. And you, what the fuck it is. So I understand the thing I'm speaking of. You niggas don't understand thoughts. Because you don't understand the fucking world around you. What? All right.
Yo, Mike.
Yo.
Listen, if you were the type of person that would read to your kid every night before they go to sleep, right? Compared to kids whose parents don't read to them before they go to sleep. Let's say when they're in school and the teacher's reading to them, which one you think would have an easier time catching on of how to read and how to write?
To me, is a great question. The one that's exposed. So
exactly.
Can I share a story though with you? So my kid, we do homeschooling, right? And there's a thing called like math testing, where basically they want to, it tests basically where you're at, right?
Yeah, like a placement.
Yeah.
Assessment.
The questions get harder. The questions acclimate to your ability to answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it places you in a certain thing. Now, I was stoked because my daughter scored really high in math and in the reading thing, right? And I was looking at it as the categories as to how they broke it down. So I put in a ChatGPT and I said, look, are these one of the things that will eventually taper off as she gets older, or at least fundamental to like actually how she sees the world? And what her strengths were like, no, these indicate not things that eventually taper off, like based on exposure or like the circumstance of the household. They're indications of things that are basically you're going to carry out throughout life. So there's a difference in the sense of like being practiced versus actually having like the mindset to see the world that way, right? So that to me was like, whoa. So there is something as to like how people see it versus how like they were taught to understand it. And I think that's the difference between somebody trained versus somebody that's like talented.
So Mike,
I'll respond. Yeah, I'll respond right quick. And to me, when you say talented, to me, it seems like you're saying this, like the talent is the fact that they have the skill. And the skill is to see it that way. And what I mean by a skill is like, you're not born with it. right? Well, everyone's born with it, right? And some people, they see it because their parents are like that as well too. They see it that same way, so they adopt from what they adopted from their parents. When I mean, like, if I'm a Christian and my kid grew up in a Christian inside the household with me, they're gonna adopt some of my Christian views because that's the type of person I am. And Mike, you are that type of person, right? So you see the world in a specific way. Your kid's gonna inherit that from you, right? And I'm saying that which they are inheriting from you is something that you learn. They didn't just.
I think that people tend to have more of a mathematical mind just by default, right? And then you can see like examples of that based off of how certain people kind of do better in certain areas, not just in education, but in jobs and so on. And so,
okay,
yeah.
I see what you're saying. Like some people are like visual learners. Some people like analytical learners.
Yeah.
Right.
And they didn't choose that; they just operate that
but
way.
I guess like that's what I mean by you understanding how to teach yourself. Some people understand how to teach themselves just based on visual and like touch it. They need to like experience it. Some people can learn not based on them experiencing anything at all. They just can learn just from like pictures and videos. But that's being able to teach yourself. I get that. That's going to be unique to the individual. But I'm talking about what you're learning. Those are skills, right?
No, you can't be born. Man, you can't be born with skills. Skills can only be taught or learned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But you said earlier, the skills that are someone is born with, but people aren't born with skills.
I didn't say skills that they're born with.
Yeah,
I was making the point that.
I'm not trying to get.
My fault if I said that.
That's right. But I mean, like some people can be autodidacts. They can be like a variety of it. Savants. I would say it can be a gene component, or I don't know. But I mean, overall, like if you're going based on the talents that they're born with, or the tendencies to lean in a certain direction, I think that's more environmental than it is nature.
I think I also want to disagree just because, like, for instance, like with music, there's a certain thing called like perfect pitch, which means like there are certain people who can hear a song and they can tell you all the notes in the song. Like they can just tell you, oh, that's a B flat, that's it. And you can't.
You think they just
Alessandro, let me ask you. Alessandro, let me ask you something. If you said you were in Miami Beach, and I said you're not in Miami, what would you think about my statement?
That's some crazy ass bullshit, bro. All right, now you're right. Now, all I'm saying is like, but yeah, it's like I meant like I've known people who are born with perfect pitch. You know what I'm saying? Like there are people who.
Hey, what do you mean born with perfect pitch?
So like I know people. So like even in school, and this was trippy to me, right? Because like I grew up playing instruments or whatever. But then I also encountered like this other kid who like he was like, I have perfect pitch. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? And I was like, you can hear everything you're doing. But yeah, no, and it's like he's like, I have perfect pitch. I'm like, what? So we go to the piano and I just hit any note, and he's like, that's B flat. I hit another note. He's like, that's a D. I hit another note, and no one taught him that, bro. Like he was like, oh yeah,
he was lying, bro. He was taught that, bro.
Wait, Nathan,
just like that you would know a B flat or a D just based on song would be taught. He couldn't identify a D or a B sharp. He couldn't do an A. He couldn't do a B.
Yes, he could.
How would he know what notes are corresponded with things?
I'll tell you. Wait. I can answer that.
Let me just respond real quick because, like, I actually play instruments and I've met multiple people who do this, and it's like
no one can actually come out and play and say, I know the fucking harmonic scales and I can identify them by their notes A, B, D. You can't do that. Like they don't do that. They are not born with the knowledge that a note is an A.
may not have it. They have 312 what they is.
Brad, here's what I'm saying. Mike, you're hot, Mike. We can hear you opening bags of chips.
All right, sir. They're not.
All I'm saying, though, is like, so, for instance, what I'm saying, Brad, and you would agree with this, if I ever gave you language to describe color, you could still appreciate the difference between red and blue, right? So people who are born with perfect pitch, there are people who have perfect pitch who were never taught instruments, right? So like in the same way that even if I don't tell you this is called red and this is called black, you can see the difference. Right?
That's not the argument you made. You said a perfect pitch person could identify a note that you just played on a piano. And I'm saying they couldn't identify that note. That's not what perfect pitch means.
Brad,
That's not even close to what it is.
Can I finish my thought? What I'm saying to you is there are certain people who the difference between pitches is the same to them as the difference between colors to you. Now, sure, maybe they have to be given the labels, right? Because like if you grow up in learning Eastern music, they don't even call it A, B, C, D, E, F, G in Eastern music, right? But there are still Eastern musicians who have perfect pitch, even though they wouldn't call it A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? So what you call it is arbitrary, Brad. What I'm saying is there are certain people who they can really hear the difference between notes the same way that you can see the difference between colors.
That was stupid. No, that wasn't. What he's saying is that the nurture exposes the nature. So to some people, it's not from his nuts, bro. So let's just say you're exposed to a thing. It might make more sense to you, right? Much faster or immediate than the person next to you. You just have the mind to absorb it and understand it and kind of give it back. It's like,
I understand the definition, but when he first made his argument, Mike, he said, I played the piano. And he goes, he could identify A, he could identify E flat, he could identify all these. And without training, you would not be able to identify those notes. Now, perfect pitch. You obviously like. Wait, hold on. Perfect pitch refers to the ability to mimic the sound or identify or correspond to make a copy of that sound and be able to harmonize with that sound. So that has a whole big category unto itself. But when you're saying that there's people that could immediately identify it, no, not even close. Now, can you learn that? Yes, you can learn how things operate. You can learn how scales are dogged. You can learn what the functions, what a G scale is. You can learn all these things. But to identify that, no one is born with that talent. Now, could you be musically inclined and have the talent from your birth? Absolutely. I'm not discounting that. But his argument shifted upon fucking A. Why do you guys wreck so much? His argument shifted from being able to identify a note with the correct label to now it's like just, you can see colors. He shifted his argument.
Is that no? He was saying like the note the coding of the note is arbitrary. You can call it anything, right? But the idea to recognize it, whether we even know it's something worth expressing that you recognize or not. Like, for example, this might be far out. I don't think you get to control what you hear. Like whatever your brain pays attention to through your ears, it's not through your control. Now you could try to harness in or focus on something, right? But if there's a bunch of shit going on and something just stands out to you, you didn't choose that. So if a note, or I don't even know what perfect pitch is, but if something stands out to you to where you don't even think it's valuable in order to repeat, but if you were asked to repeat it, or if you can try to find it on some type of a reference, like an instrument or something, then you can say, hey, look, this thing had an effect on this person to a degree where it stood out to where he or she could fucking play it over again or whatever.
You see, I think this is where we look at human nature and y'all idolize or y'all admire being a mockingbird. Why can't y'all have your own adequate ideas of a thing?
Because of dark matter.
But wait, hold on. According to Drug Matter says we know drug papi.
Yep. See, Mike, what's the difference between a thought and an idea?
An idea is like a type of thought.
It's a type of thought. What do you mean by that?
Meaning thought is the broad term, an idea is a type of thought. Like, what's the difference between a vegetable and and broccoli?
So, I'll say a thought is the mental representation, like the process of bringing in that information.
There's another question.
But the idea is the mental representation of that thought.
That's deep, bro. That's deep.
Yo, pause.
But Mike, you agree with me, right? With the talent, I got you there, right? Like, and we could all say, like, yeah, man, that one.
No, I don't, because like when I say it, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe I do. Say it one more time.
Yo, Mike. Can you PTR right quick? Look my PTR.
You're still not gonna win. I don't care how many times you try.
This is a real question. So if you're driving, let's say down somewhere, let's call this area Kendall. Just for argument's sake, let's call this area Kendall. And you see this car, and this is what the car says. This vehicle. Would you say that's a Broward vehicle? Broward officer? Would you say that's a West Palm officer? Or would you say that's a Miami officer? If you had to guess, just educated guess.
Miami.
Yeah. Sorry, Brad. Yeah. It's only $2 billion. It's only $2 billion. It's only $2 billion.
Right. First, I've never bet. Secondly,
only $2 billion. It's not that much.
Take that nigga money, bro.
It says Miami-Dade Police. It's a county.
But yeah, so they're patrolling what area?
Dade?
What's in front of Dade?
Wait, Dade?
Yeah. What's in front of Dade?
How do I know that they're not in Dade?
Yeah. What's in front of Dade?
Wait. How do I know where they're at?
You're saying the second.
I want to know. Do they have the county map out there? Do you have?
If you want tomorrow, I will be on Discord live.
I'm not on Discord.
Police I know. I could live cam tomorrow on Discord. All the vehicles trying to move the Miami-Dade area. Guess what? They're all going to look similar to this vehicle.
But they're not Miami City. They're not Miami
It's only $1 billion. It's not that much money. Right. It's only $1 billion.
It's only the tip, and you're like, okay, promise.
It's only $1 billion.
Yo, Mike, don't run. I got something to tell you, nigga. Don't run. You gonna like this.
I'm right here. Just eating.
The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eye is healthy, your whole body will be full of light. But if your eye is bad, your body will be full of darkness, Mikey.
The eye is part of the brain.
The optic nerve, maybe, but yeah.
No, it's considered like the outer part, the part of the brain that sticks out. It's attached to your brain.
I don't know about that. I think it's
somebody look it up real quick.
I think the eye is considered an organ unto itself, but the optic nerve is connected to the brain.
Is the eye a part of the brain?
Your eye is a window to your soul, Mike.
No. Are you in front of your computer?
I'm in front of the Bible.
Oh, I'm driving, bud.
Okay.
But I believe the eyes are considered organs, which is why we classify them as organ transplants, which quantifies it and gives funding because of that. And if I remember my biology, anatomy, and physiology, I think they were considered organs back then too.
Yo, Viking, you know what he's learning? He's learning that his thoughts are structured by light.
No, I'm learning that people fucking say some shit like that.
I've been taught Mike that technique. That's why he is talented. With all the skills that he acquired at a very young age.
That's what's crazy. That's what I was going to tell you. So nobody.
Wait, Nathan. This is my question to you. So, reasoning is a skill.
Yeah.
And
like you can get better at reasoning.
And you think it's equal, potentially?
Yeah.
So can women be equally as good as reasoners as men?
No.
Oh, there you go.
So what y'all not?
Because they have a cap, right? I'm not trying to say that biology.
There you go.
I'm not trying to say that biology isn't a thing. Just like this, but I'm saying that the biology doesn't make you talented. But I'm saying like y'all are saying that the biology is the talent. So because you're 6'10", you're talented. Like
no, I didn't say that. I don't think 6'10" just means you're going to be a thing. But
why do you think LeBron James is talented though? Because he's 6'9". He's 6'10". Because he's 6'10". And he has the skills like a 5'9" person.
That contributes to his talent.
It's his inner faculties, because that's what you're talking about.
What do you mean that contributes to? What do you mean that contributes to his talent?
Like to be able to move, jump, react, things like that. Stop.
That's the talent.
That's part of that. It's talent, just one thing. It's putting it all together. Hold on a second.
So it's a recipe.
That's intelligence.
That's like basketball is highly skill based. I think like track is way more talent based. Like there are certain people. Like think about Spud Webb.
Then what is talent to you then?
Well, talent. I think talent is going to be
taking advantage of a certain situation.
Come on, let him finish.
I think talent is going to be when you have a natural advantage, right? So, like, I think, for instance, like basketball, no one can naturally shoot a basketball. That's not a thing. Like, you have to practice it. So, if you're talking about track, like, for instance, my little sister was able to run faster than, like, dudes in junior high and high school when she was in elementary school. Now, nobody taught her this is how you run. She was just hella fucking fast, bro. That's a talent. You know what I'm saying?
She learned on her own how to run fast.
It's not like we were out there like, here's how you run. Here's like you just.
She learned on her own.
Oh, how? I was there. Like, what do you mean? Like, she's just fast as fuck. There is no, like, you know what I mean?
You don't think that there was no, like, that there was nothing that she was doing that you guys wasn't doing? You guys were doing the exact same thing?
Yes, bro. Like, we grew up together. She was, like the only reason why she runs track is because, like, one day she was racing us, and we're in, like, junior high and high school. She's in elementary school, and she's faster than all of us. And it's like, oh, shit, maybe she should run track. Like, no one was, like, putting her outside, and she was, like, thinking, well, how do I run? What should my form be? How do I, you know what I mean? Like, she wasn't practicing. She was fast as fuck.
Yeah, imagine.
I'll tell you this. When I was younger,
and imagine natural selection, where if running away guaranteed you a higher probability of survival, which would allow you to give you a high probability to procreate, right? Would the slower runners die off?
Oh, you know? Oh.
Not unless generic algorithms.
So, Mike, what was the question again, Mike?
I'm saying, like, from a perspective of, like, natural selection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fast runners was, like, a way to get away. Do you think slower runners would eventually die off?
Yeah. If humans are just going to be running every day, every day, yeah. Eventually, the slower one's going to die off.
See, that right there, the natural, talented runners would have an advantage versus the ones that, like, got eaten up.
Yeah, that's if they're just constantly running. But I think, like, let's say if they had,
like when it comes to running, like, there's, like, coordination involved. There's, like, type of muscle fibers involved. There's, like,
I agree with you.
Like you have a mental intent, you have like firing patterns as to how fast. So those things, like, let's put it this way. One thing that like the intangibles that we're not even talking about is desire. You don't choose your
That's
desire.
the infinity. That's the infinity. You get that from your parents.
I don't think you do at all.
You do choose your desire.
My dad beat the fucking shit out of me to do good in school. And my dad is very smart. Guess what?
Okay, it doesn't work 100% of the time. Let me just say that. Let me just put that in there. I'm not saying always the case like that.
When it comes to
but generally speaking, the reason why LeBron James is as great as he is, what do you think? His mom.
Was she a good basketball player?
Yeah, she had him in there, man.
Well,
she wasn't the best, but she played basketball. The reason why Kobe Bryant's father was a basketball player, and he wasn't the best, but he was a basketball player, and that's those things worth it. He was a professional. He gave those to his son.
I don't think so. I think
Curry's dad was in the NBA too, and Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I think there are more failures when it comes to like genetic inheritance towards like the highest level than there are successes. We just look at the successes and like, look, see, but like times change, desires aren't always like implemented. So the very like, you ever heard that saying like the strong men make easy times? That one.
Yeah.
So I think that's really like it's a cool thing. So imagine like a professional athlete and like they're working less. I'm sorry, prior to them being professional, they might have worked with less because they came from like humble beginnings. And then they have a kid, and now the kid has access to everything, right? And then the kid doesn't necessarily make it as good as far as like the one with
because they don't have that drive. Yeah,
exactly. And I think the drive is like something that needs to be considered that contributes to the talent.
Yeah, but the drive can be artificial. Like you know, what I mean by that is this: you could set up situations in your child life that way they could actually achieve that same drive, and that'll be something you put, like you set up for them, instead of it just being something that naturally happens. It'll be like an artificial. You say, hey, if you don't get enough grades, you can't do this, or you can't do this, or you can't do that. And then they'll develop that drive. It's just something you learn.
But what about like cognitive decline, everything like that, right? Like, I don't think that like time in itself is just enough to make somebody good at something, because like I said this morning, you probably have like a good 30 years to really see like what you can do when it comes to talent, like in regards to athletics and stuff like that. Other things.
That's because once you make it to a certain level, you learn skills that takes you to the next level and to the next level and to the next level. So it's better if you start young. That way you can learn all those skills. That way when you get at a later age, you at a different level compared to everyone else.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work out that way, which is why you see things happen in real time that no one's ever done before. Right? But not everybody does that. So like when you see somebody break a world, like Usain Bolt when he broke the world record, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just did something that no one's ever done before right in front of our eyes, right? And all those people had all the training and this and that and the drugs and all that stuff, but they still couldn't do what he did, even to this day after the fact. It hasn't been repeated yet. And until it happens again, right? Which some people are saying it might not even happen, right?
Yeah, that might be a once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah, it just shows that somebody has to be built a certain way. I think altogether, you need to have the physiology and the psychology, and to perform at the right time, which I think is a part of talent as well. All those things need to line up perfectly for you to be the new person that did something that no one else can do. And I think that with the whole pool of the world, I think it's 50-50 in the sense of men and women. If there's 8-9 billion people, you have about 4 or 5 billion people, right? Within that shit ain't happening, which means that the rarity, right, is like the exception, which is what we're going to call like the peak of what talent is.
So talent is just the exception. That's what you're saying?
No, I think the exception is like the highest end of talent on the spectrum.
That's called.
So that's like
it's called being gifted. People are just gifted at it.
It's the advantage. That's all it is.
Yeah, I look at it like that too. It's the advantage, and the advantage, what you're saying, is the talent. And I don't.
Advantage is like saying like if you heard like Mozart or whoever you think is a good musician, and you're like, oh, that's just sound waves moving. All you're doing is reducing it to what it is. The advantage is not just like the ability to perform, right? It's like what it took to get there.
No, it's the ability to perform at advantage. If the other cannot do it,
their advantage is their natural talent.
Yeah, the advantage is something that you didn't get, that you didn't do on your own. That's the advantage right there. You didn't do that just because of your skill. No, you did that because you had resources. The reason why you got something like
that's not.
I think so.
I'll say this right now. Do you think some people are naturally stronger than other people without doing anything?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, would you call that to be an advantage if like they've gone through a match? Okay.
Yes,
so now you have an advantage.
You didn't do anything for that though. You just was born that way.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
That's what I mean. You didn't do anything.
Is that advantage enough to defeat everybody in a wrestling match?
No.
Exactly. So then now you're gonna
that's the skill
set. Do you think that some people that have a higher skill set can defeat somebody stronger than them?
Yes. No. And that's what
That's what UFC 1 proved. Royce Gracie did that. No weight class.
Oh, okay. You're saying that you're talking about in wrestling, right? You have the skills and no strength.
No, I didn't say no strength. Royce Gracie, you should see when he beat Chemo, a guy that was way bigger, way stronger, on steroids, right? And he submitted him. He was a smaller, weaker person, right? And the skill set is what basically allowed him to win versus the person's natural strength. Even fucking above natural, he was like.
Didn't he talk about D?
No, I think it was a triangle.
Do you think if they had the same skill, right? Do you think that the person, that Gracie would have won?
If they had the same skill?
Yeah, same skill.
I don't think that place would have won.
So look, there was an advantage where this wrestler, like he literally had no neck. Like he straight had shoulders, a long ass jaw, and a big back of his head. So every time they try to grab him with a headlock, it's like he would just swarm out of this shit and body slam him and win the match. People started saying, yo, this is a disadvantage, Eventually they kicked him out.
That's what they did with Shaq.
And eventually they kicked him out for a disability. They said that's a disability and he ain't got no neck. And then they said no. So basically what I'm telling you is that in order to have a competition, people like sportsmanship, where you don't take an advantage that the other person doesn't. But when it's a natural advantage, you're able to bypass that little mechanism.
Even like Kimbo Slice as well. Kimbo Slice was being on the streets, but when he got to the ring, he started like getting fatigued and everything. It doesn't mean he didn't have that strength.
He had a heart condition.
But before he got into the ring, did he have the heart condition?
Yeah, he had potential for the heart condition.
But like on the streets, like he was still
running through his body.
But like people were like, he was still bothering people on the streets and everything. Besides his heart condition, I feel like
you're right.
Yeah, like most people's talent is covered on the street. Like even street footballers, they find him in the streets. Like you see Ronaldo.
But you saw the people he was fighting though. Those people had no skills.
They did. He fought like
in the beginning. But he was bare knuckles. Man, those people were just standing there, just getting their head rocked off. Man.
Yeah, but I feel like when you get into a ring where it's more structured and like the rules and like ways of how to actually have a fight, most fighters are just gonna like leave that street mentality behind and like play and just focus on the rules. So you can have all the strength, you can have all the rigor, but like if you don't have that structured training and discipline and mindset to actually harness those skills or that gifted advantage that you set from birth, then you're just gonna be a
a boulder without any like anyone guiding you on how to like swing properly. You get so. I hear you though. It's a mixture of both. Like there are people who are not. The people who are just naturally gifted, they don't even train, they don't even do anything, but they are very good at what they do. Lionel Messi doesn't even he doesn't do weight work or anything like that there. Maybe once in a while, but Ronaldo does that thing on a daily basis. Messi just drinks tea, doom scrolls, does a couple of shots, wins the World Cup, wins many things. So people are just naturally gifted. But you need people.
I'm gonna tell y'all something that work in all sports. Hard work beat talent when talent isn't working. You can have the skills all the fuck you want, but if somebody comes with the right drive and they outwork you 100%, I don't give a fuck. You can name whoever the fuck you want. It could be Bruce Lee, nigga. Revive him, whatever. Look, the person that works the hardest will overcome. Point blank, period.
I didn't dispute that.
No. That's my point.
Oh no, I actually agree with you because people who train, that's what I'm saying. Like that, that's why I brought in that CR7 stuff. He trains. He has that mindset. He trains like crazy. Like, and he deserves all the accolades. He's gone to different divisions, different leagues, and like he's the epitome of what you just described. I'm just saying that there are other people as well who are just actually gifted that do less than what he does, but they're still achieving a lot. Like in terms of like profession and skill sets and everything. So it varies from people to people. There's no one true definition, but yours is like if you work hard and refine your skills, can be in anything. It can be even intellectually, learning math, public speaking, communication, science, whatever it is. If you're persistent in that particular skill set, then of course you can outweigh many people. But people just have that natural intelligence, natural strength, natural gift, but still that needs to be honed and trained as well for it to be persistent. But I hear what you're saying.
Like Deontay Wilder, he is not talented at all. He just has body, and people are like, "Oh my goodness, he's so talented." If you look at his style, he does a brawler.
How about Tyson Fury? Would you say something about Tyson
Fury? No, come on, same thing.
Why are you screaming?
No, but the thing is, he has a competitive brain though. Like. There's more to it, like
my competitive brain. No one does a person that gambles has a competitive brain.
You're right, they do, and I'll tell you, there's some skill to that as well. Look, it's like this: like for you to walk out and take that walk to the boxing ring, you know what I mean? And then you stand there in front of another person. You have that whole fight or flight thing. Like there's a lot of shit that goes into it, and then. Audience, that's like, bro, you got to be able to fucking process all of that.
Yeah, it isn't like it's nothing. Yeah, you listen. You got to be some type of person.
I'm telling you right now,
in there fight.
Some people don't have the ability to do that.
Yes,
I agree, but they can learn. My thing is they can learn.
Look. Some people look, because I've been in the arena. Like I used to fight. So there's certain people who can't fight in front of crowds, but they're good at the gym. Like Mike.
Mike said that earlier.
Yeah. There's a lot of those people freeze them. Like I used to have people on my team because we competed all across the U.S. and shit like that. I actually was certified by the AKA and shit like that, like fucking American Karate Association. I was supposed to go to the Olympics, never did it.
You was a little karate kid.
Yeah.
All right, Jaden. See you, Jaden Smith.
Something like that, man. I was trying to do something. But look, like, we had the solo competitions and then the team competition. And there was 3 fucking guys on our team. And I mean, like, you get these niggas in the dojo. These niggas got the best form, they flashy, and they got the loudest voices. All right? Same thing. Yeah, you know where I'm going. We in fucking Seattle. And like, nigga, I'm talking about me and my best friend, we cleared ours. The first place solos, everything and shit like that. When it came to the team shit, bro, these niggas froze. Bro. And these was the niggas that they want to be impressing all the women and and shit like that. And we was competing for 6-foot trophies. And we had just won in Chicago. And now we trying to kill the ones that's in Seattle. And we fucking lost because of these niggas. These 3 niggas. I still remember them niggas. And when I see them, I still be seeing them on shit. And we have a beer and we laugh about that shit. I'll be like, why the fuck did you niggas freeze and get kicked in the fucking face? Like,
it happens.
It happens. But it was them. It was something about them competing in front of a crowd. Everybody's not meant to be in certain spaces. You know what I'm saying?
We're talking about talent, what talent is in general.
Yeah, but hold on, look, they were talented. They had the talent. But
what do you think it means, though?
Look, I think it means...
That's what we're trying to figure out. What do you think talent is?
The ability to perform in a stressful situation is talent.
Yeah, that's a certain talent. Yeah, and they had other talents, right? But it didn't transition into that particular talent. So, like, Mike know what I'm saying. Like, you can be talented and well versed in a skill in certain places and be good, but it doesn't always translate on fucking paper. Or it doesn't necessarily equal you will be a winner. Kawhi Leonard.
Who's that? I naturally don't know who that is. I'm being serious.
No, it's good. Basketball player.
Okay.
He said something about talent being the ability to perform in high pressure situations. I disagree with that. I honestly think that's a skill that's taught because we do that in the military. Like we routinely do it. Firefighters do it in high stressful situations. Many nurses, doctors, emergency technicians, they do it.
Brad, the military teaches you that.
No.
Right?
Look, here, first and foremost, even within that, you still have better performers than not.
I agree.
Then you have people that are even appealed to be in the military, which obviously takes something. There's an interest to where they're factoring that in the first place, right? So you're not teaching anybody anything. What you're doing is you're basically addressing what they're supposed to do in a stressful situation. But the stress itself isn't something that has an impact onto them as it might the next person. For example, somebody that would avoid their military period to avoid that situation regardless of the training. So what I was specifically talking about was this too. There are people in the gym that perform incredible, but when the lights turn on and they got to walk out and perform in the public, they shut the fuck down. You don't get to choose what you're afraid of, right? What you can do is try to cope with your fear, but even with the coping people, some people don't have what it takes to cope.
Yeah, it happens. It's like the military is a different kind of mental training as well. Like I was going to ask you, Nike, in your team, did they ever teach you mental? Like, did they ever teach you mental training of how to like be focused? Because you're going to fight in front of people. You're not going to fight in person. Right? You're going to fight on stage, maybe in front of like 50,000 people, or too many people are watching you. Did they ever teach you the mental as well, regardless of the physical in your training or whatever you were doing before?
They prepare you for that, but you supposed to teach yourself that, because I'm gonna tell you with combat, and that's any kind of combat sport or combat discipline, right? That you can be guided in terms of approach, but you have to experience and have to figure it out in the situation. So you gotta you learn that through experience. And there's some people that just get blocked.
Yeah, true.
They can't. That's just their ceiling.
Yeah, the amygdala hijack. That's what it is. It's where the fucking fight or flight takes over, and that fucking reasoning goes out the window, and they can't do shit.
Yeah, my boy, what I'm just talking about, Valentino, I'm talking about phenomenal form, like pulled off all the punches, the kicks, board breaks, excellent form, phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Made it to black belt. But just did not was no good in a fucking competing tournament. Just something about when the lights turn on, and it just It's mamas watching, it's bitches watching, it's all that blood. Some people don't never break out of that.
It's hard to
pressure
focus.
cycle.
Like it's hard to focus because people are gonna people are gonna constantly be yelling in your ear. If you guys hate being interrupted on Clubhouse, imagine how they are in a stressful situation. Taking a penalty kick, taking the last play in a Super Bowl Champions League, having that last kick in a karate match. Like, people are gonna talk in your ear, and you can't stop the fans from saying shit. It's to have that, to block it out takes a lot of discipline, a lot. And I hear you, Night King. Where I think sometimes you can know yourself, but people have to also teach you how to like block shit out as well. Like, even if you didn't have family members to tell you how to do that, a good trainer who has a good mindset can also teach you as well. But I agree.
Think about fighter pilots like that fly in like the Air Force and shit, bro. Like, or think about that one rock climber that goes like, what is it called, like free climbing, or think about like big wave surfers where they surf those huge waves.
Oh, those ones have a depth, which is different.
No, they just have a different brain where they can perform. First, they have the desire, then they have the ability to perform. Bro, those are rare people in the world. You don't see them you don't see them too often. You only see them on videos and shit. That guy that climbed that fucking mountain with nothing, the fuck is that?
I feel like someone who has that skill, this actor is Tom Cruise. I feel like that guy doesn't fear anything, and that dude does some crazy. I feel like stuntmen too. Stuntmen have that kind of like. I feel like they have that kind of mental training as well. Like because they put their body at risk, and they have this kind of drive that look. I'm gonna do this skill, and I'm definitely gonna hit it. Like, and it's Jackie Chan, Tom Cruise, all these actors who they also need to get physically fit as well for these roles, and it takes a lot of mental training as well. But
so I'm gonna give you a good example, right? You know who Mike Tyson is, right? Mike Tyson.
I'm not.
Hey, look, I gotta make sure. You ain't the last athlete. So Mike Tyson studied under Bobby Stewart before he was introduced to the late great legendary coach Custom Model. Custom Model told Bobby Stewart at first he was done taking fighters. Why was he done taking fighters? Because the last couple fighters that he got did not take in the fucking information. You can be a legend at a fucking sport and shit like that. But just because you're a legend doesn't mean that that'll translate over to the fighter. Look, some people just don't receive the coaching the way that they should, bro.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Because there could have been more Mike Tysons, but we only ended up with one.
Who? Floyd?
No.
Sorry. Do you think? Sorry. The next one.
Mike
Who do you think would be the next one? No. Sorry. I misspoke. Like, do you think Floyd has that same mentality as Mike Tyson?
Well, no.
Or Sugar Ray Thompson. Sugar Ray. What's that name? Sugar Ray Thompson. Like
maybe a different drive because they were in the same, and it was a different coaching and mentorship and stuff like that. But none of them were the machine. None of them were the machine like Mike, and they would tell you themselves.
Muhammad Ali's mindset was deep. That dude didn't fear anybody.
Yeah, you gotta go back. You see, look how you have to go back.
Muhammad Ali?
Muhammad Ali, you can say that, but he from a different cut. You know what I'm saying?
So, like, he stood in talk shows. He was like, how dare you compete my mind? I can take you in the ring. And in the intellect, I'm like, God damn, this dude is this guy is phenomenal in every corner. Like, this is crazy. I was watching the interview.
Even that ain't coachable. Because a lot of fighters that try to pull that shit on, only one that was able to do it was like Floyd and a couple of
Not really.
Not really.
They didn't offer like
you can't coach nobody. Muhammad had something embedded in him that was him.
It's different.
You know what I'm saying? And he just incorporated that with his talent.
What he was light skinned, and he said he looked pretty good.
There we go.
A light skinned nigga always good at tap dancing, bro.
Jesus Christ, this nigga got the disease, bro.
I'm gonna listen. Give me like 2 seconds, and I'll address that. Give me 2.
You ever heard of my girl comes from dark skinned people? Shit. Anyway, look. No, hey, Miss Fifi, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just saying that both of them, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, they are all one of one in their own type of way, and I just wanted you to maybe explain to Lovey what that was, because I can't explain it, but I know they're just one of one. It's like they paved the way, but yet they're still their own, in their league of their own. Making sense?
And what I meant by what I was saying is this, right? So you had Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was a draft dodger, right? Meaning that he dodged the American draft, and no one in all of boxing wanted to fight him because it was taboo. It was not taboo, but he was like a no-name. I want to fight someone who dodged the draft. That's like one of the most un-American things to do. And you had this real nigga, this black person. He looked something like you, Luffy, Nigerian. His name was Joe Frazier. You ever heard about Joe Frazier? Joe Frazier. Yes, Joe Frazier.
Another nigga that dodges around.
No, he was the heavyweight champion of the world.
Oh, he can be right.
You know what he did? And you know what he did, bro?
He dodged the draft.
No, he didn't. What he did was he assisted. 1 second, brother. He assisted Muhammad Ali by giving him a chance to fight him, the champion of the world. Now, what did you think this nigga did afterwards?
Muhammad Ali?
Oh, yeah. I'm tell you what he did. He did what any other light-skinned person would do. He started making fun of the person on the way he looked. He started calling Joe Frazier a monkey. He just a baboon. He ugly. I don't know why. He just mad because I'm pretty and all this other stuff. That's all to no place. After this nigga gave them a shot, bro, he started doing what any other light-skinned nigga do. Talk about how good they look. He's looking in the mirror with wind on his face.
You think? But Nathan, that's boxing culture, though.
No, it wasn't. No, it was not. No, that's what happened eventually. That became boxing culture. When he started doing that shit, that's when boxing culture, because Joe Frazier was pissed off. He was like, I don't know why this dude is attacking me. And you know what they did? What he did? He changed his image. He was saying the big bad monkey, Joe Frazier, wanted to fight me, the good light-skinned dude. And then he turned America's champion, which was Joe Frazier, against America.
Oh, man.
That's that light-skinned shit. That is taught by their fathers. And their fathers are white. They're saying.
Listen, the best fighter ever was Rocky Marciano.
Absolutely horrible.
Right now, you know. You can't beat that record. Rocky Marciano. Can't beat even Ali
or something. I think I heard about it. He is definitely at least top 5. You gotta at least put him top 5. I think Floyd Mayweather, in terms of like pound for pound, he's up there.
The greatest.
Yeah, I mean, you can say Rocky Marciano and shit like that, but that was just like the white people mediated favor.
The Italian.
Yeah, you know, and he got his own disrespect, but he ain't got nothing. Oh, Hector, Macho, Camacho.
You know, I knew him.
All right?
I knew him and his son. I knew both of them. They lived near me.
Yeah.
And Hector wasn't that great a fighter.
Man, come on now. He fought more than
You talk about your neighbor, bro?
Yeah, look at him. He always doing.
The dude who took the chair and hit him over the head with it.
Hector was going crazy.
He said, you know what? He stayed next to me. But he ain't all that.
You know he wouldn't say it to his face, right? You know he wouldn't say it to his face.
Oh, hell yeah, I did.
Well, of course he did. That nigga was probably like 80.
Now we all was drunk.
No, holding his pistol when he said
over a beer.
Brad was holding that pistol.
The millimeter was sitting in my lap.
He was fully drawn at that point when he said that.
Like, what the hell? Even said it himself. He's like, I go, well, I know you obviously think you're the best. And he's like, nah. He goes, I just intimidate a lot of opponents. He goes, to be honest with you, I win a lot of fights based on the fact that I put fear in the guys. And he goes, that's it. The crazier you appear, the better off you are. You're already winning in the early stages. And he goes, training helps and all that stuff, but it's literally that mental like break. You just got to break the guy mentally.
Nathan, that's what I was telling you. The mental, it's also a strategy, and like many people can't get past it. It's when you get someone's head, you kind of discombobulate them a little bit, and they just like lose focus when they get in the ring or on stage or anywhere. So
his son was really nice, though. I mean, his son would come over and play with the girls. And they like, if ever Elizabeth was like carrying groceries, he'd come over and offer, be like, "Can I help? Can I help?" We'd have him over for dinner. I'd help him with his homework. He was always a good kid. He was a good kid.
Yeah, but I saw that Manny Pacquiao and Floyd are gonna fight again in September or August? I can't remember. I'm not gonna win that fight. I hope Manny wins though. I like Manny Pacquiao as a fighter. Oh, a boxer, rather. Yeah.
But one of the craziest things Hector ever did, I can tell you this. He was at a bar called Lupe's out on the beach in Condado, and he walked up to a girl, and under her skirt, he just reached in and grabbed the whole hand and put 2 fingers in and said, "Hey, you're coming home with me."
Oh, so the same thing Trump said, right? There's some women that would let you grab them by.
And she went home with him.
That's kidnapping. What are you saying?
My God, yo.
I wouldn't draw consent, nigga.
Bro, you can't kidnap the willing, bro.
Speaking about the not willing,
you could
y'all
say
should have
peer
seen
pressure.
Red was trying to run, boy. I hold that little nigga down and I took advantage.
Hey, yo, pause, bro. What's going on?
He said pressure.
I mean, people just like, I mean, some people will just give in to people that have power, have money, or have status. It happens sometimes, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So I've seen people croak, "Oh my God, it's on TV." I mean, it just happens, man.
That's why whenever I hear dudes bring this example up, it just tells you like how biased they are to kind of overlook how they view society in their own capacity, and like they don't do the thing that Trump's talking about, like he described. Everybody knows this is how it goes. Everybody.
What do you mean? Like the whole power
like the
thing.
status, right? Yeah, like the power dynamics of being a celebrity. Like they have a term. It's called like groupies. Like,
yeah, groupies. Actually, I haven't heard that name that term in a very long time. Yeah, they do exist.
That's the whole Harvey Weinstein thing. Like, how many of those starlets were like, and guys were like sucking his dick, but they did it for a movie role, and they're like,
I don't think those were groupies, so that's a different thing. I think they were just desperate people who want to just be on TV. Groupie is someone who idolizes you and wants to, like, they'll do anything for you. They'll go on tour, they risk their employments, they know everything about you, they worship you basically. And I never understand celebrity worship. It's very weird to me. Weinstein was just so weird.
You're saying you wouldn't do that?
Weinstein?
No. What did he do for that white man?
What did he do for the white man?
We don't know, all alleged.
Bieber?
No.
I mean,
the rich old man.
What rich old man are you talking about? With Diddy.
One of the record labels.
Weinstein.
Yeah, pause. Okay, but
I think if you look at Trump's whole video, like the Hollywood video, right? If you just look at the whole video, it actually speaks to a person that doesn't think that he's being recorded by any means, but understands that there are limits that he wouldn't cross. especially like when he talked about how there was this married woman he was trying to boink, and he tried everything. He bought her furniture, he provided all these things, and he still didn't get access. Right? And like, there's nobody listening at this point. Where nobody's supposed to hear this tape, but he's pointing out that there are women that'll let you, and there's women that wouldn't.
Yeah, but some just crack immediately, but some are just stand your ground and want more than just the materialistic or the status to also see you. But
or you could say Delulu.
It's a very wide ratio. Is it wide ratio trying to say? Well, yeah. The ratio is not equal. It's very definitely much wider.
I don't know, but there's truth to what Simone was saying, because when we would wear our dress blues and even our dress whites, you'd have women like fucking run up to you and like tackle you on the pier, and they'd be like, "Hey, I want to take you home," and they wouldn't be willing to let you do anything you wanted to them, and then they'd do your wash and cook you breakfast in the morning.
Yeah. See, this thing, I know it's just easy.
Literally, the continent of Australia is pretty much, for anybody that knows.
Japan's been run over by Somalians.
In Germany, if you're black.
Oh yeah, the German girls look black guys. That was a fact. I know personally. Yeah, they do.
But you can't tell a lot of people that, man. They tell you that, oh, that's just stupid. Or you trying to say that that you could just grab anyone by the cooch? And no one's saying that you could grab anyone by the cooch.
Let's go find out. Let's find out. Let's go find out.
No. Listen, dum-dum. There's some women out there that would let you grab them by the cooch. Some women, not all, some.
You got some kind of radar where you can do that?
Yeah, go to a strip club.
That's it. We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want to wipe those.
But that's the thing. We all have money, right? I bet you Drake could grab some women by the cooch and they'll let them do it.
No.
Because there are women out there that are like that would just let them do it. Because that's what, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they don't have no respect for themselves.
Somewhat true, yeah.
But the point is,
a lawsuit involved after 3 months later.
No, the point is,
he's never been exposed to the opposite sex.
Yeah, you've never been exposed to women who just like you, or just offer them, like how my boy said, women who just want to fuck with you, just offer the muscle, bro. You never had that before, bro.
Yeah, he just doesn't have muscle. Yeah, sucks.
No, those ones are just broken. That's the difference.
Oh, he had it. He just didn't realize it.
Oh, untapped potential.
Yeah, he was too busy doing Pokemon. He was like, "Oh, you like to play Pokemon?" He was like, "Yeah, leave me alone." She was like, "Oh, yeah, I don't want to talk about it." That was his chance. He didn't realize.
Elton says X has like a blonde girl with big boobs and daddy issues. And they guarantee
I tell you this, not everyone. Yeah, you don't have to deal with them, bro. Probably for one night. But that's what my boy said, Keegan. You only think about the 15 minutes of love, that's what you're gonna push out. But you're not thinking about the next 15 years, bro. Holding it down. Making her an honest woman, Brad.
I was married, and I hate to tell you this, but the women that I date now usually are divorced. On a rare occasion, they're probably some of them I know for a fact, because I found one later on that I didn't realize how the scam really works. They're married, they're just going out while their husbands are doing fuck all. And I didn't realize it because I was like, what guy lets your wife go out? Some have their husband's permission, can't figure that shit out. And then you have some that go out with their husbands and have their husbands come over going, hey, would you spend the night with my wife? And I've had that happen twice now in Texas.
Get out of here.
I shit you not. It's a different fucking place down here, man. If you're single.
No. That just doesn't happen now, bro. When I was in North Carolina, bro, No, I'm saying it doesn't only happen down there. I'll tell you my shit.
Shit is like for the first concrete. There is no, I don't.
And I'm talking about like sophisticated people too, man. Like I was shocked. I Googled a woman and I'm like, oh shit. What the fuck?
Senators and fucking.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. You get a proposition like that, I look you up.
Okay, finance. I like concrete. If I took you out and I went to like Perry's Steakhouse for the night, we just sat at the bar. I promise you, by the end of the night, you're gonna have 3 offers, and you're probably gonna take one of them home. I'm gonna have to settle a bar tab, and I'm gonna sit there and go, all right, well, that was fun, and I'm gonna have 10 offers myself. Like you're gonna pick one. Like it's literally weird.
What do you think created that environment?
I think they raised a lot of Justin Biebers down here and forgot about John Wayne, because all these women are approaching you like they're ballsy. They're coming out of the woodwork going, "Hi, my name is Carrie, and I think you're cute, and can I sit down with you?" And then the next thing you know, they're like, "Here's my number. Here's my car." Like it's weird, man, and they're all like career-driven, PhDs, MBAs. All that shit, and they all have money. They all have $1 million homes. They're all sitting there going, "Yeah, come back to the woods with me. Come back over to Montrose."
Listen, man, concrete. Back in the days, bro, I had someone I spoke to. I'm talking about talking. We have a good communication. Then afterwards, it's like, hey, listen, if you want to get down, you have to meet my husband first, so he can be cool with it. All I have to do is just introduce. All I have to do is introduce you. Trust me, you good. All you just, blah blah blah. I like that.
Yeah, man. None of that freaking bullshit.
Dude, there's this bar called La Tule. It's like a swingers fucking place. I swear to God, but it's all rich. Like your fucking Budweiser is gonna run you $25 a bottle. So like, and they're serving Pappy for bourbon. Like they're all high end. The guys will come up to you and go, "Hey, my wife is really interested in you. Would you mind, coming back? I've got this beautiful home. Blah blah blah. I'll send a car for you, etc." And they'll bring you back so you can go spend the night with their wife, because most of these asshats are fucking fat, rich, and have ED, and apparently can't get fucking their peckers straight.
Sorry to hear that, but I'm not getting involved in any eyes wide shut Illuminati sex rings. No thank. What if you catch feelings for the rich man's wife? Now what? Now what you gonna do?
Why would I catch feelings for a woman that was willing to fucking sleep with another man while she's married?
That's a good question. I didn't think that one through. Because of that thing. I
just was about to say that, bro. Because that thing is good, bro. Listen, that thing could be so good it would make you in love, bro. You'd be like, oh my God, bro. I'm just saying, bro, you ever cried after you done?
Yeah, you know it's bad when she put the tissues next to the bed. She said, he said, don't worry.
Nathan, let me ask you this. Who do you think is happier? Someone who's in a monogamous relationship or a couple who's in an open relationship?
I don't know, bro. I look at the ones who live that swinging life. That's a certain type of people, bro. They look like they always happy. Look like nothing but of those people, bro. You meet those individuals, bro. They like on some different part of the.
But like when I look at them, they're always end up divorced or something like that. So like even the ones I'm finding now, like, and it's hard, man. Like it's not like trying to find a decent woman. What I'm just looking for is like, hey, do you want to go on like adventures? Like if I take you sailing, am I going to enjoy your company, or is this going to be like I'm dumping you out in the Gulf of Mexico? But these, it's a whole different level. Like I haven't dated in fucking forever, and the rules have changed. Like I've never had women. I just walk to a bar and women will come up to you and be like, "Hi, how you doing?" Especially the Latino women. They will come up. Oh yeah, the Latino women will come up to you and say, "Hey, what are you doing here?" They'll sit down next to you. They'll have their one drink, And the next thing you know, they're trying to touch your arm, they're trying to touch your chest, they're touching your leg, they're rubbing your leg over. You can say the dumbest shit, they'll laugh. You have no idea why they're laughing, and they'll still carry on. And then they're like, do you want to take me home, or do you want to come home to my house?
Oh, that sounds like a transactional proposal for a particular type of service. So the way you described it.
Except down here, they're usually the ones that are like, I have good money. Like I have all my shit in order. These girls have like they're like, oh yeah, here you go, come to my house, and you're looking at it and you're going, this is a $5-10 million fucking home. Like what the fuck? Their car in the driveway is a Ferrari, and you're like, all right, I'm either out of my league or I live in some fairy tale.
Wait, are you saying the women that approach you have the $5 to $10 million Latino? Oh, okay.
The other Latinos, they're out for like
yeah, that's like the ones from the south, like the south border. But to say is,
oh yeah, there's different types of Latinas here. There's the border ones, and then there's the ones that are like, hey, I made it here, man. I work for fucking
exactly.
Those are two different types of Latinos.
I was going to say, look, what I realized when my situation happened, that I was just a dime a dozen, bro. It was like, the hell? Oh yeah, I know the spot. I go to the spot. It's a motel, bro. What the hell? How many people you took to this motel? Went aside. The front desk is like, oh hey, how you doing? I'm like, oh, y'all know these people too? Like, come on.
Dude, Nathan, that's how I feel. The number of times I've been invited back to Hotel Zaza. It's like this kind of like higher end hotel. And they're just sitting there going, is the room for just the one night? Or what the fuck? This ain't no Motel 6, man. Come on.
You know, it was a massive red flag when like you go to the hotel and like the person, oh, welcome back, ma'am. I mean that welcome back, bro. You're not
Hey, how are you? I'm like, what? And it's right by the bar, bro. It's like right down the street from the bar. Oh, I know a spot. I'm like, okay.
Oh, and here's the craziest thing, Concrete. I was in this place called, they call it the Ice House or whatever it is. And it's just this huge bar, everybody gathers. The number of Latino women that came up in pairs and saying, hey, would you like to come home with us? And they're like, we're really into it. It's almost...
Now you're going too far, Brad.
Oh, man.
There can't be a mystical land that has...
I'm telling you.
No, Brad is white. That's different, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Different for white people. Different for white people, bro. Different for white people.
What do you mean it's different for white people?
Like that's like a lot of like Hispanic people, like Chekhov, like the dude, the to a white man. That's black people. It's the white women that want to do shit like that. Oh man, my friend, ain't a bunch of Spanish people want to do that shit.
Dude, they come down.
You saying that's a white woman's fantasy?
Yeah. A white woman's fantasy is like, oh yeah, I want you do it with being my friend. The Hispanic women ain't doing that shit. They be like that fantasy is having a white guy.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they want a white guy to do that with.
Outside of America, bro, like the Hispanics, some like Hispanic people, like South American people, like Colombia, they definitely like they're negros. I'm gonna say that.
The ones that are like on the islands, they like the negros, bro.
Yeah,
not all of them. Yeah, not all of them.
You gotta leave America.
Well, even the black women are fucking nuts down here till it's like it's all white, but the black women are like freaky as hell. They talk to you and like have a whole.
Cause you white. That's what I'm saying, bro.
And they want the money.
They have money though. That's the thing. I drive a Jeep. That's 10 years old.
Okay. You're right.
I mean, like everybody has money. They're like.
Sorry, I didn't mean to give myself up. I was in here listening. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh shit! Was Fifi shit this whole time?
What's wrong with Texas?
He knows what I'm talking about.
No, nothing wrong with Texas. They talking about the weed.
Yeah, that was it.
You're a little younger than me. Am I wrong?
Well, I'm not on the dating scene like that, but I can imagine that you're not telling a lie at all.
Miss Fifi, you think that's like a black woman fantasy, or more like a Hispanic?
To do what?
For her and her friend to do a guy. Do you think that might proposition more white men or black men to engage in that type of stuff?
On the average, no, but if you're on an island somewhere and you never know. I don't know.
like Fantasy Island or something?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Miss Fifi, you know. You know, Miss Fifi.
Everybody being careful, everybody safe. I don't know, baby. I'm sure you're right.
Condoms now, so we're all good.
Speaking of condoms, I saw an article that says 10,000 condoms have been used in the hotel. Oh, that's okay. Why is that? I read an article, like a post that 10,000 condoms have already been used in the Winter Olympics. I think apparently they be.
That's crazy.
Like be
That's
around.
funny. I didn't get the count.
The coach had a comment on it. He's like, well, it's Valentine's Day, so there's a lot of love.
Well, you know what? At least they were all safe. Don't bring anything back home.
So imagine you're physically fit, you're always working night, highly competitive, and you're just surrounded by flesh. And you know working out makes you horny. I don't know about y'all, but when I work out...
I thought before, like, any kind of games or whatever, like, you can't have sex before then. Because, especially, like, I don't know about them, but NFL players, I mean, they don't have sex the night before.
Are you sure about that? You sure about that?
Usually in the hotel, but I'm just thinking of athletes. I mean, if they're getting ready to do something the next day, like get ready to compete the next day, I don't know. But other than that, they got free throws. Hey. And they where are they in? Where are they in Paris? Where are they?
I don't know.
I don't know where the Olympics is. I mean, I know it's the Winter Olympics, but anyway. Hey, I mean, they're young people from what I can imagine. Are they young? Like in their 20s?
I mean, there's also a lot of fans, and so...
Yeah, and them fans, groupies, man,
yeah, right? I mean, all's fair in love and war, right?
Yeah.
Cochran's rethinking his life choices now. He's like, all right, I got to move to Houston, and I got to join the Olympics.
Hillary don't have no problem. All you got to do is just don't.
Houston smells. What I was saying is, you know what it is once you, like, it sounds like that demographic, they're just bored. They've accomplished everything financially. You know how it is with relationships, how they don't work out. The kids are probably grown. So now what do? You know,
fun, live your life.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what's even crazier is there's I don't know if this is a demographic shift or migration pattern, but it'd be interesting to look at the stats. But I swear there are so many single women down here that have no kids that are they're like, yep, I make it, I make $600,000 because I don't know, I'm using for one of the energy companies. And they're walking up to you, hey, why don't you come drink margaritas with me? And by the end of the evening, 2 bottles in, they're like, all right, we're going back to my place and we're going to go into the pool because everybody's got a fucking pool in this state. And they're like naked the minute you get them into their door, and you're just like, oh.
Brad, this can't be regular, Brad. This can't be regular.
Dude, that's a Tuesday night.
But Brad hasn't been to the Marriott. Yeah, he's white. I gotta remember. With the pool, with the Texas shaped
No, not yet.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's over in the museum district.
Yes.
But like all the chicks that hang out in the museum district, they are bold as hell. They're like, oh, let me talk about Renoir, and then they go up to Concrete. Let me talk. Yeah, they would be like, oh, let me have Concrete take me home and make me a memoir. You know, like they would do some stupid shit like that.
Look, really quick, boys. I have 2 things to say. I can't speak long.
Yo, what up, Shaq Mouse?
All right, point 1. I just want to respond quickly to what Brad was saying. What Brad is saying is actually true, but essentially, those are dudes. And I don't mean that they have dicks. I mean that they're women, but they're essentially dudes. Like, they act like dudes. They operate like dudes. They literally pulled you like a dude would pull a girl. They literally pulled you back right to their house to try to bang you. These women are literally dudes. They're not women anymore is what I'm saying. So, of course, they're acting like that because that's how dudes would act. The other thing I just want to say is El Mencho or El Chapo or whoever the fuck just got murked out in Mexico and destroyed the whole country or whatever. They caught that dude because of an OnlyFans model. So just be careful out there, boys. God bless.
Wait, he was slipping because of an OnlyFans model?
Read the news stories. It's all over the news. They literally, this dude had helicopters, backup, never carried a phone. This dude followed every step. For years, 15 years, they couldn't catch this guy. Everything he did perfectly. He's banging the OnlyFans model and she had her location on. Boom, done. That's how they get you.
Who was watching the OnlyFans model to know he was about that? Like, that was his model.
She was posting
somehow the Mexican army,
So that sounds like Planetary, right?
She's like a really high-end Mexican OnlyFans girl. She's just an expensive hooker, essentially.
So that means she wasn't only fucking him. She probably had a lot of dudes on her roster that were high targets.
I think that once you work your way up, I mean, because women are interested in that. Like, once you've worked your way up to the top dude in Mexico, I mean, there's really not much for her to do. You know, women are at least wise enough. Like, guys will go have a girlfriend at home that's an 8 and go bang a 6. Guys are retarded. Like, because you have a chemical agent coursing through your veins called testosterone that's constantly making you make improper decisions. So women don't have that problem. Women have never fucked a guy that was less value, or most women. I mean, it does happen. These women are insane, but most women are wise enough to at least fuck a guy that is higher value than the guy that she just is with. And so, like, you really think that El Mencho would let that happen on his watch, or she would even, he might kill her if she was banging some other dude. Like, I think she knew she made her way to the top and she was loyal at that point. It's the only time where they'll be loyal, though.
Seamus, what happened to the Iran raid? What happened to the Iran raid?
I mean, I'll put it like this: the poly market is over 50% from March 15th onward. So all the prediction markets have a strike becomes more than 50% likely March 15th and after. All we know is that the logistics are there, the prediction markets, so the people with the money where their mouth is are betting on it. And the prediction markets all called that Kamala was going to lose. All the pollsters said that she was going to win. The thing about it is, if you're a pollster, your job's safe whether you call it wrong or not. Nothing happens to you. In fact, most of the pollsters are paid through funding, like grants and stuff. So, like, nothing happened there. There's no consequences. If you're a pollster, you get the polls wrong, there's no consequence for you. If you're a prediction market guy and you get it wrong, you just lost your house. You just lost your life. Now your wife's cheating on you. Everything's over. Go jump off a bridge. You know what I mean? And so they have what's called a positive reinforcement loop, which makes their predictions better and better and better, because the guys that are predicting are the only ones that have money, and the guys that are failing are all broke. And so, yeah, I mean, prediction markets have it 52% on March 15th. So, anyways, that's all I have to share. There's also another guy. He's like a Jew. He's basically a Mossad agent, but he works for. He's basically in the military intelligence industry, and his name is Ryan Macbeth. He has like a popular YouTube channel, but he's like actually in the military industrial complex. Like, he's a military analyst, and he's been saying that it's like basically going to happen in a week. So, like, all the military analysts are saying a week, prediction markets are saying a week. Like,
I got something for you. You can look it up yourself. His name is Michael Howe. He's big on global liquidity, and what he says is that as global liquidity, gets larger, Bitcoin is going to benefit like the fastest. So and the most and the fastest. So basically, if global liquidity expands today, you notice an expansion. 6 to 11 weeks later, Bitcoin is going to go up, and then the multiple on the expansion is like 4 times any other asset that would benefit from an expanded liquidity.
Yeah.
Anyway,
expanded monetary supply, Bitcoin responds bigger than anything else under those things. So he's right.
So let me get to this point. So, and I'm glad you agree, right? I think we all agree. Anyway, what he's saying is the global liquidity expansion has reached its peak. He says it goes for 5 to 6 year cycles. So when it contracts, goes down before it hits a trough, Bitcoin is going to go to 30. That's his number. He's still a long time holder because he looks at it as you'll always benefit from a dollar debasement by going to Bitcoin. So for every dollar that goes into extra liquidity, the dollar loses its value, but Bitcoin increases its value. And I completely understand that thesis. The only issue is the volatility and the fact that it might be able to decouple from that correlation. So to you, what happens when it goes to 30? That's his prediction. Some are saying go up. He's saying 30.
Most of the landscape that guy drew out for you is broadly speaking correct. You're not going to see $30K Bitcoin. Like, you're never going to see that again, but I would expect it to probably get, like, basically a key area of resistance is like 60 to 58K. And if it goes below like 58K, the next level of resistance is like literally like low 40s. And then after that, it's
support.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Support is what falls through. Resistance is what it comes up and touches. And so, so the next support level is like really low. So, I mean, I think that it's fair to say that Bitcoin could touch low 50s, mid 40s, and that's like the absolute worst that could happen. Absent a black swan, like just all this stuff. So he's right about that. He is wrong about the global liquidity actually spiking, and it's not going to spike again for another 5 years. That's broadly wrong, because basically what happened is they're doing the interest rates pull back slowly. So they've been lowering interest rates for like basically a year now, very extremely slowly, like a quarter basis point, and then they pause for like 4 months. I think we've had 4 so far. So there's slight, and what that does is it is one of the indicators that global liquidity is going to go up. They put interest rates to 0, global liquidity absolutely spikes. And then if they do quantitative easing in the sense that the way that you understand it and the way that it's meant, when they start doing reverse repo and stuff, that's when liquidity is really going to pop off. And they just haven't done it yet. But to say that it's going to go 5 years, I don't think so. I think if they go through, I'm thinking like 2 or 3 at the absolute max. But like his thesis is broadly correct. Bitcoin's going to go a bit lower. Long term, it's good. Bitcoin, when it's priced in US dollars, essentially Bitcoin's always going to go up versus US dollars. US dollars are constantly getting more and more into supply, and Bitcoin is fixed. And so another interesting thing, and this is the last thing I'll say, is if you look at the S&P recently, if you price S&P in dollars over the last few years, the S&P's up. Like the S&P is like basically at its all-time high or very close. If you price the S&P in gold, the S&P has crashed and is gone. So
what do you mean? How do you do that conversion? I don't understand.
So what I'm saying, essentially what you would do is you would go back 15 years, right? And then find the price of gold 15 years ago. Okay, whatever it was, the gold price per ounce, and then fix it at that point. And then for the next 15 years, you track gold, you track the S&P not relative to how well it's performed. So what it is, it's an axis. So there's one of the axes is the S&P, and then the other axis is US dollars. So they're valuing this asset versus another.
And so if you just use the denominating asset to value the S&P 500, gold has tripled since then. So essentially, the S&P has only went up like, the gold went up 5 times since then in 15 years. Gold went up basically 5x, and the S&P basically doubled. And so what that would essentially apply is that in the last 15 years, the S&P is not 200% up. It's 200% up appraised in US dollars. It's 300% down appraised in gold. It's the largest stock market crash in the history ever. If you price the S&P in gold, it's the largest stock market crash that has ever happened. Ever.
I have to think. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this conversion, but I have to think about it and get back to you on it. But
here's a way to think about it. Imagine you buy one share of the VOO back in 15 years ago, right? Whatever that would have cost back then, let's say it was just an arbitrary number. Let's say it's like $100. Well, what you would do is you would find out what the gold price, $100 worth of gold was back then, okay? And then you would track that same share's value, okay, in dollars versus what it would be in gold. So then you track how well gold has done over the 15 years. And so that's essentially how you do it.
The return of gold versus the return of S&P?
No. Like basically, 15 years ago, 1 ounce of gold would have bought X number of the S&P. Get what I'm saying? Today, gold would buy X number of the S&P. What happens is 15 years ago, it bought a ton of the S&P, and today it buys a very small amount. And so what's happening is that essentially most of the transactions and the S&P are fake. They're not real money. They don't generate a lot of real value.
They're priced to earnings ratio.
A lot of what the S&P does is based on the Mag 7. So there's like 7 companies that are.
No, we got that. They're running 43% of the return on the S&P or something like that.
Even higher from what I heard, but essentially, yeah. So
yeah, we got that, and it's basically a bubble. It's overpriced, and that's because of the cheap money. And also, that's the liquidity, I think, more so than the cheap money. I don't understand your point about lowering interest rates. You don't want to lower interest rates because that's just going to increase the value or the price on all assets.
The price of money. Essentially, the price of money is fixed by interest rates. Like essentially,
I know that the cost of money.
Yeah. So essentially, when the interest rates are low, money is cheap. When money's cheap, it's easier to get a lot more.
Yeah, but you get assets prices go up.
Yeah, exactly.
With that cheap money.
Yes. So liquidity spikes. What spikes the fastest in response
to supply is one thing. Cost of money is a second.
What I'm saying is when hard assets is what responds to liquidity injections. When there's excess dollars chasing the same amount of goods, hard assets are what. And so Bitcoin is like arguably the hardest of all assets.
Well, I would take it more risky. It would be more so with risky versus. No, why would you call it a hard asset? We're not talking like oil.
No. What I'm basically saying is that it's essentially digital gold, and so it's the thing about a hard asset is something that's like, I guess there could be debate about it, but the way that I see it is I see it as digital gold. So I consider in terms of financial collateral, Bitcoin and gold are like pristine collateral, and everything else, even the US dollar has been downgraded on if you look at the scale, they have a scale of, I can't remember what it's called, but the US financial system has been downgraded because it just has too much debt to GDP. So it's actually, so what I'm saying is the collateral is actually better than dollars. So gold is more pristine of a collateral than dollars, and so is Bitcoin. That's just my view. I guess that's debatable. Some people think Bitcoin's worthless.
So the way you look at the value of the dollar and why it's not the same thing as Bitcoin and why you will move away from Bitcoin and move to dollars is when you get into a risky environment. Whenever like there's blood in the water. Everyone, before the blood hits, all the smart money, moves to dollars. So,
Yeah, that's right. Because dollars are the most liquid and fungible thing out there. And so when things crash, you don't like the house.
You're gonna liquidate your
crash. It's hard to sell a house, but when markets crash, cash is fully the most liquid thing. And so you can buy it if you needed to buy up assets, but you had to sell a house in a market crash. You might not get the house sold, and you won't be able to buy up any assets cheap. So that's why more
liquidity of different assets. What I'm saying is, when you counter Bitcoin with dollars, you can say in a risk off or risk on environment, obviously you're not going to go to dollars, you're going to go to something more risky that's going to have a high return. But when things are risk off or blood in the water type of scenario, you're moving out of risky assets and you're moving to safe assets such as cash.
I agree with you. I'm explaining the reason why. Because
but I mean, that exposes Bitcoin to losing value because it'll never compete. When you want to say it competes with the dollar,
I don't think it competes with the dollar. That's ridiculous. I don't think I've ever said that.
That is better than the dollar.
What do you mean? I said it's better than the dollar in terms of it's more pristine collateral than the dollar. That's all I mean.
I don't know what that is.
I'm not saying that it beat. I'm not saying that it beats the dollar in every respect. I'm saying as pristine collateral. That means collateral that is like the right time that you would want, that doesn't have a lot of volatility, isn't super risky.
Are you out of your mind?
I'm not out of my mind. I'm telling you right now that I'm not out of my mind. I have all my money where my mouth is. If you disagree with me, then we'll find out where you are.
How is volatility measured?
Most of my Bitcoin I bought around 30K. I'm still at 2x.
How is volatility measured?
He's gambling. Okay.
How is volatility?
They have a thing called a volatility index.
No, you're talking about market volatility. You're talking about volatility of an asset.
Yeah, the volatility index you can use
each asset has its beta. And you know what the beta is for the market versus the beta for Bitcoin? I'll tell you. It's 2 for Bitcoin, 1 for the market, right? So that means when the market goes down 1, what does that mean? Bitcoin goes down 2, right? It's a way more volatile asset. So when the VIX spikes and the market reacts, the market's going to be way more stable. Or I don't know, the market being the index, S&P, whichever, is going to be way more stable than Bitcoin. It's not a pristine asset if you want to talk about volatility.
Yeah, I just disagree. I'm happy with you to look at with whatever you want, and I'm happy for you to put your money wherever you want it. But what I'm saying is, I know what the best collateral is, and it's one that has all the features of sound money and cannot be printed, is the most scarce, and then is functional within all the roles of money. And so I know that's pristine. I know that there can't be ever anymore. The only thing that changed, nothing has changed about the fundamentals of Bitcoin. The only thing that changed is a bunch of people and their gambling habits. Nothing has changed about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is underpriced right now. And so nothing's going to ever convince me otherwise. And so we just have a philosophical difference. If all you want to say is that Bitcoin is volatile, I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm not.
You have to go back to your definition of pristine asset, and you can't use the word, lack of volatility in relation to Bitcoin. You have to revise that statement.
You're thinking of volatility monetarily. I'm thinking of it in terms of its fundamentals. Like the thing
talking about on a chemical level? That is, what are you talking about?
Listen, what I'm trying to explain to you is a company's fundamentals are subject to change. Like some of the big companies.
Bitcoin doesn't have fundamentals, brother.
Yes, it does.
Bitcoin is subject to market dynamics and liquidity dynamics. It has nothing else
That's not true.
It has nothing else that would enable it to be counter-cyclical, right? Going with the cycle. So when the cycle goes up, Bitcoin goes up. Cycle goes down, Bitcoin goes down.
That's a new term. I don't know where that came from.
You know what cyclical assets are?
No one. I'm just saying, if you're arguing that, you're not arguing against anything I've said. You claiming that it's not cyclical.
You said, all right. So look. So there's There's two types of assets, right? They're cyclical. They're gonna go with the cycle. When they go up, go down. And there's like defensive, right? Think moving into like utilities, fucking defense contractors. Everything goes down, they're still riding the wave. Why? Because we're always gonna fucking protect our borders. We're always gonna keep the lights on. We're always gonna have, infrastructure spending on utilities, right? So saying that Bitcoin,
I understand, dude.
Listen, bro. All right. Listen,
I understand what you're.
All I want to do is get another dub off you, and I'm satisfied. Thank you.
I'm just saying, if all you're saying is something that Warren Buffett, like you can go into any Warren Buffett quote, he's like, yeah, just buy Toast cereal and just like
that is sound portfolio management.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just saying you're not saying anything profound. I mean,
why are you? All right, so here's the issue, brother. When you got to.
Well, here I wanted to explain something I said earlier that
before you go, let me land with this point because I know you want to.
But you've been speaking for quite a bit. Just let me. I know you don't because we're kind of far down the road. We're a bit far down the road.
Are you selling Bitcoin again? Go ahead.
I'm talking about what I mean by the Bitcoin fundamentals is that the way that it's actually made, that it's it has a completely scarce, limited supply, that it's decentralized, and all of these types of properties that it has, it's divisible, blah blah blah. It can be used as cross-border payment, and then it has instantaneous final settlement within like 10 or 15 minutes. And so, and these are important. Those are the fundamentals that I'm talking about. If any of that shit changes, like if they like, hey, now we're printing new Bitcoin, there's not 21 million. I would be done. Like I wouldn't. At the moment, the fundamentals of Bitcoin, how it operates, the hash rate, all this stuff, how the difficulty adjustment, how any of that works. The moment any of that's monkey with, that's what I'm talking about. The fundamentals haven't changed. So what I'm saying is, there's volatility because a lot of people don't understand Bitcoin, and that's why you can make so much money out of it. Because
that's not true. There's not volatility because nobody understands Bitcoin. They don't believe.
What I'm saying is, if everyone understands,
they don't believe in it. Believe in it. So the confidence level is what, bro. Most
people you talk to that don't believe in it know almost nothing about it. Trust me, I've had thousands of conversations about Bitcoin.
It doesn't matter if your investment thesis isn't like understandable at this point in the game, 16 years, 20 years down the line, then just it is what it is, right?
I mean, like I said, I'm up big.
So if you're gonna appeal to like coherence or lack of coherence or understanding.
I've got 20 grand cash in my hand in that picture. I became a millionaire on paper a little less than a year ago, and I'm not a millionaire anymore, but I'm still up bigger than I've ever been. I'm still double all my money.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, instead of you won big on a micro play, right? And you never did an inventory of the world around you and said, obviously I'm one of the luckiest people in the existence. Is this something that is sustainable? Is my luck ever going to run out? And why am I so lucky? You should have been curious. And within a year, especially with AI, you'd have gotten to the answers to your questions. Because I'm curious, right? I'm just curious. When I heard the investment thesis of Bitcoin, I immediately understood that it wasn't something that was, long term. But as Sugar Belly, I'm always give her credit. Doesn't mean you can't make money with it. So now you move into something else. You're doing technical analysis. You're doing macro analysis to figure out what makes things go up, what makes assets go up. You should have figured that out by now. Then you should have been able to hedge your positions, so when money goes down, asset prices go down, and you don't get hurt.
I'm not trying to.
But you were so euphoric.
I'm not a trader.
You were so euphoric and smelling your own shit. You lost sight of the reality.
I'm not.
You got higher your own supply, brother.
Bro, I'm not a trader.
That's not about trading. Are you a critical thinker?
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Are you a critical thinker? Yes or no?
I'm going to say this in most clear terms.
Are you a critical thinker? Yes or no?
You know me long enough to know that that's a dumb question to ask me.
All right, so now we know the qualifications or the skill sets that I'm appealing to, right?
Listen,
you are qualified to.
All right, I can't talk over you because I'm out on the porch right now, so I'm gonna get off the phone if you're gonna make me have to talk.
Listen. If I get a little excited, don't turn into a bitch, okay?
Look, what I'm saying is I'm not gonna be out here yelling on somebody's fucking
I'll be okay.
Let me just say this. I'm not a traitor. And let me just be in most uncertain terms.
That's not a response, sir.
Listen, I'm just going to tell you in the most certain terms, okay? I'm not a trader. I don't sell. I buy and hold. I'm not
a response to the critique, sir.
Yeah, but you were telling me that I should have figured it out and I should have sold at the top. I should have.
You know you should have sold at the top. And everybody everybody knows that the mistake that retailer traders make is that they hold on for too long. They just don't understand the world that they're in. They get a lucky wave and they think that they're, the best shit that ever since like.
Yeah, I don't know what, dude. I'm long 10 years time horizon. Like you, for better or for worse, you can claim that I messed up or whatever. I was always long 10-year time horizon. That's it. I'm not selling. I'm not trading. I'm long 10 years. So what I'm saying is,
some cost fallacy.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that I have made a plan of an investment horizon of what I think this asset is going to be the best time to hold it. And I'm long this asset and I'm not trading.
I'm hearing your analysis and it's wanting. It's lacking.
Dude, I don't care what you say. Listen, I'm telling you right now.
Okay,
if someone
that's
come
not
up
a response. That's not a response. It's not a rational response. I don't care what you say.
No, my rational response is this: I'm not trying to time anything. I know that on long-term, 10-year time horizon, Bitcoin is going to outperform like everything else. And I'm not trying to time anything in the short term. I'm not interested in selling any Bitcoin until after 2030. After 2030 is when I'm interested in selling Bitcoin. I was never going to sell before that, and for better or for worse. If anyone came up to me 20 years ago and said, "Hey, I'm long Amazon. I'm just long Amazon. I have a feeling that it's going to be one of the winners in 20 years. I'm long Amazon. I'm not interested in selling the dips. I'm not timing anything. I'm thinking Amazon is going to do good in 20 years. I'm buying and I'm holding, and my time horizon is 20 years." Now, what you're saying is when you make it, every investor makes these decisions. You buy an asset and then you have a time horizon. And the guy's saying like, or you have a price out or something like that. And that's what everyone does. And if you're just holding it short term to reach a certain price or a certain thing like that, that's what everyone's doing. So you're just knocking someone for not having your time horizon. You can be short,
not an irrational
whatever you want. You can sell. No, it is absolutely rational to think that there are going to be shakeouts and that the Wall Street is going to do what it does and crash assets and try to rip the face off of retail. And I'm not trying to time anything. And it's completely rational to think that Bitcoin is going to be manipulated and it's going to be the winner in 10 years. And I'm just going to hold through the noise. There's nothing irrational about that. And there's no way you're going to ever convince me about that.
There is, because
okay, go ahead.
I'll explain it.
Let's hear it then.
It's really simple. The amount of money that you made on paper and the amount of education you could have acquired and the cost of the education is like a pittance of what you could have saved, right? It's almost like insurance. You were uninsured for the cost of $200 a month because you were so cocksure you were never going to get into an accident. And we know that's irrational thinking. We know that this is a world where X amount of people die every year in crashes beat. But it's worse in your world. 90% of retail traders lose. 90. And here you are saying, I'm the special 10%.
I'm a trader.
Having shown no acumen beyond being
I'm not
faithful.
A trader. 90% of traders lose. I'm not a trader.
Retail investors are distinguished from institutional investors because of their accreditation.
How many long-term guys that bought assets
right?
Answer this question. How many guys that bought assets and held for 15 years lost? How many? How many have done that?
So what they show, this is what there is this thing called the efficient market hypothesis, and it was used to get people into being long-term holders. And what they've shown, William J. O'Neill, is that had you not been a long-term holder, you would have gotten way better returns, and that the returns of the long-term holders, especially when they're like actively selecting their stocks, is less than the S&P, which is why they move into just buying index funds. So the efficient market hypothesis says that all prices are based on all the available information to all the participants, and that information is already incorporated in the price, right? And so they're saying because everyone has all the information, there's no asymmetry and there's no alpha to be had for the retail investor because he has no information advantage, right? So unfortunately, that has led people to say, okay, so don't be active because you're going to lose. And then just go into index. And when you get corralled into indexes, you're basically getting corralled into professional managers, and they're all billionaires. And they're billionaires because you said, I can't think, I don't trust myself, I don't know what's going on, here, do it for me. And what they do is they learn the game, they go out and get like 25% returns annually, they return to you 8% returns, and they pocket the rest for themselves. Right? So it's a long-term
stuff work.
That's everything.
No. That's not how the VOO works. The VOO takes a small management fee, okay, but that's built into the price of the actual VOO. And so when you buy the VOO, and what I'm saying is you could hold it in Robinhood or something like that doesn't have these like crazy. It's not Merrill Lynch or whatever. They don't have these crazy brokerage fees. What I'm saying is you could easily do that. I'm saying they are taking some. Robinhood takes a little bit, and VOO takes a small amount for its management, but it's not like going to an actively managed hedge fund where they have like incentive bonuses and stuff like that. Look, let me say this: if you've accused me of being irrational, then what essentially what you've accused me of is that I've made some error in reasoning. Not that I believe something false, but that I'm reasoning two things that I believe are true in an improper way. So if you think, and I think you're crazy, and I'm going to expose you for you're misusing the word irrational here. So you're accusing me of some type of logical mistake, right? And so let me give you a set of premises and a conclusion. And you tell me where the actual fallacy is. You tell me where the logical mistake is. So premise one, Shamos believes that the best performing asset over the next 10-year time horizon is going to be Bitcoin. Shamos has bought the Bitcoin, okay, and is holding it for 10 years, okay? And then you can add in other hypotheses like, I believe that the market's going to be manipulated ever since these ETFs came out, and that most people that trade lose long term. Most people that hold on 15 or 10, 15, 20-year time horizons, because of monetary debasement, it's almost impossible to lose. If you had your money in the S&P over the last 10 years, you crushed it. If you had your money in, any host of long-term assets, most of them crushed it. I'm not saying that no one went out of business in the last 10 years. I'm just saying that if you had broad index funds and you held over the last 15 years, you absolutely crushed it. Okay? And so the whole point is, tell me what in that hypothesis is irrational.
Yeah.
Where's the logical mistake?
Yeah. So believing that something that has no ability to be differentiated from any other cryptocurrency other than its novelty is worth $67 a share. A coin.
That's accusing me of believing something false. That's not accusing me of a logical mistake.
Oh my God!
That's accusing me of believing something false.
Listen. Your foundational premise is that a highly volatile, easily duplicatable novelty asset with no intrinsic value is going to be the best asset in the future. If that's not irrationality, I don't know what else is, right? It's almost like saying I'm going to become president of these United States from talking on fucking Clubhouse. You're like, what's wrong with that? I could be wrong, but I'm not irrational. The fuck? It's almost like you have no comprehension of the working dynamics that you're operating under, right? Sorry for killing the room. He left? Or he left?
Cooked. Concrete, could you find the room in the hallway? Or you had to search it?
I just found it without searching it, Nathan.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
I couldn't find it earlier. I was like, I had to search it. Maybe someone already blocked on stage.
It's usually up top for me, but it was like really like 2 pages down, 3 pages down.
Shit, I didn't go that far.
Yeah, it's down for me too. I don't know why that is.
I don't know, but we gotta fix it though, Miss Fifi, and we gotta fix it. Miss Fifi in the room. It's just
No, we have to what?
We gotta fix that.
Miss Fifi and I never fight. What are you talking about?
So you have to fix the room not being as popular as it is right now. You have to fix that.
You know, I was looking on, I was on AI last night, and it was giving, I'll forward it to you, but it gave a lot of hints as to how to improve the karma personally and the room's karma. I guess you're not graded on your karma, your room. I don't know if you are or not, but it gave some really good suggestions. Pretty cool stuff I didn't know that they're looking at. I wouldn't know unless I was Rohan or one of them or one of their creators. It was pretty cool.
Don, can you go on mute, please?
Why? No, my little.
I just feel better when you're
salty caramel. No, nugget. No, I'm not gonna go on mute. Yeah, I'll go.
No, I was just messing.
What are you doing, Concrete?
You made me feel bad when you said, okay, I'll go on mute.
Oh my God. I'm always making rice, right?
How bad did Nathan get cooked today?
Nathan got cooked, but this rice I cooked today, the creamy rice, it turned out pretty damn good. I'm changing it up, folks. But Nathan, you roasted him like, I don't know if it was a roast or a broil, but yeah, he did get.
Oh yeah, he got cooked.
Thank you.
It was like I would say well done. I would say a well done, but it was yeah, it was well done. Got cooked real good.
It was bad, man, for Red Room.
Yeah, it was bad for you. Shit.
Red Room was stopping me from talking.
Oh man, yeah, that's a lie.
I don't even.
It was like you and like 3 other people, and I was the only one. And guess what? They all sat there and let you fucking get cooked. You were the victim. You were my victim. You got cooked. And Finley and the rest of them stood there and were like, oh shit. Matt and Finley, they were like, oh shit, we're gonna stay out of this one. Even though they were on your side. Man. I didn't even need Dewey to help me out. Like, he was just the extra. He was just like, he was the garnish on top after I cooked you. You know what? That's who Dewey was.
He was trolling. He's funny. But man, sometimes Finley's a smooth brain. Matt, you fell right into that smooth brain shit. I was like, what? And I don't know if there's any blood left in that meat you cook so hard on Nate. We're gonna have to cut him in half to see if there's any blood left. If there's any pink.
You want a butterfly? You put butterfly. It's well done.
That's what you. Oh shit.
But how come we haven't been talking about the State of the Union? I see a lot of Democrats been losing their shit on Trump.
I heard a mouthful.
Oh no.
I heard from my dad. He's all Democrat, right?
I thought Trump's State of the Union was probably the greatest of the century.
Was it? He told me as he's going up, we have a stair lift for him, you know, a little seat elevator going up the stairs and it curves, you know. And as he's going up on his stair lift, he's telling me about how pissed he was about something Trump was saying and how I don't know who it was, one of the Democratic women started from the audience, right, telling him something.
Oh, right. She started losing shit.
Yeah. That she was losing her shit in the audience, and I'm laughing inside, right? I'm like, God damn, I gotta go watch this, right? He's like, you should have recorded it. I'm like, Dad, it's probably everywhere. I'm gonna go look it up. And then he said, yeah. And one of the senators lifted up a sign. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing with a sign in Congress? Use your brain. Like, what? A sign? Oh my God. He
I think Trump should bomb Iran.
You know you don't want that stuff.
I do. I think Trump should bomb Iran, and the operation should be quick and swift.
So let him do what Israel wants.
No, Israel wants a war. Listen, Israel will perpetually be in a state of war so long as it exists. And I think it will always be in a perpetual state of war, even when it collapses. I think they'll always be at war until they collapse, which is not too far.
We need to invade Cuba, group.
But wait, you realize if Israel collapses, that means the U.S., you mean the U.S. along with it, as being the superpower?
No.
No, I mean, you can't do no unless a president comes and goes,
and yes, Cuba
Israel.
Cuba is also on the chopping. But look,
how do you expect
as long as Israel exists,
anti-Israel president?
Because look, think about it.
You expect an anti-Israel president.
Hold on, Red Rum, hold on. Every single time Israel vanquishes an enemy, it brings about unintended consequences for Israel. So
that the U.S. has to clean up.
Yeah, but I think that's going to stop now, given the current trajectory of internal politics in the United States. I mean, the left is no longer pro-Israel. They could kiss that goodbye. But now you're seeing the right wing in Israel delineate themselves from pro-Israel politics on, the sort of establishment conservative right? I mean, people like Tucker Carlson are making criticism of Israel very normative. So the Israelis, they feel it's do or die now. This is their only chance to lobby the United States to do their bidding. And I think that's ultimately what's going to happen, but I don't think we're going to get into it.
Wait, you're not a brain-dead NPC? What's going on, bro?
Oh, you didn't know this?
No, I thought you were just like,
it's just an internet troll.
No,
but like normal analysis. What?
Yeah, I know it's shocking to many people, but yeah.
All right, please continue.
That's what happened when the room is small. Ooh, what are we voting for again?
What was that?
I said, what
do
are we
Israel's
voting
bidding.
for again?
I'm so sorry, I did not hear that either.
No, I said, what are we bombing Iran for again?
Oh, certainly for Israel's interests, 100%.
Oh,
yeah. And there's no question about that. That's certainly the policy that the United States is pursuing right now, is to protect Israel. Because,
but you don't think? Let's say if we bomb Iran, and I agree with the word SWIFT, do you think you're gonna bomb all their assets and they would not retaliate against Israel, or is that a great?
Well, that's the question, though. Iran also has a policy of nuclear ambiguity, so we don't really know if they have. I mean, they could have one nuclear weapon, and it might be the only one that they're ready to use. So that's why we ought to be very careful on how we do this. I mean, it really all depends on what intelligence we have, but I mean, if the United States is going to go ahead and carry this out, then I think the likelihood is that Iran probably doesn't have such a weapon. But again, we don't know. We really don't know.
So you're going to answer my question. You're having an anti-Israel president coming up in the U.S. or?
No, okay, I wouldn't go as far as to say anti-Israel.
So then how is Israel going to collapse when the U.S. does everything to protect them?
I'm saying this is something that's going to happen over time.
When?
The Republicans no longer need to placate to the Jewish lobby to get ahead anymore because of the current trajectory.
So that's what we're saying. Slowly we're going to lose.
Younger voters, especially in the right, no longer care about this issue.
So that's what you're saying. Slowly, eventually, we're gonna like ease off being allies with them. Like eventually, is that what you're saying? And like not care if they collapse.
Because even the Israelis are saying this.
How long?
I don't know how long, but Netanyahu has been talking about getting the Israelis less dependent on the United States because they want to become the regional power in the United States.
Who do they want to depend on then?
China.
Yeah, that is true. Yes.
Yeah, they've already.
He's right.
Signaled.
He's absolutely.
They've already signaled.
So that can either mean one of two things: either the U.S. will come out on top and those two will suffer, or the U.S. is going to be the one to suffer. And
Exactly.
Israel stays alive while China becomes the new superpower of the world.
And this is precisely why Israel.
One or the other.
Yes.
So this is why they're not our allies, because they're doing business and they're increasing détente with not only China but Russia. And once the United States has outlived its usefulness for Israel, they're going to kick us to the international
to the curve. And say this.
Isn't that their history, though? I mean, they have those parasitic behavior.
Of course.
I mean, that's what they do. And I don't think
it's a standard operating procedure for them, bro.
Right, but I think the Chinese are well aware of that, and I don't think they're gonna let Israel latch on them. Secondly, I think the Chinese is well. I mean, they are entrenched in Iran. They get a lot of oil from Iran, and I think Iran can provide them a lot more than Israel can. I mean,
you're right. You're right, because the Israel that they plan on dealing with will be the regional power, not the parasitic leech that we have.
And the Iran they've made 20-year commitments to will no longer exist the way it does. That's what's going to happen, in my opinion. And Israeli leaders have vocalized this, right? They've said, the rise in anti-Semitism in the West, particularly America, we should just get all our shit and leave. That'll show them. And then they've been entrenched in China since, the revolution. Russia is entrenched with the Jews. Putin recently said 2 million people in Israel speak Russian. They're already entrenched everywhere. It's just a matter of degree. But real quick, I think bombing the shit out of Iran serves America's interests too. As Matt said, they could get oil from Iran. Iran has been supplying drones to Russia, right? So if we knock them out,
I think it doesn't just serve.
That's true. Yeah, it doesn't just serve them. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It doesn't just serve Israel's interests. There's definitely a lot of benefits that can be reaped from it.
I think we've seen this movie before. Iran is not. I don't want to put Iran in the Venezuela and then the Syria basket, right? Because Iran has a very well history with the United States, with the Shah father, Mossadegh, the Shah itself. I don't think any Iranian will trust the United States and say, "Yeah, let's get in bed with this guy." You know what I mean? Even if, let's say, the Ayatollah dies tomorrow and somebody takes over, I don't think that person will be like, "Yeah, sure, let's just go ahead and get in bed with the United States."
Yeah, you're right. They still have PTSD over Mossadegh for sure. It's not. People think that the anti-Americanism amongst the Iranian population is just a byproduct of the Islamic Revolution. That's actually not true. I think even if you remove that, they're still going to be wary of the United States. 100%.
But there's an increasing, amount of their population that's pro-Zionist, pro-American. They for better or worse, they're just sick of the status quo. The problem is, as Matt pointedly, vocalized, this is not Venezuela, and from what I've read, about 10 to 15% of the population, which is 90 million, right? That's a lot of people who will fight to the death. Like they're completely in line with the status quo. Their families are entrenched, and they will not be as easily bribed, or they won't surrender as fast as, let's say, the Iraqis.
Yeah, because the people that are quote unquote in charge now are the people that further the Shah, the Mossadegh, those are the old men of the 40s and the 60s that are in charge now. So they have a different understanding. But I also think that pro-Israel, pro-Zionist in Iran is mostly outside of the country. I don't think it's inside the country, right? So when I take their culture and their history into account, I don't see I'm going to betray my land for money. You know what I mean? I don't see that in their history. And I think this is where I think the United States is going to run into some trouble. I don't think we can put boots on the ground in Iran. And if we can't get it done in a week, then it's going to be a problem. Because once they start, they will destroy Israel. Now, how far are we willing to go? Are we willing to drop a nuke in Iran? What if they attack our aircraft carriers? Because they have the ability to do so. What is going to happen when 5,000 Marines come back in fucking battle bag? Is our public going to be okay with that?
Matt, they're actually saying how one of the aircraft carriers, the Ford, is having a lot of maintenance issues, like 90% of the plumbing is not working. So there's a conspiracy theory saying they're just going to sacrifice that aircraft carrier along with thousands of Americans to rally the U.S. population. And I do believe Trump and this administration would use a tactical nuke on Iran as a show of force against China and Russia. For sure they would do that. At least one.
Yeah, there's also an interesting development too, because I think Turkey just basically said that if a quagmire does happen, if shit does hit the fan in Iran, that they're willing to put troops on the ground and invade Iran to prevent an influx of refugees. But we all know that that's just a facade for Turkey's territorial ambition.
And Azeri land.
Of course, yeah.
And then Israel knows all this, bro. Israel last year too, like around September, they started to threaten Turkey. They pretty much vetoed that sale of jets to Turkey, citing a high risk of conflict in the future, both negligent discharges, and intentional, downings of Israeli aircraft.
And then their politicians are literally gearing up to carve up Turkey after Iran.
Yeah. Even Naftali Bennett just said that Turkey's the new Iran, and there's a new Sunni axis of this new Sunni axis that's going to arise to fill the power vacuum to try and contain Israel. And I think there is a lot of truth to that because of this new Syrian government. When they overthrew Assad, that whole that was a Turkish-sponsored operation. I mean, the Americans pretty much left Syria. They left the rebels there out. They just left them out high and dry. They didn't want nothing to do with them. The Kurds, even they abandoned after a while. And then the Turks just said, fuck it, we're just going to take initiative. And that's what they did. And they overthrew Assad. So now you have Turkey using Syria in its sphere of influence. And now they're trying to get the Saudis to sort of be more antagonists. Now Arabia is now upping the ante on its rhetoric against Israel. The ADL just published an article about Saudi Arabia's anti-Semitic rhetoric and all this stuff. So no, it's interesting. I think we're back to square one because when the Iranian Revolution happened, the Sunni world looked at Iran as the primary enemy, and they totally forgot about Israel. They wanted to deal with the Shiites on the Fertile Crescent. And now that Iran has been to only Iraq, I mean, Iraq is basically what's left of the Iranian influence. And now that regime looks like it's going to be on its way out. Now the Sunni world is now going to set its sights on Israel. We're back to the 60s and 70s now.
So awesome.
With Turkey now. Yeah, Turkey. I don't know, man. Things are just so non-linear now and sectarian in the Middle East.
I mean, they never were. It's just getting more and more complicated.
Yeah,
everyone's intertwined with everyone. There's a million fucking moves going on at the same time, bro.
Then you got China.
Why is sectarianism always?
I mean, China's I think if a war breaks out, China will get to actually use their weapon in a real situation, and they get to test it.
China's not going to war, bro.
No. It's gonna be, China will be funding Iran now, but I think they want to test their weapon. They haven't had any real world tests, and they're gonna we need to test our weapon over here, our technology, and see how they can fare with it. Because China, they have the hardware, but I don't think. I mean, it's in practice, right? They have it, but they haven't really tried it out.
Y'all, I don't know why y'all are looking at China as having the same type of hawkishness as America or Israel or Russia. That is a figment. Me personally, I think that's a figment of our imagination.
No, China's sneaky. China's very sneaky.
No,
they hide behind a bunch of other stuff while they're doing shit. Right? They will supply Pakistan with weapons to go fuck with India. And then, so they can, for instance, you don't see how the Chinese were very happy the way that J-10 performed against the Rafale. So that to them was like a victory because that's their technology saying our shit work and it worked well. So now, it's like little subliminally they're like, we getting the good weapon now. We're making the good weapon now. It's no longer just the US and the USSR. And Russia having
that's a given with regards to the amount of money and time they've spent developing their human capital. It's a given that their engineers, with the amount of people that are facing and tackling a problem, are gonna, be at par or surpass whatever's currently on the world stage. But that doesn't mean that therefore they have hawkish desires. For me, and this is just my intuitions. I have to do a deeper analysis. Pause. But they're more like the behemoth superpower that can play Switzerland, right? Just like a neutral party, or they can just do like this, like you was talking about backdoor deals, but those are all economics, right? It's not ideological. And it's not like who's their allies? All of their allies are basically emerging markets that they're helping to develop. If you look at Belt and Roads in Africa, anything happening in Mexico or South America, they're just helping them become stronger and helping them to become better trade partners. But nothing idealistic that would move to war. Like, come on, what does China want? And I know
you're right. China doesn't have an hawkish posture, but they have so for instance, if you like look at Chinese policy, the way they operate, they don't wanna what happened during the Opium War, they don't want that to happen to them again. Where they wanna do business with you and then you put a gun to their head and then they can do nothing to you. You know what I'm saying? They don't wanna be that situation again. And the Chinese have learned from the fucking history of the military, just in case somebody comes up with a fucked up deal and you can put a gun to my head, because I also have a gun. But at the same time, if I'm gonna create weapon, I also need to test it. How do I test it if I'm not hawkish? Well, I just back up somebody else who's hawkish. If Iran and the US or Israel goes to war, China and anyone share a border, why wouldn't you let them use some of your missiles just to see how they work? If you need improvement, you need improvement. Like, for instance, is the system, and they're using I think it's called the Beidou system, which is the Chinese version of the GPS. I think there's a reason for that. I think it's
good over here? You cut out for me.
Just made fucking Manhattan, all these buildings, man. They be cutting up the city.
I was reading last night and I heard about a Chinese letter number 42. And supposedly they are not allowing their citizens to invest in currencies.
I heard you said that to me.
You said that?
No, I heard you said that.
Yeah, I'm driving right now to look it up to confirm. Huh?
That's old. They wouldn't let I remember I did a transaction on Alibaba back when I used to sell technology in Haiti, man. I did it with Bitcoin. Did it for a couple of months and they shut it down. Shut that shit down.
I think this is a recent letter.
Maybe 2016. They couldn't do any. They couldn't have any Bitcoin.
I think this is a recent letter. I'm gonna double check, but it was astonishing.
I heard that too, probably, and this was a while back. But yeah, you're right.
But that tells me a lot that they know that it. Yo, I'm gonna tell you this thing. There's this concept where if you look at institutional funds and you look at retail funds, retail investors have billions and billions and billions of dollars in the stock market. And everybody who is an institutional investor, they know it. And what they can do, because they have all the technology, they have all the know-how, they call it fee harvesting. It's like, man, it's a lot, but I'll explain it like this. So I watched this documentary called Princes of the Inn. This was about a year ago, coming up on a year. And it talked about how Japanese were heavy savers through the recession and through like some manipulation of it. They moved them away from savers to investors in the market. And right now, where we're at is the average American, if y'all want to guess, has 3.6% of their discretionary funds in savings. But yeah, we still have all this money in the stock market. And I take that was an intentional thing, right? Because because your money being saved is strong for you, is a strength for you and your family. but they want you to invest that money, taking away your strength at the hopes of like making it big, and now they have all the power. And bro, it's so crazy. If you think about the manipulation of societies by their leadership, right now the Chinese savings rate is like 30% of their discretionary savings. Discretionary income, which is all the extra money you have after you pay all your bills. They're at 30%, we're at 3%.
And we only getting four, nigga.
Yo, Timothy, do you think the Chinese are hawkish? Yo, and by the way, Timothy tried to sacrifice me to his Jewish gods earlier today, but I ended up slaying them all. Fucking weirdo. He says, "Here, my Jewish brothers, I've offered you up the African meat. Enjoy, feast, enjoy yourselves."
Listen to how wild this is, yeah. I'm in some guy that organizes some basketball group chat. Yeah, imagine he posted this in the thing. He said, "Hello, we support." He said, "Sorry, hello, this is a fundraiser for my something. I don't want to name the organization because dogs him." He said, "We support vulnerable communities in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. We help Jewish and non-Jewish communities, including Holocaust survivors, people with special needs, and disadvantaged families, and deliver inspiring education programs for young people in Eastern Europe." How random is that? Just saying, like, he's not Jewish. It's like Jewish and non-Jewish communities.
All I can imagine is somebody. All I can imagine is somebody holding their hand out as you speak, as you say all of those things, looking for some coin.
No, but he's a rich guy. Like, he's a rich. I think he's Greek or something, and obviously he's got lots of Jewish friends. Whatever. That's just like the cringest way of saying, like, this is some fucking fundraiser for some Jewish organization, but we don't want to make it seem like it's just completely Jewish. But it made, like nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Jews and non-Jews eat former Yugoslavia. Nudge, nudge, wink. And you're rich as fuck. How about you?
Those are your boys. Those are your people, bro. Yo, so back to my question. Do you think China's hawkish?
China hawkish as it concerns Taiwan. Maybe India and stuff like that, but no, I don't think, generally speaking, I'd say probably not.
What do you think their ambitions are towards India?
I don't know, they just had lots of like border skirmishes and stuff. I mean, if you mean hawkish in the kind of invasion, like interventionist.
America, Russia, Israel.
No. I think they're pursuing a line of diplomacy, it seems.
Yeah. I was just confirming their own intuitions. Yeah, go.
I agree they're not, the type of hawkishness we see exhibited by America in the last 30 years, right? They don't just invade random countries, right? But they have really a predatory lending shit, bro. Like, most of Latin America fell for their influence, and most of Africa. If you look at like a map of their influence in Africa and Latin America from 10 years ago and now, there's been substantial gains, and they're taking over the infrastructure of these countries, right? And their guise is like, oh, we're altruistic, we're not like the West, but in reality, they're just as predatory.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but do you know what the rates are?
It's usually better than what we have, but they know damn well the country is going to default, so it really doesn't matter to them, and they think more long term, right? So they're not in the phase of outright military ventures yet. They're taking over infrastructures. They're making islands in the South Pacific to pave the way for future military kinetic conflicts.
Yeah, but I mean, unless you know the rate, I don't know how we just call it predatory. There might be like some, stark covenants such that if you were to default but that's like infrastructure projects are always like billions of dollars. So we need to be able to recoup, even if it's over like a 30-year period. We need to figure out something. And I'm sure they already had a recoup plan, because usually infrastructure projects are tied to whatever the local municipality is, i.e. the government or whatever. And that's just, they usually get bonds, right? So the government would like issue a bond. It'll pay for the infrastructure project. They'll do it, and they'll just get paid off the coupon, right? And that'll be just, backed by the taxpayers. So that's typically how infrastructure projects work.
But what Oleg is talking about is the 100-year marathon, not the Belt and Road. Complete difference between the two. The Belt and Road is part of the 100-year marathon. He brought up the most key point is they're building islands to own the South China Sea, to own the shipping lines. The 100-year marathon lays out their entire plan. They're a hawk in sheep, or wolf in sheep's clothing. They are very hawkish. They're just very, very good at it. And they have a long-term plan, but they are completely hawkish.
When you say hawkish, do you mean shrewd?
I don't know what you mean by hawkish, but they're no different in their imperialistic desires than any of the other countries you've named. They just have a very different approach. Google the 100-year marathon, and it will lay out everything for you. That then you start to see what they're doing. They don't give a fuck about Taiwan. They could care less. They care about the South China Sea and the shipping lanes. They care about the Philippines. They care about Thailand. They care about Vietnam. They care about owning the South China Sea. They care about everything they've done in South America, everything they've done in Africa. They are building an infrastructure, the Belt and Road, to achieve the 100-year marathon, which is basically to have everyone indebted to them. Their problem is the one-child policy and the fact that their birth-to-death ratio is going to come close to what Japan is going through right now. If they can get past that and they can create the BRIC system, which is what they need more than any of the other countries involved, which is disputable whether they can pull it off or not. But if they can pull that off, then that's kind of completing the 100-year marathon. Right? It's this whole long-range strategy, and they're going bit by bit. If you understand how to play chess, Google the game Go. They're playing Go. We're playing chess. It's a very, very different strategy. Go, you make these little tiny moves, and then before you know it, 50 tiny moves, you own the fucking board. Right? Chess is very limited. You see the moves happening. Go is like a little move here, you don't pay attention to it. A little move there, you don't pay attention to it. A little move there, you don't pay attention to it. All of a sudden, they fucking own everything. You're like, whoa, how the fuck did that happen?
No, I hear you, and I mean, it does seem a little ominous, but I don't think it's a bad thing given the alternatives, right? And the alternatives are that you're beholden to trade partners like America, where you have leadership like Trump, right? So obviously you want to decouple from that, given the situation they've put you in. Now, infrastructure projects are good for everybody involved, right? It has, because basically China's obviously got tons of cash and horsepower, manpower to do these projects. And so the alternative would be that it sits on the sideline, creating no or little return, or we go out and basically think of it like this. America's strong. They're capable of being our partner. They can, fulfill our capacity for production as a supplier. Well, there are other opportunities that would exist if they were in better positions. But what does it take to improve your positions as a nation? The first thing is infrastructure. And when infrastructure is put in place, then obviously you can do industry and you can do housing. And now China, with a couple of $1 billion investment, has now developed a new partner. We call them the frontier market, right? Now, those are going to be Vietnam, Kenya, other areas. Those are the frontier market, which are a little bit below the emerging markets, which are going to, China's like considered within the emerging markets, and then you have the developed nations, America, UK, so on and so forth, Japan. So those are the three tiers, right? Or I think 4 tiers. Emerging markets, developed nations, emerging markets, frontier markets, 3 tiers. And so China's just saying, hey, and plus you get better returns in the frontier markets, right? You're just gonna, if you looked at the index for the developed nations, they're doing like 8 to 12% returns. Emerging markets are doing, 12 to 20. Frontier markets are doing 20, 25 return on investments, right? Because there's gems over there. So since it's the case, you can identify gems. You just have to, they just need some help getting better. And I don't look at it, even though you can paint it in an ominous way, I don't look at it as necessarily a bad thing, as long as the places that they've invested, everybody abides and plays by the rules, right? Which is to say that the people understand the position that they're in, and they elect good leadership that's going to abide by the rules. Obviously, it's predicated on the economy continue to, do what it does, whatever their calculations are, and whatever covenants they have for when there is a downturn, any forbearance or so on and so forth, recapitalization. Anyway, but I don't look at it as a bad thing. And I'm interested on your take on Taiwan, because I guess the general consensus is they really do care about Taiwan. And if they are going to be hawkish, when I talk about hawkishness, we talk of being on a war footing, not just being ambitious and shrewd as international business people, but like on a war footing. And we talk about Taiwan. They do say they are interested. And I'm just curious why you think they don't care.
What?
And I just imagine that they have their own semiconductor infrastructure that they're building. And,
I can explain that. So I had this opinion, and then when I heard a specific fact, it confirmed it, which is, in order for China to take Taiwan, it would be a bigger operation day. And my thought for a very, very long time is, what advantage do they have for taking Taiwan? It is of no strategic value to them whatsoever, other than to deny the U.S. the chips, and they have already divested into other countries. The TMC or that TMC, I forget its core letters, not three, has already that's TMMC, or the Taiwan Chip Manufacturing Company. It's a state-owned company that manufactures all the chips. Basically, it is a private company, but anyway, they made a deal with Trump for $500 billion to start building chips here in Arizona, and Taiwan has already been building stuff in other places. I believe Singapore and Thailand. They're farming a lot of their stuff out to there. And so China's only advantage to taking Taiwan would be to deny us, and there's no strategic value to it. And I can't see why they would take the risk when there's no strategic value to it. It just does not make sense to me at all that they would take that kind of risk, lose that kind of manpower, and more importantly, to me, China has surpassed us as far as military hardware, the number of, but our stuff is proven. Our shit hits its targets. Russian shit does not hit its targets. Chinese stuff, we don't really know because it's never really been tested in battle, right? So we will know the accuracy of their GPS. We will know the accuracy of their missiles, their planes. We will have an understanding of whether their shit is worth anything. They might have 10 of them, but if only one of them is valuable, right? Like, look at how many missiles Iran fired and how many of them actually hit, right? They wasted 2/3 of their missiles, and I think 1 or 2 hit in that little war they had with Israel, right? So Taiwan would be an indication of their accuracy, not in their best interest, because most people will say they're not very accurate. They're not likely to be accurate. It has no strategic value to them, and it's taking off the board this thing that they can say, well, America's bad, they keep Taiwan, it's actually part ours, right? Like, it's this martyr kind of thing where it's better for them to leave it PR-wise. There's no strategic value to it. I just cannot see them risking that many lives for what?
I'm curious about the architect of the Taiwanese semiconductor stronghold, and I'm curious what it costs and why it's, I guess, so important, such that people haven't duplicated it. I guess it's IP more so than just manufacturing capabilities.
No, it's the cost of human labor, and in America we just said, yeah, let them do it. It's cheaper. They got smaller hands. It's easier for them to do it. Like we came up with all these
manual labor.
We just decided that it was easier to let them do it than us. And we didn't think of China as being as adversarial. For many administrations, we just kind of said, well, we get everything we need from China and Taiwan. And if China ever becomes hostile to us, we still have Taiwan.
So how did China lose sight? How did China lose sight? We lost sight because we outsourced it to them. How did China lose sight, given that they have...
China didn't lose sight. No, we lost sight, for sure. China didn't lose sight.
Well, why is
China is very specific.
Why is it that Taiwan's so important and it's separate from China, such that they're thinking about invading them? So it seems like they did lose sight.
No, China's only interest in Taiwan on a PR kind of sense is the fact that it was basically the royal family, the people who controlled before communists took over, fled to Taiwan and said, we're the real China. And so it's this thing of saying, well, you're not really the real China, but we'll let you live over there for the longest amount of time, instead of squashing them and saying, you're not the fucking real China, we are. Right? So it's basically like a bully who says, I'm not going to go attack the other guy because he might hit me. Like, I can't really squash him. And now there's no real reason for them to do it. It's this thing. It's akin to, you can't call him Winnie the Pooh. It's this super silly thing that most of the Chinese people I know, especially the ones from Hong Kong, who have a very, very different perception of China than almost anyone in the world, because they grew up in a free society, kind of embedded or on the edge of China. So their perspectives are the ones that I usually find to be the most accurate with China. So they don't really have a concern about Taiwan. It doesn't really affect them in any way, shape, or form. And now that the fact that they're watching Taiwan basically start their manufacturing in other parts of the world to even take them, they're not putting that royal family, if you will, or the descendants family, they're not squashing them, because they've spread out into other parts of the world. And the U.S. is going, hey, we need some more manufacturing to come back in this arena, right? So with every year or 2 years, Taiwan becomes less and less important. Now, they are doing military moves in and around Taiwan, but the thing that is more interesting to me is the fact that China has been doing a bunch of military operations on the islands that are south and west of Japan, which is, again, them expanding the China Sea. So their interest in Taiwan is the territorial waters more than Taiwan itself. And so what's likely is they're going to take the same approach they're doing in the South China Sea, which they're basically taking atolls. These little things where it pops up maybe about a foot over the water, and they're just concreting it in, saying, it's a fucking island. It's a Chinese island, therefore our territorial waters just expanded to here. Wow. Right? And so if they're going to do anything, they're going to take those islands off of Japan, which they also claim they own. Right? Those are territorials of a greater China, right? So if they were to take Taiwan, the only thing that they gain is those territorial waters. But I haven't double checked on the map, but I'm pretty sure if they take those islands off of Japan, they have complete access in and out of the north side. And they want the north side because essentially as global warming hits and the the Arctic Circle starts to melt more and more, the pathway to go the long way around, because it's shorter for them to go across Russia, right? But if they go the long way around, it's shorter than ships across the ocean, right? Just like there's talk of if Russians and America were to make a deal, which some people say is pending, and they built a tunnel from across the Bering Strait, basically, we would take the shipping down to, I think it's from like 3 weeks to 10 days on trucks, right? And so China wants access from the southern end of the China Sea to the northern end of the China Sea to go all the way around the Arctic Circle.
right? They want to control that entire shipping lane. And so Taiwan's access to that part of the territorial waters is the only thing that I believe they truly care about. And taking Taiwan, it just doesn't seem to be like, right? It'd be like us trying to say, we want to take Baja California for what? For what freaking point? Baja's basically like the tourist area of America, and you can go there, do whatever the fuck you want. You can buy, well, you can't buy, you own it for 100 years, basically, right? But by all default, we have everything that we want out of it, right? Okay, that's probably not the best analogy, but.
I got you. That was good, though. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. And like I said, Google two things. Go, and once you understand Go, the game, it's like you'll really start to understand. But Google the 100-year marathon, it's called. And most people confuse the 100-year marathon and the Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative is basically the infrastructure plan of the 100-year marathon, right?
Got it. Yeah, MJ never gives any
that was
on any topics ever.
That was Dash Xiaoping idea, right? The 100-year initiative. That's after Mao died when he came in, so Nixon here, right?
Yeah, it started a long time ago, and technically, if I remember correctly, and it's been altered to what's in the plan, but technically the 100-year ends in 35 or something like that, right? But it's been completely okay, they've adjusted the plan. It's not the original plan. It's their mindset, right? And when you look at what's been going on, like you brought up tier markets, and what China does is they come in and they limit the frontier markets from becoming emerging markets. Like Venezuela was about the gold, because everything runs on gold, right? The gold that came out of Venezuela was coming out, it's not large deposits, they're pulling ore out, and the gold is mixed in with other ores. And so a lot of that was coming out in what they call black market or off the books. And so China didn't give as much. They cared about the oil, don't get me wrong, it is 5% of their oil. But what they cared about even more was not so much the rare earths, which is important, but the fact that they could take gold and nobody knew how much gold they were getting, because it wasn't like scientists could watch, they could see with satellites, because of the way they were getting the gold. Huge amounts of gold could come off book. So
it wouldn't adjust the price.
Exactly, right? They say that China's somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000, and we're at 8,000. I'm estimating, but it's somewhere in those ranges, right? But the fact of the matter is that that could be totally skewed, because they've been in Venezuela doing this for the longest amount of time, right?
And definitely mining gold.
Yeah, exactly. And you got it. The off the book shit is what could just like, and this is another most people don't know, is if we were to pull the trigger, which basically reevaluates all the gold that we own, they call it the nuclear option, because all of our gold is evaluated at a price that was set and fixed in, I forgot what year it was, right? And we would never do it, because it would cause such chaos in the markets, whatever, right? But 90% of the shit that happens is about gold. Like when in October, when everybody was saying the trade deficit, Trump was bragging, the trade deficit, down 39%, blah, blah, blah. Well, what most people don't know is that was because everyone was moving gold around the world. So half of that trade deficit, which is now leveled out, right? Now we actually had a larger trade deficit this month than before. But when they were screaming the trade deficit was down 39% in October, a huge chunk of that was because people were so afraid of the tariffs, they were moving gold, right? Usually when they say follow the money, it's follow the gold.
But I can speak to something we were talking about, manufacturing. We actually had a meeting at my job today. I work for a Japanese company, and part of the reason why manufacturing isn't coming to the U.S. is our safety regulations. They were just talking about how they have to send people from our place here over to Japan to kind of go over the safety regulations for our new lines and stuff. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah, regulations is one of the biggest problems.
since it sounds like you're a finance bro, what are your thoughts on Jamie Dimon?
I don't know who Jimmy Dimon is, or at least the name's not ringing a bell right now.
He's the CEO of JP Morgan.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the issue with JP Morgan right now is the silver. So I'm sure there's got to be people in the room who know this one.
He depressed the price with shorting it, and he was simultaneously buying it, and then he stopped shorting it, and the price shot up. You're talking about?
Well, that's only part of the component. It's paper silver versus actual physical delivered silver, and the increase in AI and other electronics that requires silver and having to actually produce. And then the shorts only ran that. Like the whole thing that he was doing there was actually the trigger that unveiled the fact that they could not deliver the silver that they had sold. And I was talking, I was in a room with somebody, I believe it was on Clubhouse, where they were saying they actually work in the jewelry industry. And it's not just, the problem with silver is where it's mined from, the manufacturing. There's only like a half a dozen companies that can process it en masse. And it really is only like 4 that are really the leaders within it or whatever. And the largest one, according to this guy who's a jewelry manufacturer, just basically stops delivering orders. He said, I can't deliver. They just basically, and it seemed as though that might have been coordinated with an effort to try and not have to deliver silver because it's not getting produced in order for JP Morgan to be able to catch up. Because basically JP Morgan would implode if everyone who bought silver from JP Morgan right now, I want my fucking silver, deliver it to me. We'd have a bigger crisis than 2008 because
they wrote more future contracts than the deliverable amount of.
It wasn't just future; they were settling they were saying enormous, right? So it was across the board in futures as well as the actual silver itself, but they were selling the paper silver, right? Not physical delivery.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. They should have known that, right? Obviously.
Oh, of course he knew that. And silver, like the gold in Venezuela, the silver comes out of Venezuela in the same way. It's not huge silver deposits. It's silver that's embedded in other ores. So when we invaded Venezuela, it had more to do with the silver. When people floated all those conspiracy things, it's like, okay, if Trump was trying to protect JP Morgan, and I wouldn't be looking at where the oil's going right now. I'd be looking at the mining.
So you're in the commodity.
No, I'm into research. Like many times in my life, I have worked as kind of an investigative reporter. Like I was on the ground June 1st, 2020 in Minnesota. And I was the first guy to get the story that George Floyd and Derek Chauvin knew each other. They worked for the same lady. I got the interview with her. So I'm one of those that if you give me a little glimpse of something, I'm going to dig and dig and dig and dig. And I'm not going to stop till I have all the facts, right? And so if I'm interested in a particular thing, I just research the fuck out of it. And I generally speaking won't talk about something until I've actually learned enough. And I'm all like you could have, I didn't recognize the name Jamie Dimon, but you could have told me something that I didn't know just now, and I would gladly go, oh, fuck, I didn't know that. I'm like most people who, like, you get knowledge, you think you know everything, right? So I'm just a sponge for information in a few different areas, but I also have this natural ability to just hug on something, right? And it's been,
what's your favorite topic or most intriguing topic?
I love politics. AI, of course, is a big one now. But geopolitics at any level. I do like finance to some degree, but I don't know the detail of the mechanics, right? Like I can explain to you how Glass-Steagall led to 2008. But I've been in rooms like, I don't know if you know Ken, I think it's Ken Frankel, is in this app quite frequently. And I've gotten into it with him on that, and he disagrees, and then he can literally like lay out, okay, yes, but, and he can define how Steagall was actually repealed, and I know it was repealed, and so it had to do with one particular case, and it had to do it like Glass-Steagall did. It wasn't this broad sweeping law. The way it trickled out is the reason why he said it didn't lead to the 2008 crash, even though everyone I know who is deep into the economic kind of frontier will say that it did, right? So like, I have a lot of knowledge, but there's not a lot of areas where I could drill way down, right? There's absolutely people who are smart almost everything that I can talk about, but I do get enough information to be able to kind of look at the entire picture and then come to my conclusion. But I'm also being told something that I go, holy shit, I didn't fucking know that, right?
I get you. So you're good. You're good in. I got you. You ever study global liquidity, Michael Howe?
To some degree, and I get liquidity, but I don't, beyond sovereign wealth coming into America and affecting the American liquidity, I don't understand the global currents, if you will. I kind of like it to the ocean or the eats, right? I don't understand global liquidity. It's one of the areas where gladly go like, no, I'm going to shut up now. Go ahead.
You're into Bitcoin, right?
My feelings of Bitcoin are always very emotionally tumultuous because I got approached to put $10,000 into a server farm. If I had just taken that $10,000 and bought Bitcoin when it was trading at 56 cents a coin and cashed out when it got to, I don't know, when I bought my first Bitcoin, it was 48,000. If I bought it at then, and I did do the math, I would have had 17,000 Bitcoins, $800 million or whatever. Like whenever you talk about Bitcoin, which I own, I don't know, maybe $1,000 worth or something, I always get a little squeamish because I missed the boat on that one. It hurts my feelings that I'm totally butt sore like 15 years later, right? For sure. But I understand the basics of it and I keep up as much as possible. But it always gets me like, I don't know, I don't want to talk about Bitcoin. Like, I'm not a Bitcoin maxi. I am very much, and I am doing a documentary about Bitcoin AI markets and that kind of stuff. But I am absolutely for the functionality of it, and I'm more interested in Ethereum than Bitcoin. I don't think Bitcoin's going to fall or go away. I don't think it's the next gold. I think it is the on-ramps and off-ramps being monitored way more than ever. Its original intent, which had the guy who approached me to mine the Bitcoin told me it was about fuck the banks and fuck the central, I would have been all in on it because that's so in my, like, fuck the land, right? I so would have done it, but I just couldn't wrap my head around this monopoly money. How do you spend it? Well, you can't. Well, what do you do with it? Nothing, right? Like, that's why I didn't do it. But I just don't, like, to sit around and talk about, is Bitcoin going to go up or is it going to go down? It's going to float back and forth, and you're going to be able to, it's like it dropped and everybody freaked out. Well, it's just like a market. Okay, it dropped, buy it because it's going to go fucking back up, right? Like, it's not going anywhere. But I don't think it's the end all save all, but I do believe that Ethereum is. I believe the functionality of the blockchain will change society and is already starting to do so. Like, if you were to just look at, what if we apply blockchain technology to our voting system? You can't fudge the blockchain. You can no longer even begin to consider voter fraud if we use the blockchain as our voting system, right? And I just bring that example up because it's the hot topic right now with the SAVE Act and blah, 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 right? But I absolutely believe in blockchain technology, and I believe it will change the world, and I believe it's slowly happening. But the whole Bitcoin maxi and just the lack of understanding of all that has kind of prevented the advancement of mass adoption for the functionality of blockchain.
Yeah, when I first heard when Bitcoin was buzzing, I can't remember when, and I looked into it and I heard the entire argument. I watched a video on it. This guy was like a miner, and when I heard everything about it, I was like, oh, Bitcoin is trash, but the blockchain, that's a great idea. But is it investable? Can you invest in the blockchain, or it's a concept that you can utilize? So that's the issue.
Hey, yo, what's up, Naveed? What's up? How's everyone doing?
Let's talk about Bitcoin killing the room.
Look at my shitcoin.
Buddy, sorry I haven't been on. I've been busy with work. Hope everybody's doing well. It's been a hot minute.
Same to you, Ashley. How's work treating you?
In the new company I'm working for, I really hope they keep me. And they said it's a good possibility. I never thought I'd like making car parts, but
fuck that job, Ashley.
No, I really like the company I work for.
No, fuck that job. Come back to Clubhouse.
You gonna give me $19 an hour? You gonna pay me $19 an hour?
Life is not about money, Ashley. Come on. What are we doing here?
It's money. It's not money, but it's money.
Clubhouse doesn't pay my bills.
Can y'all hear Ashley's priorities all mixed up? She'd rather go make money instead of hang out on Clubhouse with us. Like, what?
Hey, I've missed hanging out with you guys. But I love the company I work for. It's a Japanese company. In fact, when I get hired on, I can take Japanese lessons on the clock. They'll pay me to take Japanese lessons. Yes, I can learn to speak Japanese on the clock. I get paid for all my breaks. I get 5 breaks a day in a 12-hour shift.
So
I get 5 paid breaks.
This is a car manufacturer from Japan that relocated to your area?
Yeah. Well, they are mainly in Japan, but they have one here in Southern Illinois, and then they have one in Indianapolis.
Is it a new facility?
It's been here for a couple years.
So relatively
It's been around. It's called Ison. It's a pretty big company.
Because I remember you talking before that, you were talking to
I was at Reader Link. Yeah.
You were telling me about, like, how businesses were leaving the area. Is this one?
This is like an hour away from me, from my town. It's a drive an hour, but I'm getting $19 an hour. Yeah. Well, no, it's I work what's called a pitman shift. So I work 12-hour shifts, and it's kind of rotating. Like this week, I work today, I'll work tomorrow, but then I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then I'll go on Monday, Tuesday, be off Wednesday, Thursday. But I just started my regular shifts. This week is my first week of doing my regular 12-hour shifts. I've been in training, which is why I've been so busy. Yes, I work 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah, it's like between 3 and 4 days. Nah.
Driving home tired?
Nah, I'm not even tired. Like, it's not that bad.
It's not like you're working overnight.
No, I wanted overnights, though, because it was 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. I wanted overnights, but I'm through a temp agency, and she got the hours I wanted screwed up. I could have went to night shift, but I'm kind of glad I got day shift because I like the crew I work with. They're all good people.
What parts do you make, do you know?
I'm in electronics because see they have 3 different plants. They have electronics, manufacturing, and I think the other one's light metals. I'm in electronics, so I do like like the smart door handles. They do those. They do mainly Toyota. It's mainly a Toyota.
Those are the ones that sink into the door, right?
Yeah, they're like the actual like handle. So the one that will like automatically unlock.
Okay.
And then we do. I've been working with sensors a lot. I've only been trained in like 3 different areas so far because their training is top notch. Like this is the most I've gotten with any company ever. It is awesome, and they what do they call it? They called it like standard work. So you have a sheet that tells you how to do every job, but you also get 3 days of training. The first day you shadow somebody. I mean, nobody really follows this because I've been working nonstop, but yeah, you shadow somebody the first day. The second day you kind of work alongside them, and the third day they're supposed to like stand behind you and watch you do everything, but nobody follows that really. But I'm liking it.
Sounds good.
I'm going to be doing airbag sensors. That's all I'm going to be touching to take them from one box and put them in another.